Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World here. We're here for the Asian Champions League Southeast Asia Regionals. My name is Flava. Joining together with me is none other than my good buddy here, Mr. Yololee.
It's of course great to be back again for day 2 of the Pokemon Unite Asian Champions League 2024 for the regional competition. So it's really a fantastic moment here because now we are trying to prep to see who's going to be our top 3 from each of these regions to proceed to the actual ACL finals.
Yep, that's true. Now, of course, we're looking forward to today because we've just concluded some of the matches from East Asia yesterday. And this time about, we're going to be featuring Southeast Asia. Now, of course, we're looking at some of the best of the best of the best of what Southeast Asia has to offer. 8 amazing teams and only 3 of them to move forward to the main finals. Now, of course, let's have a look at the road to the main event, Asian Champions League finals over here. Now, don't get overwhelmed by this tournament overview. Allow us to have the pleasure of actually ease your process through all this. And of course, starting off from the top, we have the open qualifiers featuring countries like Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, as well as India. And of course, we do see the number of teams from that particular open qualifier making it to respective regional stage, which is East Asia, Southeast Asia, as well as India.
This is the part where we're currently in the regional stage where we somewhat filter among the teams even more to figure out as we want to take the best of the top 3 teams for each region to proceed to the peak for the Pokemon Unite ACL finals here. Honestly, 8 teams to get another top 8 teams among the rest of the teams that we have in the region, I believe is a really tall order because in my opinion, all these teams are already champions, but because this is the nature of the competition, we just have no choice but just to have to really filter them through here.
It's quite unfortunate we're not able to actually see all of them being there at the Asian Champions League finals itself. But I guess it's very much understandable because we have to score it down to a much lower number. And of course, as time passes by, we're also going to be looking at stronger teams making it forward where the rest will be left behind. And of course, these are the 8 teams, my apologies, the representatives for respective regionals, starting on from East Asia, which we featured yesterday by the likes of Team MJK. We have KS, Unite Holic, Zora Tigers Gaming, Team Mosquitoes, Too Easy, Shin and Rode, and Joe is Love Unite.
And of course, that's pretty much for yesterday for day number 1. I hope that teaser was enough to hype you guys a little bit more for today, day 2, which is going to be for the Southeast Asia regions one. For the top 8, we have Team NYS, of course, the one you know and love, Roll to the Top, Talent PH, Secret Red Diamond, Team Rise, Onyx, Get Together, and of course, really unique naming as well, Team Loading.
Yeah, and that's not an error from production side. The actual name of the team is actually Loading. And of course, on the right side, beyond Southeast Asia as well as East Asia, we also have India region where they feature 6 teams. Now, of course, for some of you guys, you might have known this. They've already concluded this regional competition, but we just want to highlight the 6 teams are Revenant Esports, Team True Gravity, Fortune Legacy, Team Griffin, Cloud5, and FS Esports. And congratulations to Team True Gravity representing the India region, making it to the ACL finals.
But it must have not been an easy road for them as well. The amount of uphill battles, the amount of preparation they did to prep for some of these teams must have been extravagant because let's be honest, that we have a lot of returning teams with new rosters, or we even have new teams coming into the mix as well, who, by the way, has no competitive background. So, there's not much intel for them to really play off with. But of course, if you guys are curious what's going to be the game plan for today, this is your schedule, where Flava and I, of course, we're going to be walking through you guys on our first match, which is, by the way, a best of 3 round-robin group stage format. The first match is going to be Team Rise from Indonesia going up against Secret Red Diamond from the Philippines.
Yep, that's going to be quite an opening. Indonesia against Philippines in the first best of 3 series, followed by Thailand. Second place winners here, Get Together, up against Malaysia, Singapore. So in second place winner, Road to the Top. And of course, we're also going to be followed by a few number of best of 3 segments for match number 3 all the way to number 6. And you're going to be tuning in to some amazing commentaries from us together with our good buddy over here, Danelie, as well later on in other matches.
The thing is, we don't forget, guys, while we are proceeding with this group stage round robin format, right? Which, by the way, we will definitely explain a little bit more further and in great detail later on. But this is definitely not the end of the group stages. We still have another group stages that's going to be happening next week for both East Asia and Southeast Asia. So today isn't really like the end of all things, but it does somewhat dictate majority of the of the matches points in particular, which is why you guys get to see here right now we're in Group A. All of our top 8 will be split between 2 group stages, Group A and Group B, respectively. Each group will have 4 teams, of course. And this is why I was saying where not all by today alone, most of the team would have racked up enough points because we are practicing round robin. So each team will only have, I guess you could say, 3 best of 3s to go through, and I guess in other words, 3 chances to earn as much points as possible.
Yep, that's true. And of course, the idea is to actually get the best ranking or placement in your group, so you have a much better seeding at the main bracket, which should be day number 3. And of course, just want to go through this. For Group A, we have Team MYS, Loading, Secret Rare Diamond, as well as Team Rise.
Oh, that is actually a pretty stacked lobby, if you ask me, for sure.
Yep, that's going to be quite a hurdle for each and every one of the teams to go up against one another for this group. And of course, we don't want to miss up on the other group, which features yet another 4 teams here from Southeast Asia. We have Team Get Together, Team Talent PH, Road to the Top, and Team Onyx.
Honestly, if just seeing the group stages right now, and for those who has been in the scene for at least more than 2 years, you guys can definitely tell for sure that Group A feels a lot more hectic than usual. We're talking about like the top teams, like both of these regions has to over, which is Team MOS and even Team Rise, which has, by the way, been in ACLs, been in Pokemon World Championships, also been champions in their respective regions as well. Few times on top of that in that lobby, and I'm saying it's a very suffocating lobby, if you ask me.
Yeah, but of course not too shabby. Here come from Group B. They have Team Road to the Top, which does exceptionally well in the MYSG segment. We have Team Talent PH, which was also the Philippines champion over there. We have Team Get Together and Team Onyx. And of course, coming next here, we're also going to be checking out some other additional information, which is most definitely day number 3. This is going to be the main bracket after the conclusion of the round robin group stage. Now, of course, from here you can actually clearly see that your seeding or your ranking, your placements in the group stage will determine where you'll be placed in the bracket itself. So the better your seeding is, the better your placement will be closer towards the final.
Definitely a lot more less roads to cover, I guess, or at least less bases for them to cover here, which is, by the way, I am a big fan of this graphic because this at least visually explain to people like what do we mean by better seating means better positioning.
Yep, that's
this is definitely a lot more clearer for them to understand. And
credits to the production for this amazing explanatory. I think with this particular basically visual, people have a good understanding on how important the round robin group stage is. It's not just about winning, but also it ensures that you have a much easier path towards making finals. And of course, this is going to be the tournament rules for day 1 and day number 2 for East Asia as well as Southeast Asia as well. It's the same. It's single round robin. Now all matches will be a best of 3s, and 8 teams will be divided into 2 groups, which is Group A and Group B, compete against one another. And as what Leonard mentioned, they'll be going against one another in 3 best of 3s, and teams that finish with higher standings will gain seeding advantage on day number 3, which was the previous bracket that we've just shown.
Exactly. And if you guys are curious as well, like what's the scoring points like, regardless of the win, whether it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, the winning team will still earn 3 points only for those teams that even if they did lose during that 2-1, as long as they score one game at least, they still get that 1 point.
Yes, so even if you're losing, and try to make sure that you can try to not lose out 0-2. If not, you're not going to be earning any points at all in the round robin. So at least you get something away from it. And of course, that one small point could actually be the deciding factor on whether you'll be placed in a much lower seeding compared to other teams in your respective groups. Now, this is going to be quite a tough one. Now, every match matters. We're not trying to prioritize that just the round robin, but every match matters, but also opportunities for a team that does not get seeded well to actually still make it to the finals, but just a much more longer route compared to those who have better seedings.
I mean, definitely for sure. But of course, let's quickly bring up our game rules for today. Besides our tournament rule, we also have a couple of game rules as well, just for general rules, of course. Match time is, of course, going to be 10 minutes for both teams. It's a 5v5 tournament mode. State we're going to be used, of course, is one of the few best states that we have. Tier Sky rules for the draft pick. Hell items, of course. No use limit, no level limit. So this, of course, gives a little bit more perks for those who have managed to max out those items, right? For the Pokemon, of course, Pokemon bands, all the Pokemon EX, including Zacian, will will be banned for this entire tournament, but also with including one additional Pokemon, although not under Pokemon EX, but Metagross would not be viable for this week's list.
Yes.
Next week, however, he will be viable, but this week alone, unfortunately, he will not be able to be played. And of course, last but not least, Pokemon Boost emblems is not allowed.
No, they're
God.
not. They're
Thank
not
God.
allowed to be played. I mean, like, you know how hard it is that you also obtain some of the higher emblems and the emblems that you do want and need for the purpose of competition
It's
as well.
so difficult.
So it's a very much needed. Anyway, thank you so much to the organizers for this. And of course, the draft pick, if you're not familiar with the competition, we're doing things when it comes to drafting. This is draft pick segment where the team that begins with the first pick will get to pick one Pokemon, and for the one who gets second pick, you get to pick two Pokemons and followed after. So we have two coming on from the second pick team and then two from the other team and vice versa until both ends have 5 Pokemons each. And of course, it is very, very important during the draft pick that you pick the draft that could actually bring you to victory at the end of each game, where if you're locked into that draft, you have to play it throughout the whole course of 10-minute match.
You know, honestly, I feel like the game finally actually starts when it starts in the draft pick, because that's when the competition really truly begins, right? Because that's when both of the team captains have to really try to pick the best competition, but at the same time try to counter the opponent's lineup. But this is where intel really comes in between the team captain. How much research have been done against other teams that's currently in this tournament? Because the more you know, the more you can prepare. Which is something the newer teams will have an advantage on, since they don't really have a lot of competitive record to follow up with, or much VODs to watch or refer to. So I guess you could say it's something like a bonus advantage they can go against a team who has been here in the scene, who, yes, a lot of experience means a lot more preparation, a lot more confidence to output their composition. But that also means all their tactics, all their lineups, all their skill sets, and maybe behavioral patterns or habits are pretty much like an open book in this case. That's what some people will say.
Yep, I have to agree in that, and I just want to highlight on the part where Danny also mentioned that knowledge is power. And it has been proven from time to time, especially from what we have observed in the East Asia matches. But of course, before we move forward with our competition with the team, we also want to highlight in regards to the prize pool we have. Of course, for the first place winner here for the regionals, the first place winner will actually bring back home $5,000. In second place, you get $2,500, and of course, in third, you bring back home $2,000. It's going to be quite an interesting one. I believe that the minimum amount for all teams, if you get placed in 7 and 8, will be $500.
Interesting, but of course, regardless of the prize pool, right, we're also ensuring that only the top 3 best teams will be proceeding towards the ACL finals here. So I think that's the more priority kind of thing. But of course, the monetary prize is, of course, always great for anybody, for sure. But the main goal is to get that spot in that final. That one spot is the most important thing here.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to be jumping in straight into introducing these two teams who's going up against one another in our first Best of 3 series. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Team Rise up against Team Secret Rare Diamond.
Oh, that's gonna be quite the challenge for these guys, because honestly, right, Secret Rare has been an organization that has been in the scene for quite a while. Although they have multiple teams, could be the A team, could be the B team, could be the main team, could be the sub team, but they have various rosters prepped for each of those teams. We even see Secret Rare Pearls coming into the mix as well.
I remember that one too. Yeah, so I don't know whether it was a collaboration in any way. I thought you know there might have been a spelling mistake in any way.
It's just like the name, right? It's Secret Rare.
Secret Rare?
Like they have like secret teams prepped to counteract several teams that we have currently in the scene here. But like I mentioned earlier, not much intel to really go about, except that recent VOD from their recent game to get themselves here into the regional stage. That's pretty much all the VODs that Team Rise could possibly prep for this team alone, and that's pretty much it.
And probably that's the only reference that the other teams do have, or probably they have personal experience in going up against them in ranked matches or even in scrims between teams and all this. But of course, looking at the matches as well, we do see some a little bit of pattern from observing their Philippines Open competition. They are the second place winners in the Philippines Open itself. They had quite a Cinderella story because they actually dropped up in the first round in the upper bracket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, against Talent PH, which so happens to be the only team that they were not able to overcome in the whole competition. So they crawled through the lower bracket from the get-go, and they 2-0 literally everyone except for Talent PH once again in the grand finals, where they lost 1-3. But still, that shows to prove that they are one of the best what Philippines has to offer.
But of course, with that being said, let's quickly bring up the team head-to-head. It's of course Team Rise versus Team Secret Red Diamond. This is going to be their lineup, as you guys can see. You guys probably will recognize the name. Maybe you guys don't, but now you probably would not forget it here. But of course, let's quickly bring up the video and check out to see what they have to say.
I think our team strength is about teamwork, and we are a very hardworking team. We play every day and practice a lot.
I think the strength point of Rise is that we rarely fight at each other like, oh, we argument something, but then it just resolves easily.
We are one of, if not the most hardworking and committed team. We also have 4 players who have played for quite a long time. It's been 1 year plus for the 4 of us, and obviously Dev has been a great addition to our team, so we believe that we are stronger as ever and as committed as ever as well.
I think our team Secret Red Diamond has only one strength, which is our manager. Our manager is the one who believe on us and give us the motivation to push further.
In my opinion, the strength of my team comes from us being aligned with each other when it comes to our gameplay. That all of us can be aggressive when needed to, and we can also be passive when needed.
Wow, I pretty much enjoyed what was being shared from both ends over there, from Team Rise as a Secret Red Diamond. Now, I do want to highlight a little bit about the Team Rise. Is like from that conversation. Now, they mentioned about them being one of the most hard-working teams here when it comes to Pokemon Unite and competition, to show how serious they are about the competition, about to inspire. Now, why that's very important information is because that was the same exact thing that they actually mentioned in the previous year in 2023 as well, which means that they want to prove that they are very consistent when it comes to the amount of effort, the amount of time they put into the game. And of course, before we dwell even further into all this, allow us to actually do the honors to introduce the rosters coming up from both ends, starting off with Team Rise, our Indonesia's Open #1 winner, starting off from Eeyore, Dev, Zoe, EXQ, and Illuna.
And of course, following up their co-opponents here, it's going to be Secret Red Diamond, Tolates, Steam, Mike Ross, Huais, and of course IEC. By the way, let's just quickly walk through to what we know currently about them, right? So,
yes.
So for Team Rise, you guys pretty much know for sure, like most of the players has been together for a relatively long time.
Yeah.
Although I do have to say some players came in a little later, some were a little bit more older or more experienced, in particular their team captain Eeyore, who before he actually joined up with Team Rise, he was actually in Team Overdrive for most of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, whether it's from the March, the April, or the AOS Cup, or even the May finals. He was there for Team Overdrive, but have a lot of experience before joining up with Team Rise, which was during their first debut together, which was the India Open. However, if we talk about the oldest Rise player, it has to be Zoe though, because Zoe has been there with them from all the way from 2022 throughout all the championship series, all the way to the most recent, and of course current team here, which is our India Open 2023.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, we're going to be jumping in straight to Raz. And of course, in between those, we're also going to be sharing a little bit insights on both teams as well. But for Team Rise now, they are the best that Indonesia has to offer, because they're not just the Indonesia Open 2023 winners, but also the 2022 Indonesia champions as well. And you do have players from Dev, who is previously playing off, and Team Renaissance with them. They're also the 9 to 12 place winner for the Pokemon Unite World Championship 2023 and the #1 Pokemon Unite Championship Series 2023 APEC West competition. Now, that speaks volumes. Look at these guys are winning front, left, right, and center. And we're going to be indulging ourselves in this match in between Team Rise going up against Team Secret Red Diamond, where the ban has been concluded over here. Hooper together with Inteleon, and with that opening coming up from Team Rise.
This is very interesting to me, right? Because of the fact that both teams are able to play Hooper, and particularly Zoe has by far one of the most Hooper games I've ever seen for their side of their team here for sure. But them going to the Bandit out and try to secure that Clefable just ensures the fact that their team's going to be having a lot more head-on confrontation. You want to have a lot of healing, you want to be a lot more on the field, a lot more contact plays coming out for the side of Team Rise. Secret Red Diamond, on the other hand, starting off with a speedster, but instantly counteract with the slow bro here.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that from his up. Now, looking at the draft, what Secret Red Diamond has brought based on the first 2 picks, and together what will happen here, which I believe they will lock in this Cameron, because it's a pattern that we see from the Philippines Open itself, that they are very comfortable running with the Leafeon. They are very comfortable running on with the Umbreon, with the Cramorant. There are a few matches they also run the Pikachu as well, and one of the top ones that most of the time they will actually play is like mons like Trevenant together with the Lapras. And I'm very sure if Team Rise were to actually do a little bit of research on what they played out in the Philippines Open, they're able to actually tell this thing as well. But looking at Team Rise, they're actually running out with the Clefable, Slowbro, Alolan Ninetales, Mimikyu, as well as the Glaceon. So one of the evolutions on Rise side, and 2 of them on the side of Secret Rare Diamond.
This is actually pretty great as well, because at least that way you have this Pokemon from there, especially on the side of Team Rise. You have someone to at least try to counteract or at least try to fight head-on alongside with that Pikachu and that Leafeon as well, since, as you guys know and understand, EV evolution in particular, they evolve a lot more faster than most Pokemon here, but they evolve at level 4 instead of level 5. So Power Spike in terms here, they can actually try to hit them head-on here. Not surprised to see Mike Ross actually picking up the Leafeon, because both Steam and Mike Ross are actually speedsters, or I guess you could say offensive player in their Pokemon team here. So seeing them both switching things up, I'm actually not too surprised. But I am very curious to see why they decide to give Mike Ross the Leafeon instead of letting Steam handle it instead.
Yeah, but I think they have been running it like this for quite a while already, so I think they're just running it to their own comfort zones, and this is literally what Secret Diamond is during the Philippines Open. Will it work for them as how it did for them during the previous national qualifiers? We will see, because they are going up against Team Rise, which is the Indonesia champions. They have world level experience. They have been here on the stage multiple occasions, and they have the achievements to prove it. Will Team Secret Rare Diamond be able to penetrate through all this, or will they be able to, or will they fumble in the hands of Team Rise?
The thing is, I am a little bit concerned, because if you think about it as well from the lineup for Secret Red Diamond, they are someone running on that time, and since they don't really have the best, they don't really necessarily have the best late game with all these early game Pokemon as well. They need to really try to set this pace. When you have a speedster, usually you're the tempo maker here. A lot of responsibility is going to be fall under the hands of Mike Ross to really set that tempo, to set that space, to allow the team to slowly snowball further towards that mid game.
Oh, we do see a double invasion here coming on from Team Secret Diamond to the mid lane. If you will have a look at the map itself, leaving the Dweeble to actually be alone here at the top lane, going up against the Mimikyu as well as the Clefairy. Now, we don't see much what is happening here on the middle side, but you see innovation coming in, putting a little bit of pressure into the Eevee from Team Rise here. Wow, this is going to be quite a unique play into it, because you are utilizing one of the Pokemon on the top side and one from the bottom side to actually do this invasion towards the left side of the map. Meanwhile, here we're looking at the Leafeon together with the Pikachu combo here at the bottom together with Eevee, which is not buff yet, and I do believe this one is going to be the Umbreon here on the side of Secret Rare Diamond.
I love it in the fact that Team Rise at that ball and just totally respecting that Leafeon. They understand that even though, yes, they may have similar evolution timings, but the problem is the amount of the attack range, the capabilities that Leafeon has, it's a lot more further, it's a lot more distant, and instantly that we did a little bit missed out on the show there, but they were able to secure at least one KO to the bottom lane, and they are very offensive on those wild Pokemon, trying to get those level out as quickly as possible, trying to get some form of a lead. And now Icy is coming in for the rotations here, if you can try to cut them off.
Now, of course, one of my main intentions also on this Crustle, very sturdy. I've seen a few matches yesterday.
Massive, by the way.
So massive, yeah, especially with this particular skin that's actually utilizing over here, which is one of the biggest actually that the game has to offer. Yeah, which takes up so much space here on the screen itself, but putting a lot of pressure, making it a mano matchup against the Mimikyu here at the top lane. Meanwhile, looking on at the mid lane as well, we do see the Glaceon here trying to clear out the Swablu family wild Pokemon Pokemon gathering in the middle segment together with the Devable up against the Umbreon together with one more team members over here. Rooting back to the bottom lane. We don't see much trade-offs going on coming up from both ends, which is a little bit different than the matches we saw yesterday on East Asia's side, but it's very much understandable because they don't want to be too aggressive, making up mistakes here at the early stages of the game.
Really, honestly, they're just trying to find an opportunity, and then Team Rise is just not giving that opportunity, right? And they were able to sneak a couple of points in because of just based on intel. They saw the rotation, they made the assumption, they made the call, and it's something that all the team needs to really be on board to make it work. So the fact that we're seeing this being translated to most of Team Rise members' action, it just validates them really early. The fact that they really know what they're trying to go for here.
Yep, that's true. And of course, when it comes to go time, one of the main intentions we do see here on the game. But before we hold on to all that, Umbreon getting on, tanking up, soaking up so much damage coming up from Team Rise here, with Slowbro being on the front lines. Here goes the jump coming in from Team Secret Red Diamond. What are they trying to make it happen? We only need to have a look at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, we do see some screening coming here. Now they have more durable Pokemon here coming up from the end of Team Rise. Now they are going to lose this Pikachu here from this trade-off, and they are trying to get this attempt on this Reggie still, which is going to be a huge advantage to any of these two teams getting it, because it amplifies and gives you the buff for attack and special attack as well. Umbreon's going to get taken out as well. It's going to be away for the next 4 more seconds here to the game. It's going to take a while for him to actually jump back into the heat of battle.
He really overestimated the damage that was coming in. Mike Ross completely isolated as well. Need to try to find a way to back off, but unfortunately completely surrounded and knocked down for the count. One of the main damage dealers currently out of the mix. Solo could have been an opportunity for Steam to try to go for the pick-off, but no. The Reggie Steel secure will be succeeded on the side here of a Team Rise, because Umbreon will try to do his best. Total is trying to be a nuisance to prevent it to dunk, allow it to dunk as many points as possible. Did great, but one still managed to get through.
Yep, that's true. And of course, the fight still continues here at the bottom lane as both ends are trying to actually take this advantage from the situation. Of course, a little bit better on Team Rise as they're still capitalizing on that special attack and attack buff, and they managed to actually clear out the middle segment. And knowing that Secret Red Diamond is at a small, on a disadvantaged side, they decided not to pursue and make any hasty decisions trying to fight for that Swablu family on the bottom side. Meanwhile, the game continues here as we see the Crossel still holding on strong here at the top lane, all alone with, you see, it basically the map is divided between a Mimikyu going up against a Crossel at the top lane. Meanwhile, at the bottom and the middle segment is battle between the other 4 Pokemons from both ends.
Oh, straight away Unite just a lot. They just want to go for pick-offs here. What's even more difficult is the fact that because Crosser is completely locked in at that top lane, he cannot leave that lane because it will be an opportunity for the BBQ to keep downloading more points.
But Leafeon is over there here at the top lane. This is a 2-man rotation coming and making a tree. Now this time Mimikyu holding on to that lane for the longest time, but this time from 2-man rotation from Team Secret Red Diamond. Not only took out the Mimikyu, but also destroyed the goalpost from Team Rise side on the top lane.
Actually, a really good call as well, because they just understand, you know, bottom lane is pretty much a lost cause. Umbreon also was picked up at the same time, so they decided, you know, let's divert our attention. Let's not just randomly and aimlessly run around in circles here. Let's try to do something about this. They got the intel. Majority of the team was at the bottom. They engaged on the top side, and they even managed to secure not just the Regieleki, but even break one of the goalposts down, which was actually pretty great for them. In other words, they somewhat even out the playing field in terms of objective. But scoreline, of course, Rise is slightly still ahead.
Yeah, of course, the gap is not that big in B2B, and I do have to agree, the equilibrium, you do take what's ours here from the bottom lane, but we're going to take what's yours from the top lane here. That's what Secret Red Diamond is saying, and of course, the battle continues here. Looking at this Leafeon, he's way behind, making a dash into the goalpost, is scoring huge, but Glaceon made it in time, screening him out. Now Mike Ross, what is going to be his play over here, but he's not going to make it, making it sweet escape away from this Eeyore.
Oh man, Eeyore
it's gonna be costly.
Eeyore is just a little bit too experienced in this field, understanding there might be a potential sneak behind lines, and just from intel and visual intel alone, he figured out that someone could be trying to go for the sneak or trying to play around with the central area, and finally his actual prediction just came true. An absolute read, well done.
Wow, you do see that Mike Ross was trying to be a little bit sneaky, a little bit naughty on that attempt, but Eeyore managed to sniff them out and caught him in that encounter. And of course, this time about, they managed to take down the Regirock as well, which also gives them the special defense as well as the defense buff for their end. Now that's double Reggie's down on siding towards the side of Team Rise, and we're just less than a minute away from the Rayquaza getting scored. Oh no, Zoe has made a run for him. Moonlight being utilized as well, but being chased down by 3 of the Mons here. It does seem that the Crustle decided not to pursue any further, as going to be really time consuming. And take out on the Clay, who does have the mobility, and there might be other Mons actually providing a little bit of assistance for his. And meanwhile here, Eeyore top lane on the Glaceon tried to do a little bit of scoring. He's not able to actually do any of it because it's quite heavy. 50 in his pocket.
Aggressing. By the way, 20 seconds left before the Rayquaza spots as well. Good start from the child. It's so difficult for Secret Red to try to find an opportunity to try to go for the puck. He did manage to lock it down, but not for too long here and completely isolated from the side. Although there's no Umbreon, Regieleki was still able to be secure for the hands of Secret Red Diamond. Pretty great job actually coming out from them.
Wow, if you look at the numbers, I think that Team Rise had more on that encounter on the Regieleki area, but then it was still, Team Secret Red Diamond was still able to actually get the last hit and manage to put Regieleki on their end. But even if the Regieleki make their way to the top lane, nobody is actually going for any form of scoring over there, as they are ensuring that their main focus here is definitely on this Rayquaza pit over here. Now, what will be outcome of this? This will be the main deciding factor on who will be the winner for this particular match, as Team Rise is currently now on the lower end when it comes to points, and if you want more, and another 100 being scored here by the Leafeon this time. It is a success, Leonard.
Oh, that was really great, because I love what Secret Red Diamond was doing. They were like luring them away from the Rayquaza. They know for the fact that Team Rise really want to go for pickoffs. They want to go look for a couple of more KOs to really have a very secure Rayquaza going. But in the end, instead of joining the fight, Leafeon decides to go for a quick down, elevating them with even more points here. Now this is pressuring Team Rise a lot more to try to get this Rayquaza, because now they know they are short by not just 100 plus points now, and this Rayquaza can prove quite pivotal. 57 seconds left on the clock as well, and Rayquaza is definitely still the final goal, because if not, there is literally no way I can see Team Rise really bringing this game back unless they can try to sneak Illuna and even AXQ to go for a couple of points of dunking.
Yeah, but they were required to the Pokémon to actually get into the goal post to go for a little bit scoring, and knowing that Secret Red Diamond is not going to allow such a slip-up to happen. Meanwhile, we do see a scramble happening up front coming from both ends. Rayquaza still slightly less than half HP over here. They managed to take down 2 of the Mons coming up from the side of Secret Red Diamond, making it a 5v3, making it 5-1 situation over here. Oh, and Leafeon also gets taken down. It's a full-on team wipe, as Umbreon has just returned into the whole team fight. By him being alone over here, it's not going to be able to do much, as we do see the Rayquaza has been taken down in the hands of Team Rise. This is going to be the winning condition that they were looking for here in this game number 1 for this best of 3 series. The Indonesian champions are doing it. Team Rise rising above all and making a win for this game number 1 against Team Secret Rare Diamond, which is quite an unfortunate thing, because Secret Rare Diamond had quite a good lead over Team Rise over there, but it's quite unfortunate during that whole encounter at the Rayquaza pit. They lost out most of the team members and were not able to hold off that Rayquaza attempt away from Team Rise.
Honestly, talk about cause of comfort for sure. Let's be honest here, because like honestly, Mike Ross with that quick thinking to and I believe the cost was pretty clean, because as they saw how committed the rest of the members from Team Rise was really diving into their own jungle.
Yes.
Really running past the Rayquaza pit. They just figure out like, you know, let's just keep luring them in, keep baiting them out towards us. Like, try not to get caught, but don't run too far to make them lose interest. Keep them on you, and then that allowed Mike Ross to get another free dunk to this side, and it was like another additional 100 points, right?
Yeah, he failed the first time, but he was confident.
It, yeah.
He was confident that he was able to pull up this time. I mean, Eeyore, you caught me the first time, but I'm gonna do it this time.
He's like a dog with a bone, right? Once you give it to him, he just won't let it go, right? He needs to get it, but unfortunately enough, I saw what they were trying to do, right? Because they had the timer was on their side, they had the points as well. They were trying to do the exact same method they did initially to allow Myros to go for the dunk. However, got a little bit too close to the sun there, dear Icarus here, and really, like, that wax wave just completely melted, and they came crashing down there.
Yeah, and I think that there were a few mistakes being done by Secret Rare Diamond. I still remember during the Rage attempt at the bottom lane where I think Mike Ross going to jump in between 3 of the Pokémons coming out from Team Rise. I'm not sure what he was trying to pull off, but during that particular time, there was no one who was able to actually provide any form of support or sustain for him
Yes.
to actually survive that encounter, and you were just losing up members after members from Team Secret Rare Diamond during that encounter. I believe that was actually during the Reggie Steal, which was one of the important ones you want to secure in the game compared to the Reggie Rock itself. Now, of course, despite Secret Rare Diamond having an advantage when it comes to points, just seconds before the Rayquaza actually appears, but Team Rise was able to actually win that forced team fight at the Rayquaza pit and also taking down the Rayquaza and scoring over and over and over again in the faces of Secret Rare Diamond.
Because like the thing is this, right? If they just kept the distance a little bit more, they probably would have succeeded. Because there was one problem that Team Rise was having, right? Like they were somewhat keeping Secret Red Diamond in the early game at arm's length because they just didn't want.
They were keeping them in check. Yeah.
They didn't want to like just give them the advantage to snowball towards mid game and late game. They did actually a really great job. However, when they start getting a couple of points in, then you start seeing Secret Red Diamond. They say like, hey, you know, it's now our turn to keep you guys at arm's length.
Yes.
However, towards the very end, it got a little bit too close. It was no longer arm's length. It was within the range, and that's when they all start getting caught already.
Yeah.
Because that was the difficulty that Team Rise was having towards the later stage, which was just trying to get on top of them. It wasn't like a Crusher Rock Tomb. They didn't really have enough eject button to commit to go for to force a fight because they still needed to ensure some security for themselves. Because EXP wise and level wise, yes, they were slightly ahead, but it wasn't too far apart. It wasn't like a very dominant lead.
Yeah, man, of course. We're also going to be having a short look into the highlights as well. But before we jump into all that, as always, I also want to highlight some things that actually transpired in the game. Now, this was actually the attempt. You do see here, during that particular time, actually Leafeon jumped dashing straight in between three of the Pokémons coming on from the side of Team Rise and got cleared out real fast over there. And they were not hesitant to utilize the Unite moves to actually take out the Umbreon as well by the goalpost to ensure that he doesn't actually make his way inside to actually get any form of shielding and more. Now that was kind of sneaky. That was the first time that Leafeon tried, Micross tried to actually go in top goalpost and going for the score, but Eeyore managed to sniff them out and actually take him down. Now, this is going to be the Rayquaza pit area segment. Moonlight is being utilized by the Cleavable here, trying to provide sustainability, the healing for the team as well. It's a little bit too much to offer because all the team members from Team Secret Rare Diamond was all scattered around. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit coordination from Team Rise from that particular team fight.
Which is why I'm actually really happy that we get to see that highlight again, because this is exactly what I was trying to say, right? Hopefully you guys got that vision properly, right? Where they got a little bit too close. They were trying to keep that distance, but not too far from the pit.
Yes.
But then because they got a little bit too close, that allowed the rest of the team to just start overwhelming them. Then instantly the rest of the team started getting isolated, getting individually picked off and separated. It was so horrifying until the point where the Pikachu was way out of the comfort zone and
Man, I felt
right into
bad
enemy's
for him.
territory.
I felt bad for him. In that situation, I mean, like even if you do make an escape towards the what can you do? It's going to be time consuming for you to actually make a full-on rotation to actually return back.
I think he didn't expect it either, right? Just like, all right, guys,
Okay.
we're jumping. Like, yes,
I thought everyone was
gone.
here. Like, what happened? It's like, okay, teammates was like all scattered around. Everyone was getting taken out front, left, right, and center. And yeah, I think he knew that Demise was just awaiting him at the end of the line over there, and he wasn't able to actually do much. But Team Rise, this shows that, you know, whatever they have to operate, they are most definitely champions here, making their way, proving to everyone that they are a force to be reckoned with here in the Southeast Asia segment, regionals.
The experience that they have for the past 1.5 years, and especially the bond that they have with among
Yes.
each other players, the synergy could not be more solid here. So literally, like any composition that were to be thrown towards them is probably something they already have. They have policies already set. They're like, okay, if enemy comes up with a speedster, what's our policy? What's our playback here? Like if the enemy does to this kind of composition, what is our plan? They have 1.5 years worth of competitive experience. They have fought and screens with one of the few best teams that each of these regions has to offer. They pretty much have it nailed down to what to prepare for and how to react according towards it here.
Yeah, and of course, but before we jump into even more at Pokemon Unite action here, we do have a little bit of coincidence here where we have that amazing production team has arranged together with some of the team members from our competitors. Now, starting off with Eeyore from Team Rise. Now, they are given the liberty to actually fill in this on their own, so meaning they're self-evaluating themselves. Now, looking at the top right segment, ladies and gentlemen, starting off with aggressiveness, he's a softie. He grades himself one punch. Therefore, aggressiveness, goal defense is 2, combination 5, strategy 5, mental strength 1. I highly doubt that. I mean,
Well,
if you're the best, if you're literally the best what Indonesia has to offer, it can't be one.
The thing is, that I can somewhat understand with the aggressiveness because he is somewhat the team captain and his role is more of, although yes, he is going to be outputting the damage, but he also at the same time need to keep an eye on the playing field. He always has to have like a third-person point of view on the entire map and try to play with whatever intel to try to give the right commands or the right orders to the teammates.
Yes.
At least that way they can react accordingly. However, mental strength,
as a captain,
I don't trust that.
I don't trust.
I
How
feel-
can you have the least amount of mental strength?
No, he's playing, he's messing with us. Right?
He's playing mental games
Yeah,
with us
exactly.
over
He's
here.
messing with us here,
Eeyore,
right?
we know you. Come on, man. We know you too well.
This man has been participating in too many teams and too many competitions to have that kind of mental strength.
I think Eeyore is just trolling us. But of course, we're going to shift our attention a little bit on Secret Rare Diamonds, Mike Ross. I like how they pet both of them together because of that cute encounter against one another in the recent game itself. Now, of course, Leonard, do run us through about what Mike Ross has highlighted here. Let's play introduction.
I think it makes a lot of sense, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering, we have 6 categories, but the 6th category, the very last one, which is by the way confidence or mental strength, that's actually custom by the players.
Yes,
So
they get to
this is-
choose.
They get to choose or put whatever category they want. However, seeing based on the stats, I actually can somewhat agree coming in from Mike Ross because
yeah.
as a speedster player, as a speedster main, particularly you do need to have a certain level of aggressiveness. You
Yeah.
also need to be
Makes
very
sense.
objective, not too crazy about it. That's where mental strength comes in because sometimes when you get a little too heated, you get into that overdrive, right?
Yeah.
You just dive in without any thoughts or anything. Sometimes you need to be able to reel yourself back in. So I think that's something Mike Ross really has. Confidence, of course.
Oh yeah,
He knows what he's
you
doing.
need confidence. I mean, you don't play speedsters and not having confidence, but look at this strategy. Now he does grade him a little bit lower, which is fine because he does trust that he does have a good leader to lead him here
Of course.
in the game. Which is completely fine, I would say. Mental strength, look at that. On one end, we have one guy with 1 star on the mental strength, and meanwhile, Mike Ross is like, yeah, I got 5.
I mean, like I said, you do need to have great will to hold yourself back for not like completely dive into a group of 5. Like, you know, sometimes when you feel very strong, like maybe 2 levels ahead as a
Yeah.
Zoroark, sometimes you'd be like, you know, I can take you guys on any time of the week. Sometimes you just dive in, and then some people, especially team captains, will be like, that's foolhardy. That's overconfidence. Calm down. Right?
He was going full on Giga Chat over there. Yeah, adrenaline pumping in non-stop.
But thank God he's very confident with his mental strength. That allows his team captain Toilets to be a lot more relaxed.
Yes, that's true. That's
It's
true.
like-
Yeah, and you,
He'd just be like putting a hand on his shoulder like, thank you. You don't make this too hard on me.
yep, that's true. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are ready to jump into game number 2. And of course, we saw a very strong win coming out from Team Rise. But I still want to put my faith here on Team Secret Rare Diamond. I have seen what they have to offer during the Philippines Open. They had to crawl through the lower bracket. Now, they had to go through a very long route to make their way here to the regionals itself, and I believe that they do have something to offer here just to show that they can go up against Team Rise, the Indonesia champions themselves. Now the ban has concluded in Talion together with Leafeon here, and I would presume that that is going to be a respect ban coming out from Team Rise after what they have witnessed and based on their research on what Secret Rare Diamond has been playing during the Philippines Open.
Definitely for sure, but since the fact that Clefable will be selected here, Hoopart is still available for Team Rise to take it for the 7 if you want to go for it. I'm actually not too surprised for them to see going for the Leafeon ban. This is the fact that they just didn't really have a lot of option like from the previous first game. It was a lot more slower than possibly that Team Rise would have liked to play it here, so at least they want to try to play a little bit more of their picks. However, Leafeon is not the only speedster picks that usually Mike Ross used to play. He
That's
also
true.
can play the Zoroark. Especially seeing now there's no Slowbro, the option is there in the pool. However, I think he will not go for the Zoroark and will actually try to go for another pick, maybe like Mimikyu or a Buzzwole.
Oh, now, of course, having the Buzzwole here, and there's already an Umbreon first pick coming out from the side. Team Rise, they might just play it a
No
main
way.
run over here, but instead,
Okay.
the Team Secret Rare, no. I was just about to say this. We were just highlighting about it.
In the great words
Okay.
of Danelie, calm down. Stop.
Calm down. Okay, the Secret Rare Diamond, they have run this before. They are comfortable with running the Trevenant pick, but I don't see much people being played. I think probably I might have missed out on the games that actually run this. But yeah, Trevenant, one of the comfort picks that Secret Rare Diamond has ran during the Philippines open here. Now they're gonna bring their game to Team Rise, but instead of actually running Zoroark on the side of Secret Red Diamond, it's going to be Team Rise running them for themselves. So Zoroark, Hoopa, we have the Lola 90s Blastoise, and the Umbreon for Team Rise.
I believe this is going to be Eeyores and Zoroark as well. It's not without a chance. But by the way, also coming from the side for Tolitz, which is their team captain for Secret Red Diamond, right? He actually has a more of an offensive background before he actually utilizing defending Pokemon here for their team. So I believe this is going to be a little bit more of like an all-rounder defender here. A little bit more offensive Trevenant here, not going to be the one that's winning things out. However, I felt it's a very confident play. The fact that you're actually picking a Zoroark into the Trevenant is no slow bro for sure.
Yep.
But he does have the necessary control to actually try to destroy the Zoroark if nicely timed. But that just means it does present a lot more opportunity for the rest of the squad to really dive in here, because let's be honest, that's besides Smackdown for Buzzwole and the Trevenant's Woodhammer, I don't see any other form of CC to really control the Zoroark.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, looking at this as well, now knowing Mike Ross is on the Glaceon and you see Eeyore here on the Zoroark, man, I wouldn't want to be a Glaceon in this game. You know the Eeyore's coming for you, man. And knowing this, I think that the idea behind Secret Red Diamond, they want to ensure that they want to protect, ensure that Glaceon doesn't get taken down earlier on, because he's one of the main damage dealers here coming on from Team Secret Red Diamond. But the draft has been locked in, and we will see how both teams run the draft that they have just completed in just a while ago. Here we go, game number 2. This best of 3 series, Secret Red Diamond versus Team Rise.
This is going to be fun, and I think Clefairy Hoize was trying to see if we can try to get an invading opportunity to try to disrupt or slow things down much as possible. But I think a really nice read on or I guess I could say like, or a little bit more prepared and a little bit more securing. We see the Hooper just constantly just roaming around the central area.
Oh, we do a double invasion coming out, and this time it is not just coming from Team Secret Rare Diamond, it is coming from Team Rise as well. I mean, we saw what you did early on in game number 1, so we're going to do the same here. Do you see the Hoopa going up? Oh, gotta be careful here, trying to make it screen out. Just gonna be a little bit nuisance. Early on, Secret Red Diamond sent 2 of the teammates, which is one from the top lane and one from the bottom lane, to actually do invasion, but this time they're only sending 1 instead.
Yeah, definitely for sure. A little bit of a slow lag, but nothing too massive happening. I see on the other hand, it's going to be having a little bit more fun with the Buzzwole against the Squirtle. They'll be taking a couple of times. A rotation is definitely required for them. They want to try to take on this Altaria family for sure.
Yep.
But I think it's going to be safely secured by Secret Red Diamond. I don't think they can really do much with just the Squirtle and the Hoopa. However, to the bottom lane, we got the Zoroark just constantly diving to try to see if they want to try to get some equivalent trade here. And looks like they will succeed. Not just 1, but even 2 KOs for the punish for that over-aggression.
Oh, that was painful. 2 takedowns here in the hands of Mew from Team Secret Red Diamond, which puts them away slightly when it comes into leveling. We're looking at level 6 on the Glaceon and level 6 on the Zor here from the other side. One of the 2 of the main cores here from both ends are having a great lead. So how long gonna hold on to it? Meanwhile, Hoopa getting chased here by the Trevenant together with the Glaceon, as well as I believe that there's another team member. But meanwhile, I'm waiting from behind.
A lot more sentries, spotting Luna, but however, that is the defender. Umbreon is going to be taken a couple of times before he gets taken down. Rest of the team is slowly moving in. I believe I saw the Zoroark actually giving a quick dive towards the Mew, but he was able to eject out towards safety as well from the minimap. But nothing so far too aggressive. A couple of skirmishes here and there, but no aggressiveness anymore for them from that last confrontation.
Yeah, meanwhile, stacking up more and more is going to be this War Turtle. You know, they're having a little bit of struggle when he was actually going up against the Buzzwole in 1v1 situation, but due to the assistance coming up from his teammates in the top lane, make it easier for him to actually stack up himself. And of course, we do see a much more favorable number here from Team Rise at the top lane, putting on a little bit more pressure with Secret Diamond. Meanwhile, here looking at the bottom lane, here comes the Evolution as well. Second stage is going to be the Blastoise for the side of Team Rise. It's coming in, and it does have a Hydro Typhoon in hand as well to be utilized at a good moment here in time. While Buzzwole here not having as much as a good time as earlier on. Oh, he's trying to actually go for a little bit donkey. Look at Rapid Spin here, pushing on the team members from Secret Red Diamond away as they're about to actually go in for a zap on the Regieleki.
However, they need to be very aware of the fact because of the fact that they don't really have the Hydro Typhoon. However, to the backline, you see a very aggressive Iyor goes in. Not even to get any pickups, but actually gets tagged a lot instead. All relatively low, no Unite move. They just may have to give it up. This entire regular, they can try to go for a couple of poke, maybe try to go for a last-minute snipe, but literally Overzealous gets pulled back with a smackdown, knocked down for the count, and instantly down for the rest of the team. A beautiful KO secure from Secret Red Diamond, and even the Regieleki too. They want a couple of more. They're not satisfied with one. They want to try to get the third if it's possible here. But sadly, no. Thank God for the safety portal. Brings him back to the reset. However, he's not out of the woods just yet unless he takes the portal back, and which, of course, logically, he wouldn't.
That was a horrible situation for Team Rise because although it was actually a 4v5 situation for Team Secret Red Diamond as they have the Glaceon taking out the Regis at the bottom lane, also pushing forwards to the lower goalpost and also invading their wild area in the middle area. At the same time as well, despite a 4v5 situation, they were able to take down the Zoroark as well as the Blastoise from Team Rise and also securing that Regieleki as well, which is insane. So you would say that even without the presence of the Glaceon, they were able to actually do wonders in that situation. Meanwhile, also Clefable tried to make an escape for it. Does have to soak up a little bit of damage coming off from his Sam. Rapid spin here, clearing out on the Tavern, but the damage output is not enough to actually make any impact from his side. He comes down from Umbreon as well, trying to hold on in position. Oh, Hydro Typhoon! Latching on into Trube. Is that the fall come from the teammates? Over trying to actually jump in as well. And here also comes together low lane 9 to come from the side, and the damage output hitting off on the Clefable. Chasing off from behind. Oh, but it's going to be Glaceon from the bottom side towards the upside. They're going to be taking out on the low lane 90s. Going for more, and their side catches on the Umbreon as well, making the 5v3 situation in favor of Secret Red Diamond. They are just snowballing through here in this match.
It was such a mess as well, because if you notice as well, they were trying to save as much of their CC abilities as much as possible, trying to lock down Eeyore, and the minute he flies in, he just couldn't really last that long and has to back out. Although yes, a lot of Unite moves was somewhat committed, even the Phantom Force as well, but in the end they still had the upper hand because Mew just still had the comfortability to slowly poke them down from the distance here.
Oh no!
Whoa, what a steal!
Hoopa, after all that being dished out by Secret Red Diamond, naughty little Hoopa got that one basic attack in. It was literally just like one right click. Oh, and I got it.
Such a cheeky bugger.
Oh man, that was insane. I mean, he couldn't believe it. The Mew as well as the Glaceon couldn't believe it too.
He didn't even use Unite moves or any abilities.
Exactly.
So it was just a normal hit, and that was it. The most casual drive-by from a Hoopa coming in from Zoe.
That's
well
gotta
done.
hurt. That's gotta hurt. Now that's gonna be a very painful one. Of course, the Unbound here being unleashed by the Hoopa, going to the match and creating a little bit of space, trying to go in for a little bit of scoring. But getting pushed out here by team members for Secret Rare Diamond. Are they able to actually do it with Travis and tagging out, soaking up into all this? Here comes the puzzle. It's going to Hydro Typhoon utilized as well, but it's going to be on the side of Team Rise this time about as they got 4 from Team Secret Rare Diamond, leaving Glaceon all alone.
No, they got a little bit too overzealous there. They really grouped up perfectly, standing on top of the point on that goalpost because they didn't want them to get any possible point. But that lead allowed them to follow up with a Unite move like in the Hydro Typhoon. But of course, once again, diving a little bit too close to that, they know they have no Unite move, so they want to try to get as many KOs as much as possible. Control, CC, one gone, second possibly on the way. Thank God for the safety portal. We'll be able to safely bring their allies back.
Look at this. What are the odds after those amazing trade-offs from both ends? They are now tied at 232 points to 232 points. Like, what are the odds of this even happening?
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy to me.
I mean, do you like me in this? If both of them are a draw, I believe that there is a way to actually. Will it be a draw or?
Unlikely, very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Very
right?
unlikely to be.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that we'll see. Things are gonna get more heated as we're just 35 seconds away from Rayquaza appearing here at the stadium. Both ends, they know they're neck to neck right now. Glaceon level 12, a much higher level. Blastoise and together with Zoroark at level 13 on side of Team Rise. This time Mew gets that last hit in on the Regieleki and is pushing through on the top lane. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, secured by Team Rise, getting on that Reggie steal, which means that they do have the special attack and attack buff for themselves, getting ready into the next encounter. This is going to be giving them a huge advantage in terms of firepower.
Definitely 2 minutes left on the clock as well, and then you notice that Eeyore being really long, all the way to the sidelines here. Let's manage to get ready to see if we can try to snuck in a couple of points more. Now the Rayquaza has finally been spawned here, and the rest of the squad trying to make strides and trying to make ways to get into it at the same time. Blastoise trying to secure, trying to ensure that goal point is not going to be sneakily being done from the other side. But Eero is possibly ready to do the exact same thing. And Micro, just in case, also playing in the backline. Unless the Rayquaza has been fully committed, they got enough intel, seen enough bodies, then only will he relinquish that defense. However, Eero, now it comes down to the patient game. Who will break first?
Yep, that's true. And of course, look at that. Zoroark all the way on the bottom left side of the mini-map together with the Glaceon, and they know this. It's a Mexican standoff in between this, or should I say a Philippine-Indonesia standoff here in a moment. Meanwhile, all team members are scattered around between Secret Red Diamond and Team Rise at the Rayquaza pit. Traven on all alone over here, getting a little bit of support. Coming up from the Clefable, uses up the Moonlight, getting a little bit of heal. Goes Wood Hammer here in the face of the Umbreon, but not doing much as it's quite sturdy. It is definitely a close battle. Thank you to the battle system for providing us with that particular information. Meanwhhile, it does seem that Rise is going to be the first one to actually initiate on the Rayquaza. But will they be the ones which are able to actually secure the last hit on this, as we are only 45 seconds away? And it does seem that Team Rise was able to do a little bit of scoring by the Blastoise here at the top lane, putting them at 304 points right now, Leonard.
This is really hectic right now for them as well. Now just so small part of the differential jumps in, Hydro Type full Unite move is going to secure as much of the Rayquaza. However, Team Rise will still get it for themselves. 4 KO and left to respawn timers as well. They're trying to look for the cup of the ball. They have a lot of points and a lot of time. 18 seconds feels like forever in this case here. And look at the amount of points. From equivalent differential, now we come back to a massive whopping lead.
Oh, look at that. All it takes is one massive big team fight, and Team Rise once again replicate the same winning condition as how they did in game number 1, and wins by a whopping 600 plus points. I believe you see those huge amount of points that we're holding on, of course, during that Rayquaza pit over here. 704 to 232 against Philippines Secret Red Diamond.
I feel like this game was just a lot more patient because, like, seriously, I believe in the early stage Secret Red Diamond did what they were supposed to be doing. They kept an arm's length. They made sure Eero doesn't really becomes a Giga Chat here, gets setting the tempo for the team for the Yololee game to snowball towards that mid game. I think they did a really great job. Even towards the fight, they have been trying to avoid as much of those team fight or those close contact plays as much as possible until that one fight for that first goal post. I think they got a little bit overzealous. They decided, like, you know what, we just can't let them get it. Let's just throw bodies, and that was within the range of Dev's Unite move, which is the Hydro Typhoon. And I think he was pretty much smiling weakly. He was just like, all right, boys, they're all here. The whole party's here. Then Eero was also pretty much smiling because everyone just got knocked up at control. He just went and secured as many chaos as he can.
Yes, and I do see that happening. Now, I do want to highlight that whatever has transpired in this game, number 2 is more or less what game has, or number 1 has to offer coming up Secret Red Diamond. Now, is this really the playstyle that they really want to bring here to the regionals? As we do see in multiple occasions, they ran Mike Ross. They did a split. So instead of having a 5v5 situation, team fight, they split where Mike Ross will actually go to the opposite lane and try to do a little bit scoring on his own. Meanwhile, his teammates, we have the Traven and the Hub Doswell, we have the Clefable together, Mew, will be going up against 5 team members from Team Rise. But of course, it was a positive outcome for them during the Regieleki attempt at the top lane for that one instance. And Mike Ross managed to clear up the bottom goalpost, and then they won even despite it being a 4v5 situation. But replicating this twice, and this is not just a one-time thing, they're doing it on multiple occasions throughout the game.
Yes.
So is this a place that they want to run throughout the regionals? And I do believe that other teams observing this game can have a good read on what Mike Ross will be doing in upcoming games as well. Or is this just a facade, or probably just an illusion of trying to pretend on what Secret Red Diamond is all about, but actually they're going to be pulling off something different later on?
I feel like it just really comes down to just plain and simple individual plays, right? Because when the game gets a little bit at a stale, when it reaches to a stalemate, when both teams can't really get an edge to the other because both sides was just a little bit too aware. Everyone was just so aware, game sense wise, situation wise, positioning as well. Everyone was just trying to keep track of as many people as much as possible, and possibly trying to read where they can actually rotate to or move towards the next course of action from that intel alone. Then the only way to really break that stalemate was just that individual play, which I think we should see a lot coming in from Dev here. I think Dev has been one of the most, so far as I can tell, Def has been one of the most patient Blastoise in the whole game, I can tell you for sure.
But he must be smiling really big during that rip off of the Hydro Typhoon here at bottom lane. Everyone was literally in one place.
He's been holding it in for
he
so
was,
long.
He was like, man, wait for it. Wait for it. And when the juicy moment comes in, he dives straight right in and rips it off. And the team just do a really good follow-up to all that. Despite it being at the goalpost on the opponent's side, which was Secret Rare Diamond, they were able to actually make it a win for the side of Team Rise.
The thing is, it wasn't like, of course, Iluna was also doing his part as the second defender at the Umbreon here.
Yeah.
But I felt like he has a lot more of that supportive role here because he can only lock down that one person.
Exactly.
But it's more like a root and not like a...
Not really like a lockdown.
Yeah.
So I think during that particular segment, of course, but before we develop even further in regards to what has transpired in both of these games, this is a short replay, or should we say, featuring some highlights of what happened in the previous game. Now, this was actually the encounter where we do see that 4 team members from Team Secret Rare Diamond was going up against 5 of team members from Team Rise, and it was a positive outcome where they got the Regieleki, they took down 2 of the team members coming up from the side of Rise. They cleared out Zoroark together with the Blastoise, 2 of the main characters when it comes to the game. Meanwhile, we also this attempt here in the 5-minute mark. We actually had another encounter, but this time Team Rise being in their A game over here, clearing out members of the members coming off from Team Secret Red Diamond. Of course, there's a comeback here from the Glaceon on the bottom side, clearing out 2 of the members here, but Mew is going to be the one getting those last hits in. Of course, the trade-out still continues here on the Reggie. Still look at that last hit, man, and then he just quietly just runs away. Like, hey.
It must have hurt so much because there were like 3 people there.
Exactly,
right?
you can make 3 of your team members from Team Secret Red Diamond, and you telling me one small cute little hooper managed to get the last hit?
No, he's not cute, but he's a very cheeky hooper.
Yeah, he's a one chicken.
All right. Really great stuff coming from the scene, and I love that the finals, we get to see like the final scene towards the Rayquaza play one last time as well. Like you can see Def the entire time was just trying to get like all this intel being played off, and I think Iluna also played a very pivotal role just to try to be that distraction to that front line.
Yes.
Got a nice quick dunk and instantly just rotates all the way down. By the way, this entire fight, Eeyore was not even present here at all, by the way. Just a reminder anyone, but of course, they do have the part of this, bring him back into it to the very last second to get that final secure.
Wow, that was an amazing best of 3 series. Once again, congratulations to Team Rise for winning 2-0 against their opponents here in this series itself, which means that they're awarded with 3 points here on their first best of 3 match in the group stage. Whereas, quite unfortunate for Secret Rare Diamond, they were not able to actually obtain a single point as they didn't win anything again. But, of course, before we continue on even further as well, let's have a look at some of the main highlights that actually happened. One of the clips, one important clips, which actually translated into a huge win for Team Rise.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. But of course, let's quickly check things out for our telestrator here. This is, by the way, our first Rayquaza fight the entire time here. So just want to remind everyone again, if you guys recall, at this time, Secret Red Diamond had the lead. They were literally, wait, hold on, where's that color? Okay, this is, wait, hold on. It's coloring. Give me a sec. All right. At that time, Secret Red Diamond was. Oops. Secret Red Diamond had a massive lead. Why is it white? Hold on.
I mean, what's wrong with white?
I mean, yeah, white is. Oh, you're not fine. Let's just stick with white, right? So at the time, Secret Red Diamond was ahead by 290 points. Pretty much almost 150 plus points. They were ahead of that kind of lead. So in other words, there's a lot more pressure that's going to be responsible for them to secure this Rayquaza. Hence why you see the Clefairy, you see the Slowpoke already preparing to take down this Rayquaza. While if you notice on the minimap, the rest of the team understands that the winning condition for Team Rise is actually this Rayquaza. Hence, you can see them all currently hiding with this little bush towards the right side. Now, of course, Team Rise, they understand that the fact that they're not too far apart here. So making sure their positioning is being spaced out between each other. They're currently spaced out in a very nice evenly side here.
Which makes sense. You have the front line, you have the support, and we also have a little bit of damage coming from Alola 9000 on the back end, which is quite a softie. So it would make sense on how such arrangements are being made.
Correct. But most importantly, at the same time, Team Red Diamond was very confident of the fact that because their frontliner, their second defender, Umbreon, is keeping this Glaceon in check, one of the main attack damage dealers in this entire lineup. So let's just quickly do a quick play here as you see the battle unfolds here. Now, I want to quickly do a quick pause because I want to really emphasize the positioning, right? Look at the positioning coming from Team Rise, right? Constantly shifting together as a group, right?
As a unit,
because
yeah.
there is no, by the way, there is no Blastoise.
Yeah.
There is no massive like Unite stun abilities or aerial stun abilities in this entire team lineup.
Meaning you have to man up.
In other words, yes, man up, but most of the same time, they would not be so centrally controlled like a Hydro Typhoon from a Blastoise. That's why they're pretty much confident in grouping up, but most importantly, they're slowly shifting themselves towards the right side of the map because they just still want to get the intel. The minute someone reveals in this bush, right, someone just walks out of it, all three are prepared to jump this person, and this person is going to be pretty much done so, right? But also at the same time, not only would they prepare for this brush, they will also prepare for any entry coming from the top side. So in other words, this positioning is pretty optimum to prep them for a two-point assault. So quickly going to remove all these drawings as we continue to proceed with the gameplay. And now, instantly, Iluna spotted the Eldegoss. No way this Eldegoss is going to be alone. You see the Clefable already make his way all the way to the left side, constantly chasing down the rest of the squad, which by the way, the Clefable has already spotted the Leafeon, also has spotted the Crustle, and they also have the Eldegoss, and that's pretty much it. That's all they need to know, because Umbreon is currently out of the picture, which is of course courtesy of the Glaceon, right?
Yeah.
So
So the Glaceon was actually just chasing him down.
Exactly. So with one member out of the picture here, the rest is just pretty much history as they just go and try to clean things up because there's nothing they can do completely isolated here. And honestly, I don't blame them trying to learn it this far because it has been working for them out initially, but they try to learn it towards the right side of the map. However, they got a little bit too close here, and now that allows it to pounce upon them here.
Yeah.
And literally this
Forcing the Pikachu in
This Pikachu is
a
just like,
left position over here. So, oh
where's
no.
my team?
I believe that there's a little bit disconnection over here. If he actually goes up, but he also wants to be close enough as the Rayquaza is also low in HP. So he can't afford to actually go too far away from the pit.
Correct. So pretty much then the rest is just pretty much history for these guys here.
Yeah.
Now moving on, let's just quickly move on to clip 2 here. Now clip 2 here is currently towards the fight, towards the bottom side here. This is where actually it really breaks the tie between both sides here, right? Because instantly, if you notice, quickly pops the Unbound here. They have a lot of points, they even portal in. The minute they portal in, this portal was pretty much a clear mark already. The rest of the squad is coming in. They have got a head count 1, 2, 3, 4 players here, right? 4 players here with a lot of points to dunk. And if you notice, Team Rise is currently behind by a significant amount of points. So in other words, this goal post is the goal. It is the priority for Team Rise, and that's something that Secret Red Diamond somewhat understands. That's why you see Basu slowly making the rotation, Clefable is making the rotation, Glaceon is also thinking of making that rotation as well, as he sees so many people with so many amount of points. If, of course, quick math, that's almost a total of 100 plus points to be dunked in, and something that can overwhelm Secret Red Diamond here. Now we continue to proceed
actually
forward.
literally 137 points in hand from just 4 Pokemons coming up from the side of Team Rise over here. And
Now here's the fun fact, right? The entire time Team Rise has been trying to find a way to get all these guys as close as possible.
yeah.
Secret Red Diamond has always been trying to keep a nice arm's length. They're just saying like, nope, back off, no, we don't like contact play. I'm not good with close
No body
spaces,
contacts,
you know.
no.
Make sure you have that 1.5 meter distance between these two guys.
Social
right?
distancing, yeah, I understand.
Exactly. So, but the problem is this: Death has been the most patient player. He has been waiting for so long to get the perfect Unite move because he understands that he is the only one that can really change this entire fight. So while waiting for it, and of course, what better bait to lure them all in is to have literally everybody grouped up in that goal post. They saw an opportunity, too juicy to take it. It was too tasty. They said, we want to get this food here. So we continue to move forward. So we push forward. Instantly, everyone comes to the limelight, and of course, Death jumps in. You see, Death was the happiest one. He happy, you know, he happy.
Happy.
He saw all this good food, all grouped up pretty much within the vicinity of the Hydro Typhoon.
He got himself the best birthday present he could ever ask for.
He won the lottery 777 right here.
Yeah, exactly. I think during that situation also it's kind of hard because as a Buzzwole, it's not like you can keep an arm's length. You really truly have to man up and go up against the enemy with the time in. The only one that's trying to on the other side, when you see the Clefable as well on the top end, trying to create a little bit of space, but he also decides to jump in because they don't want to get too far away. And that was a great opening for the Blasters to rip off that Hydro Typhoon in the face of Team Secret Rare Diamond.
And the best part about it, this actually lead up to actually breaking even the second goal post at the same time. So it's been really great for them too. Really great stuff that we're seeing inside this game for sure.
Yeah, and seeing a 5-man movement come from Team Rise after destroying the first and going to the second as well, with 1-by-1 jumps coming up from Secret Rare Diamond. I mean, that is going to be fatal for them.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But seriously, I feel the man of the hour here is definitely going to be Def here for really setting things up really well for them here too.
Yeah.
I believe this is the... Okay, this is going to be the final clip here, which is finally the second Rayquaza fight, by the way. Which, by the way, they have been so patient. Def, again, from the very beginning, he understands the win condition for his team. Totally understand this, by the way, but at the same time, he still wants to break this tie. Unbelievably, I think it's the first time we see like a 2-way tie.
Yeah, but there's a good explanation for this. Actually, the team that actually makes it into tie, so the one that made it into an equalizer point, will be the one to be the winner of the match rather than it being a draw itself. So because Team Secret Rare Diamonds at 2-3-2, so let's assume that the end score will be 2-3-2 against 2-3-2. Team Rise will be the winner as they were the one who made it into an equalizer.
Yeah, pretty much. And Def, like I said, Def is still one of the most patient Blaster players I've ever seen, right? He's not trigger happy at all. He's not trying to make the play. He's just pretty much very confident in the fact that Iluna is going to be there. I think this is where trust really comes a really long way here to try to go to the mix of it as well. So now continuing forward, Def gets a really quick dunk for not a lot of points, but just enough to really create pressure. Once the points really came in, pressure started arising around the rest of the player, and instantly everyone were forced to fight because 39 seconds left on the clock. And also with a point differential,
You need to force it.
yeah, everyone was just like, yeah, we're diving in, now we're panicking. Everyone is just running in full disarray. Everyone is just like pretty much like, ah! Like everyone's just trying to figure out what else to do because now they're no longer in the lead. The tie has already been broken among them. But of course, with all of this chaos, you see Def coming in from the top side. Done his mission, comes in, disrupts with the Hydro Typhoon, allowing them to
Objective 1 done.
secure.
Objective 2 done.
And that was just pretty much how they really secured the Rayquaza fight. It was really great coming out from them.
Yeah.
Seriously.
So, very well executed. Once again, congratulations to Team Rise for the very convincing 2-0 win over their opponents here from Secret Rare Diamond. And of course, both the teams will be given a little bit of space for them to actually have a little bit of break before they commence their next match in the round robin stage. But before we go any further, of course, let's have a look at the table after the conclusion of that particular match. Here we look at Group A, and of course Team Rise currently at 3 points. Meanwhile, Team Secret Rare Diamond now at a loss with 0 points as they lost 0-2 against Team Rise.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? It's definitely a really great start for them, in particular for Team Rise. However, I felt that game was definitely not much of a one-sided match that most people would have normally expected, especially from a team like Team Rise with that kind of capabilities, that kind of track record as well. Some people would have assumed it would have been pretty much a one-way landslide of a win here, but surprisingly well, we see Team Secret Red Diamond really showcasing what can they actually do here. However, when it really did come down to the line, that's where you see Team Rise really showcasing what they're really made of for sure. But of course, that's pretty much it for our first series. Let's quickly get into our second series of today, but of course, we're nonetheless and the most beautiful Professor Danelie.
Yay! It's good to be back. Hi, Leonard. How you doing? Game is
It's
good?
been great. It's been fun as well. Like, definitely not what I expected at all, actually.
Okay.
A lot more slower. I think that's the right term. A lot more slower than I expected.
Okay, when you said not expected, I was like, what were you expecting from that match?
Like, I felt like I was expecting a lot more confrontation, a lot more fights, a lot more tug of war, but it was a lot more slower, arm's length, just keeping the distance, It's like, I'll poke you, you poke me, that's pretty much all we're gonna do. Nothing too crazy here, nothing like too aggressive, like I'm gonna dive you all the way to the second goal post as well for that pick-up, for that KO, but none of that happened.
Okay.
Very respectful play from everybody.
Respectful play. I mean, everyone in the competition is very respectful against each other. Like,
Yes.
they understand that they are the best of their regions. But that series is done and dusted, and that means we're going to move on to our next series of the day, which is why I'm here as well. So our next series is Get Together versus Road to the Top. So Get Together was the second place team from the Thailand qualifier, whereas Road to the Top was the second place team from the Malaysia-Singapore qualifier. And I'm pretty sure you're more familiar with Road to the Top than I am because you casted their qualifier.
Pretty much, yes. That's why I'm saying, right, in terms like, if we're just talking about like capabilities and potential, I think maybe for Road to the Top, like it's like this team get together is a little bit right up there early, which I will explain a lot more right after this quick short video about our two teams. Let's check it out.
เหมือนทีม Get Together มีการซ้อมกันเป็นทีมแล้วก็เป็นเวลาครับแล้วก็มีการสื่อสารที่ชัดเจนมีการเหมือนมีการให้กำลังใจกันในทีมอยู่แล้ว
ทีมเราค่อนข้างมีความสัมพันธ์ที่ดีครับอยู่กันแบบพี่น้องเราคุยกันได้ทุกเรื่องและเราจะช่วยกันแก้ปัญหาแล้วก็พยายามอย่างเต็มที่ครับแล้วมองไปที่เป้าหมายเดียวกัน
Our team, I think we good at the team fight, and the early game team fight is good as another team for the early game team fight.
So I think the strength of our team is that we are confident, we are aggressive, and we are just keep fighting.
The strength of my team is we have a big pool of support. Yeah. For example, we have a good example when people are playing build attacker, then we can pick it as a support as well.
Ooh, that was actually kind of exciting. Maybe very like in depth when it comes to the team's playstyle, but pretty interesting. I'd love to see support new.
I mean, definitely, we'll be, like I said, we're very unique, right? Because like we have seen like a couple of match histories for some of these teams. Some are trying new composition very uniquely. Then more something definitely a little bit more the comfort zone for some people, especially like the idea of like no supporter lineups or triple defenders. This is definitely very out of the norm here, but you know, if it makes it work, then it works, right? That kind of thing.
So, as we see on the screen right now, we have the battle of the second places. So, on the side of Get Together, we have Daisy, Patty, Puni, Xerix, and Bommy. Whereas on the side of Road to the Top, we have Genkai, Bocchi, I'm going to say Bocchi here,
Bocchi,
Calamity, Jal, and Leonard. Now, onto some of the research I've done on these teams. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't find a lot on Get Together themselves.
Right.
The team is pretty unknown to me. But Road to the Top, now relatively unknown names as well, but I did manage to find a couple things on some of these players. So for Road to the Top, a lot of the players on these teams have been actually pretty active last year in the WCS qualifiers.
Yes.
So I saw that Genkai and Calamity were in a team together called Team Chaos for the April qualifier for APAC West. And then there was another team. This was Genkai, Bocchi, Jal, and Calamity. They were in a team called Gon Liao for the May qualifier. I don't know where they got Lai from because I didn't see Lai in any of the other qualifier teams, so maybe he could be newer to the scene, or maybe he was playing under a different alias, because that is a very common occurrence in Asia. Some people like to change their names all the time. Please stay with one name. It's very helpful for me. But yeah, so I don't really know too much about Lai, but the rest of the team, like Genkai, Bocchi, Calamity, and Jal, like they've definitely played together.
I mean, definitely for sure. And like even from the last time from the regional qualifiers, you can definitely tell for sure, like they do have the knowledge. It's just a matter of whether they can really output it as much as possible.
So they said they can play support new. I have expectations.
I wouldn't be surprised either, because like, seriously, even back to the regional qualifiers when they were going up against Team MYS, of course it wasn't so one-sided dominance, but you could definitely tell like they knew exactly what needs to be done. But sadly, MYS had just, I guess you could say the only difference between the two teams would be MYS had a little bit more experience, a little bit more confidence.
I
Like,
wouldn't say a little bit more. I think MYS has a lot of experience
a lot,
over
yeah, right.
a lot of the local teams.
A lot more experience. But that's why I'm saying it was pretty impressive to see Road to the Top was able. When it comes to reaction, maybe they may not have the exact same reaction time compared to MYS, but in terms of in-depth with knowledge, I think they were actually pretty equivalent for that, which is why I'm very excited for this matchup against Get Together, because I feel like for a reintroduction to this year on this new line with this new Road to the Top 2024, this might be right up their alley to see where they currently actually stand here. And speaking for Get Together, there's one thing very unique about their lineup actually, the fact that I would like to give it the definition of a very flex team. They don't really have like a very definite role here, and it usually depends on what player is being subbed in at the same time, because there were times when, if let's just say for example, if whether it's a Pokemon or a certain player that decides to sub in, the entire lineup just changed drastically. I'm not talking about like one player just suddenly becomes a defender. I'm talking about everyone changes here. So
multiple role changes. Okay, so
Exactly.
we're looking at a lot of flex on the side of Get Together.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if this could also be a case of some players just being limited when it comes to playing certain Pokemon, right? Because we see this in other teams where
Right.
I think a good example for this was last year for Team NYS. And this happened a lot if the team needed to play Hooper. So I recall having discussions with Rebongs about this, and he said that for NYS, if they were to run Hooper, they would only be able to run Hooper if Rebongs was playing the Hooper.
Oh.
So he had to play Hooper because no one else on the team was comfortable enough to play it.
Right.
And so the team would have to adjust for that change because suddenly Rebong's going to be playing on that Hooper. The team has to accommodate in other places. And sometimes it wasn't because they wanted to play Hooper, right? Like sometimes you have to take a Pokemon away from the other team by picking it yourself. So that's like just one example of teams having to flex on one Pokemon. But to hear that, like I'm wondering, is it a choice that they want to flex or is it because of limitations of playstyle? It could be anything.
I would normally agree to that, but when I see like the other Pokemon they had actually brought to the competitive scenes, I'm actually like, I'm pretty sure they're very confident. I don't think they just want to pick it because they can't do it. However, I am a little bit concerned for one of their players, which is Milo, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So far, his track record for competitive scenes, when it comes to all-rounders only so far, it has only been between the two Pokemon, Blaziken and Tyranitar. I haven't seen him actually try any other all-rounders so far, this year at least.
Okay, that is pretty interesting because one of the main all-rounders leading up to ACL before teams knew that EX Pokemon were banned was Zacian. A lot of teams are running Zacian, so I'm surprised to hear that his two main Pokemon is actually Blaziken and Tyranitar. So I'm kind of wondering now, what are you thinking if you're road to the top to know that one player is limited to those two Pokemon?
Well, but you see, that's where we come back to the question you brought up just now. Like, whether could it be actually he's limited to just those two, or it just could be one of those scare tactics where just like, just be like, you know what? We just let people know I only played this two, but I actually keep playing more.
Well, to be fair, there are some people that would call themselves one tricks, that they just sort of want to play one Pokemon. But the draft is ready though, so let's see what's going to be coming in to game one of this best of 3 series. We have Get Together versus Road to the Top. It's a debut match for both of these two teams as well. We don't know if they've played against each other in the past. Very unlikely. So this is probably their first encounter with each other.
Yes, definitely for sure.
So it looks like we're looking at a Clefable ban on the side of Get Together, whereas Road to the Top are aiming to eliminate that Umbreon. So defenders and support's going to be priority bans here for both of our teams. Nothing too crazy here, really. Clefable's just been such a popular pick, and Umbreon mean look. Yeah, just get that thing out of the pool.
Definitely for sure. Does that mean that we'll be possibly seeing a very aggressive all-rounder coming to the mix as well, or maybe even a speedster?
Well, I guess it depends on the team priority, right? Like, we are also learning about these two teams, and once we realize, like, okay, who are the priority players on these teams, who need to get their Pokemon first, then it will make more sense. Which, for Get Together, to get that Hooper, totally understandable. It's one of the best supports in the game, especially with the fact that you have so much mobility when you have access to Hyperspace Hole. So that's a great pick. Road to the Top, they're going to pick up the Slowbro and the Buzzwole. I'm happy with the Slowbro pick.
Yes.
Great defender. You now have that Slow Beam. That's going to be a huge pain for anyone that wants to get in front of Road to the Top. Actually, lots of control if you think about it already from just Road to the Top's draft.
It just I guess it gives us somewhat of a message, right? Just like, hey, you want to play a speedster, you just do need to prepare to be locked down individually. However, now this is what I somewhat expected, right? Like, since they went for the initial lead with the Slowbro pick, it potentially will be seeing a Zoroark coming from Lilai, because particularly he's actually a speedster main. On the time when he can't play speedster, he would usually play either the Sylveon or the Glaceon. But this now coming back to what I was talking about during the pre-show, right? Now the Hoopa being selected here, that means Daisy's lineup is going to be changed really, because Daisy is usually their core defender. But only when the Hoopa comes in, that's when Daisy picks up the Hoopa.
We're seeing the Tyranitar flash here for Patty. It looks like it might just be that Tyranitar that you've spoken about. And let's go, Tyranitar and Mimikyu, both on the same team here for Get Together. And we do have that support pick going for Road to the Top. Who are they going to go for? It looks like it's going to be that Eldegoss. So looking at these drafts, it seems very early game oriented here from Road to the Top. They do have very quick evolving Pokemon. They're going to have a very strong laning stage. Get Together, they have a wind-up stage. They've got to get Bommy to level 7. They also have to worry, so Bommy's going to play that Tyranitar. So Patty's going to get to that level 7, and Bommy needs to get to that level 9 if he's going to be an effective Tyranitar. If Road to the Top can identify this and realize that they need to press hard during those lanes and they're successful, that will slow down the progress of Get Together. Team fight wise, I am a little bit afraid here for Road to the Top because they have a lot of single target attacks. They don't have a lot of AoE control. Slowbro, I'm curious to know if it's going to be that Scold or Surf. Like, what do they think they need for Bocce's moveset?
I think it's most likely going to be the Surf because I think he just wants to try to recreate that space between both the Zoroark and the Basso because they can barely stop just one. Now there's just two people.
Yeah,
it's going to be getting into their faces.
The thing is, the Scold will be helpful too because it also lowers the attack stats for Pokemon that get hit by it. So it will be painful for Leafeon, and because Tyranitar wants to get in your face, he's always going to be a Scold target. So Scold could be really, really good here. And even Mimikyu's going to be pretty annoyed if he gets hit by that Scold. So we'll have to see what's going to be the play here for Road to the Top. But game one of Team Get Together versus Road to the Top. And we're going to be seeing some pretty standard lanes across the board here for both of these teams. Our defenders heading up top. It looks like it's going to be Tyranitar going into that top lane, laning with that Hooper. But I think, if anything, all eyes are going to be onto Lylai and Leafeon as well this game to see what these two speedsters are going to do for their teams.
This is going to be a lot more fun here because, of course, not much invasion compared to what we were witnessing in the first series for sure. A lot more respectful, you know, you stick to your jungle, I'll stick to my central area. No one is, no his, no us. Pretty fine between the two.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's pretty surprising that we're not really seeing a lot of central area harassment coming out from these Southeast Asian teams. I know for a while it was quite meta to send either your support or your defender to pressure the central laners, but it seems like that has sort of fallen off for Southeast Asia. But so far, so good in this bottom lane. Not looking too happy here for Get Together. They did get the KO though onto that Alola Ninetales, so that will slow down the evolution process of that Pokemon, but only for 30 seconds, a minute. I mean, you should get level 4, no problems on Alola Ninetales.
Well, honestly, it's not really much of a difference. However, now he comes. We see the rotation coming in for the Zoroark here, trying to see if Alola could try to get a couple of pickups, but no, the priority will still be trying to get that Altaria family. Just a Smackdown pulls him back, but he'll still be able to get back to safety here. But then again, he's a Pupitar. It'll take him a while before he gets that Tyranitar out.
And we are seeing a central area invade here with Leafeon actually going to be taking Road to the Top central area to deny that experience. And actually it's going to be a swap because Road to the Top Zoroark is actually in Get Together's central area. So both teams trying to deny some of those experience as well as getting the main buffs. The blue and red buffs are priority targets here. But no KOs though, so I think there was successful steals from both sides. Milo P, yes, sitting on that red buff.
However, Milo P is a little bit out of place compared to initially just now, where at least there was some follow-up coming in from Road to the Top members. This time's a little bit different. Leafeon didn't have any members from Get Together. There is the Hoopa though, did pop the portal just for safekeeping, and thankfully he came just in time. And not that possibly would have led to another KO actually.
Possibly. It's pretty rough to run away from a Zoroark, but if there's one Pokemon that can get away, it's likely going to be that Leafeon. That speed boost can be extremely handy. But we are getting close to our first set of Regis here. About 36 seconds to go before these teams have to make their decision if it's going to be the Regieleki up top or one of the Regi trios down bottom. What's their priority and how they're feeling with those lanes so far? Because top lane, I think it's okay so far for Get Together. Not ideal. You are sitting on level 7 on that Pupitar, but you really, really need to focus on those levels. You don't want to fight with that Pupitar until you hit Tyranitar.
There's also the problem, the fact that Road to the Top also not only do they have the initiation because of the level advantage as well, but also the fact that they have the most control. They Get Together could never initiate any of these team fights unless Road to the Top either have a mana disadvantage or the fact that they are in the lead, which of course none of those two conditions has been secured by them at all.
Yeah, so Regirock buff is going to go in favor of Road to the Top. While that's all happening though, we did see Get Together moving up together in that top lane. We also saw the Pupitar actually farming in the central area for Road to the Top. He's level 8. He is so close to level 9. I really would like to see this man hit that level 9 before he tries to contribute, but they have finally brought the War Turtle in. Maybe they're going to give him a couple minutes to get that farm in. No, they're going to actually try and fight together. And both of these Pokemon are on the cusp of evolving. This is something I'm a little bit concerned about. You want to hit those power spikes, and just sitting here on that gold zone, it's not going to be able to achieve too much for this team. But Regieleki going in favor of Road to the Top. We're looking at a very big push here, and Leafeon gets cut down immediately. War Turtle actually having to just charge on out of there. He knows he can't do anything. And that's just going to be another free goal zone for Road to the Top because they broke the other one down bottom earlier.
Yeah, Bochi had no fear at all in that situation. He just doesn't mind frontline. He knows for the fact they can't really control them much. They don't have the levels, nor do they have the final evolution to do anything about him. It was pretty much like a free Regieleki for him. However, now the Blastoise is finally here a little bit later than they hope for. They can actually hope for.
They've hit their power spike. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, now they can actually try to take a fight. However, level difference wise, still a very conditional fight. I still think they just can't simply throw themselves out like what Road to the Top is actually doing right now.
Yeah.
They're not at that level.
You're not in the clear with the Tyranitar as well because Tyranitar doesn't really kick into gear until he hits that level 10, level 11. So he is still in that very awkward adolescence phase. Like he's just a fresh adult. He doesn't have all that experience yet. But as long as Bommy's able to figure out where he's going to find that farm, it's going to be okay. But he has gone for Ancient Power, so he's got that extra movement speed. He's going to be able to charge in, and look at this, straight onto that Buzzwole. He is gone! Delete this man! But we do have reinforcements coming in here for Road to the Top. Zorak's coming in. Hydro Typhoon gets deployed. Another Pokemon going down. Zorak also getting deleted. And look at this. We have a huge push coming in from Get Together. Because they've hit this Power Spike, they know that they're going to be able to go for a massive push. They're going to use that Surf just to push back that Buzzwole towards his team. We do have a big Unite coming in from the Eldegoss. Does go for a little bit of a push, not so much for damage though, but look at this, the Mimikyu coming in from the top with the Shadow Claw, dishing out a fair amount of damage for the team, and I think Get Together might need to get out together real soon because this is starting to look like an overextension. Very nice exit portal there, and they're actually going to come back in.
Which is totally fine. That's like one of the few beauties about the Hooper as well. Craziest part about it, I felt like a little bit overzealous. Like I believe he
very deep, yes.
Like the Zora, I think he was pretty confident, even though he's despite being alone, I think he was a little confident that he could try to get down. Maybe he felt like the Blastoise would not commit a Unite move for just him alone. But sadly no, he underestimated that kind of decision making. Get Together just really want to get the pick up. But then nice KO for the security. They want to try to get a couple of more KOs in the process. Score, slowed, burn at the same time. Bomi, let's be honest here, you're not the most fastest Pokemon in the field and you're all alone, surrounded from all sides. No allies for the assistance here. However, if the Hooper comes in, but before he goes down, he takes another KO on the Buzzwole.
He got the Buzzwole all by himself. I'm quite surprised that they actually didn't decide to focus as a team on the Tyranitar. It was just two of them, they kind of left them, but small mistakes, doesn't really matter. The Alecki did go into that top goal zone, but Get Together's nowhere in position to score those points. They realize that they're going to have to get ready for this late game, and I think both teams are just going to go back into farming mode now. Grab that experience, get ready to go, and make sure that you're prepped for that late game fight. And most importantly, now this late game is going to be much more difficult from Road to the Top because Get Together, they're not behind by any means. They're actually in a really good spot. Scaling-wise, they are in a much better position. So now it's going to come down to execution for Road to the Top. Are they able to get the slow beam on the Pokemon that they want to capture the most? Can they deny the Hydro Typhoon from connecting onto their entire team? Can they maybe isolate the Hooper so that Hooper's not in position to save his team with the hyperspace holes? It's really going to come down to execution. So it's time to test this team. How good is Road to the Top?
Honestly, it'll be pretty great for them if they can, if any of their members is able to force out the Hydro Typhoon before LY actually really dives back into that fight. It's really tough time. I think that's would be somewhat of a winning condition. Of course, getting rid of the Hoopa would of course give them a little bit more better of a security, but they just want to try to force it out. If they can actually force it out, it's actually a big win for them. Calamity, unfortunately, you're just an Eldegoss in the face of superior Pokemon, unable to sustain for too long. However, that would be a pretty decent trade for them, a consolation prize nonetheless. However, Get Together is still slightly in the lead in terms of points, and we have a Rayquaza coming in exactly 5 seconds.
Yes, 5 seconds, and we only are looking at 3 Pokemon sitting on level 13 so far. Leafeon, Tyranitar, and the Zorak, but it's time to go for all of these teams. Can you get the necessary KOs? Can you get the targets that you're looking for the most? Because at the moment, Get Together is leading with 189 points. It's going to be Road to the Top to either go for a back cap or to take the Rayquaza for themselves. So far, they are scouting the front lines with their tanky Pokemon, their Slowbro, their Buzzwole. They actually managed to go for the pullback there onto the Tyranitar, even throwing down a Slow Globe onto the Alola Ninetales, but instantly bursts. Leafeon just doing Leafeon things, and it looks like Road to the Top is just going to be shredded here. The entire team going down, only one player remaining. It's that Buzzwole. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get this final hit, but if he gets the steal here, if Get Together don't respect him, this could be a big mistake. But no, the Solar Blade just to make sure that Genkai has no chance of getting that steal. Get Together, they get that Rayquaza, and this game should be theirs.
Oh, I saw what they were trying to go for here, trying to melt at least one of their all-rounder as quickly as possible, but that just didn't really work out as well as they wanted.
It was Tyranitar.
Yeah.
It's like one of the fattest Pokemon in the game.
Was it? Could it possibly be a misclick because I think he was standing relatively close to the Blastoise as well? Or was it just intentionally, we just want to get rid of just one of these beefy walls?
Well, one of the issues when you're facing up against a Tyranitar, and this is also for Pokemon that need to be within close quarters of one another, is that Tyranitar's Sandstorm is such a pain to deal with because it's continuous tick damage. So the longer he's able to survive in these fights, more Sandstorms, more free tick damage. And the Sandstorm also provides a lot of defensive stats for Tyranitar.
Correct.
He's a big chonky boy, not just in numbers, but also in the fact that he has those extra defensive stats with that Sandstorm. So it's just a really tough Pokemon to take down. But Get Together, I mean, we've got one last hurrah here for Road to the Top, but there's just no way they can score the hundreds of points necessary to catch up to Get Together. So amazing play from our second place team from Thailand. This is a great way to open the day for them with their first victory in this best of 3 series.
And it is really great as well, right? Because there wasn't really much like intel for them to get off to as well, but also at the same time, we're talking about Daisy, who's not only their team captain, but also has like over 10,000 battles all across the entire Pokemon Unite gameplay career. So it's been pretty great for him.
Here's the question.
Right.
Is Tyranitar getting better?
That's the thing. I felt like...
I don't think it's the Tyranitar.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the Tyranitar. I felt like there was just one few times which they just somewhat... It felt like they were a little bit too confident in their abilities, or they just underestimated their opponent's side, because few times, like for example, Lyle didn't have to really try to defend that goal post. Like I believe like in his mind he was pretty confident he could really get out of it. He didn't think that Patty would commit that his Hydro Typhoon just to stop him in the try to pick him off. Then a lot more fights you see Genkai starts initiating on the Tyranitar. I'm like, okay, that's like pretty crazy coming from him.
I mean, it's Bommy's job to be at the front line, right? So he's got a couple of the damage. I'm just looking at Road to the Top, and I felt like their early game was okay, but I feel like especially when you're going up against a team like Get Together, where they do have that timing window where they're going to be at their strongest, I kind of think Road to the Top wasn't aggressive enough.
Yeah, because
they were okay in lanes. They weren't losing. They were doing a little bit of pressure, but it wasn't them forcing Get Together to just sit on their goal zone, or they were forcing them to actually having to back off because they're trying to break it early. Like they didn't really assert any early game map control to make Get Together feel afraid.
It would usually, I guess you could say in other words, the usual transitioning from that early lead supposed to be snowballing. I guess you
needed to, yeah.
They didn't really snowball as much at all. Like a lot more passive, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and I think another thing we should probably mention very quickly, and this is no one's fault at all, but
yeah, of course, no one's fault.
But we do have to remember that Jal actually got KO'd really early in the game. He got KO'd when he was still that Alolan Vulpix. That did slow down his progress of being the Alolan Ninetales. Just imagine he didn't get KO'd there and he actually hit Ninetales at a reasonable timing. Ninetales is horrible to lane against.
I mean, of course.
I think everyone has to agree. So if you have to deal with that level 4 Alolan Ninetales, that bottom lane could have actually gone much better for Road to the Top, I feel.
And if you think about it as well, like that bottom lane in particular, the Pokemon he was going up against, if I'm not mistaken, it was both the Squirtle and even the Leafeon after that. Like, we're talking about like Watergun with one of the best secure moves at Pokemon. And then we have a Leafeon that comes out at level 4.
Yeah, so Leafeon's a bit of a pain, but Squirtle, not too bad. But the thing you have to worry about with Squirtle is if he actually goes to that tackle and water guns you back.
Yeah,
There's not Alolan Vulpix, you kind of can't do anything if you get caught by that combo.
That's what I'm saying. So that's pretty much probably why he actually had that first KO in that early phase, because we didn't really get to see that. We were seeing a lot more on that top side between the Buzzwole and the Hooper.
Yeah, so it looks like replays are ready here, Leonard. So let's just have a quick look at what happened in that previous game before we get set up for game number 2. So this was the first Regieleki of the game. And this was a very big push actually coming in from Road to the Top. Like they did try to apply that pressure, but once you had that T-Tar, the Blastoise fully evolved on the side of Get Together, that was it. They just snowballed as a team. They moved together. They just kept breaking objectives. and Get Together just couldn't win those 5-on-5 engagements.
Oh, sorry. It wasn't. He didn't commit the Hydro Typhoon just for Lilac. He also committed for the Elder Gods as well. Also the far distance here. That probably could have been the reason why that probably could have been the reason why he thought that he could have got it out because of the additional support coming in from the Elder Gods there.
Maybe. Yeah, but this team fight as well, I have to say the execution for all of those the backstabs that came in from Get Together, like they somehow got in behind Road to the Top. And I think immediately we saw the Alola Ninetales getting bursted down, even though the Snow Globe got popped.
Like there was even that flank coming in from Lilac as well, from the side brush as well. But that just didn't matter because like everyone just blitzkrieg. Like the entire front, we had the Hoopa Unbound, with the Tyranitar, with the Blaster. All three just ran straight in. They didn't need to think about like or whether we should like flank behind or we should just try to go for waiting for the counter initiate. They just like, you know what, we're just gonna walk right in.
Yeah.
We're strong, we're big, we're tanks, we just walk right in. And I don't think they have anything to do about it as well.
Yeah. So we are getting set up to go for game number 2, but
Yes.
I do think some of these teams, they do have something to think about. I know Get Together was totally fine with their draft. I think they're happy to do it again. But actually, it looks like we've got some graphics to show you guys on the screen. So I think we have Patty that's going to be shown first. So let's take a look at Get Together's stats as a team. So I don't want to remind all of our viewers, okay, so this team introduction, the players rated themselves. We didn't rate them, and the final stat is a stat that the players were allowed to pick.
All right, yes, of course. And of course, very casual, very simple, gonna go with the flex, of course, which is understandable because like I told you, everyone in Get Together is just pretty much prepared to just change roles, dictated based on what Pokemon is available for them and which player is someone coming into the lineup as well here. Although uniquely, favorite Pokemon coming in from Patty is actually the Wigglytuff, but I don't think we'll be, unfortunately, going to be seeing him at all.
Okay, hold on. We might see Wigglytuff. We're not
I know
100%
the patch.
sure.
I know there was the patch. I know he was slightly better, but you know, like that's if maybe if Umbreon still gets banned. I guess we just have to see the situation, right?
Yeah. So we do have one comment here from Patty, and it says, "I'm committed to doing my best in order to compete in the Pokemon Unite ACL finals at Icon Siam." Icon Siam is the location for the Pokemon Unite finals. So that's just a heads up for anyone. Now let's have a look at Bocce's stats, sorry. Now for Bocce, he's actually labeled himself as a 5-star aggressive player. He's got 4 stars for goal defense, 3 stars for combination, 5 stars for strategy, 3 stars for mental strength, and he's put team fight as his own personal final stat, and he's put 5 here in it. I mean, if you're playing a Mew, you kind of need to be a good team fighter, so...
I mean, he can't be that person that just like constantly rapid fires in the front, I guess. I mean, sure, risking himself, but why not, right? That kind of thing.
I mean, you're a Mew. There's a lot of things you can do as a Mew. But he has put in for his comment top 2 in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. So
a lot more.
He's ambitious. Very, very ambitious, and it's good to be ambitious.
I mean, definitely for sure. I mean, even back in the regional qualifiers as well, he was actually very like most of them was actually pretty humble during the interviews as well. They were saying like, we may not be able to get championship, but we're still totally fine getting top 2. And we're like, oh, that's pretty great for you guys. You know, me, Flava, and Moonboy, we was actually talking about it. We were saying like, hey, you guys are actually pretty okay about this, you know?
Well, I mean, they actually did meet their goal the first time, right? So I'm pretty sure if this is their goal for ACL, their first goal must have been top 2 for the Malaysia-Singapore Open. So they got top 2 there. Now the question is, can they get top 2 for the regional qualifiers? Because this is also, remember, this is the league stage. We're not at the grand finals yet. Grand finals is next month.
Yes.
So you have to qualify for that one too. So top 2, that's going to be a very big goal for Road to the Top. But they're not in a good position so far to get top 2 because they've lost their first game against Get Together. And for them to win, they have to reverse sweep 2 games back to back.
This is where the pressure starts really piling on these guys, right? Because they do not have like a lot of series to battle out during these group stages. They only got 3, right?
Yeah.
So losing out this first game, like you said, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a heavy blow here. Might be a little bit more pressuring, or you know, they could be those kind of teams where you know, like we come online when the game's on the line, you know, that kind of situation.
Yeah, and apparently Tyranitar's on the line here for Road to the Top. So they just thought, yeah, this Tyranitar is the problem.
Does that mean we see Blaziken then?
It might be, if this is assuming that your prediction is correct, Tyranitar and Blaziken being the main 2 Pokemon here for Get Together. Alright, so Hoopa and Tyranitar, the bans this time. Now this does mean that Clefable is going to be in the pool and Umbreon as well. These were our 2 previous bans for game number 1. and Road to the Top is going straight for that Clefable.
I think this is definitely going to be a little bit right up their alley as well for Team Road to the Top as well, since they do love those head-on confrontation here as well. And without the news,
and then Umbreon getting pissed. Let's go.
Now Umbreon does come back to the Milo also. It's going to be bringing back the most news as well, and they still have that team fight capability with the Blastoise. So I don't think Blastoise is going to be in the hand of Bochi here. But then again, Bochi has always been more of a supporter or flex in this case here. He's a very flex player. I have seen him play so many Pokemon in his current match histories until the most latest of last year. So
yeah,
it's
now
really crazy.
One of the issues I'm seeing here for Road to the Top is that because of the existence of Umbreon, this is going to limit some of the speedster options if Road to the Top do decide to go for a speedster again, just like we saw in that last game.
Yes.
So I hope they have something in the back pocket to sort of deal with that, because yeah, Umbreon, fantastic at shutting down a lot of those speedsters.
Yep.
Although we do have to talk about the Pikachu pick. We did see this once yesterday in East Asia, and now we're seeing Jal pick this up from Road to the Top. Yesterday it wasn't great Pikachu. It was kind of there, but it wasn't a Pokemon where you just looked at and thought like, wow.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm sorry, I had to break your heart for this, but for Southeast Asia teams, I noticed a lot of players particularly have a lot of Pikachu in their lineups. So Jal was one of them. Jal is definitely one of the few of the Pikachus here. Like, I know you brought up what they can do without having the speedster. Actually, they do have a backup plan, especially for Lilai. Besides playing the Zoroark and the Leafeon, he can actually try to opt to go for both the Glaceon or the Sylveon here. But I think now he's still a little bit more confident to say, like, you know what, we still want to bring in the Zoroark. He's still pretty confident to try to take this fight here. They could, like, initially could try to lock in the Leafeon first if there is a game tree, if they want to play it again. But I think, of course, the priority is still locking down the battle supports for themselves here. The Moonlight is something that's somewhat irreplaceable for them, at least here.
Yeah. Alright, so both these teams looking pretty well-rounded across the board. We do have our top laner for Get Together. It's going to be that Blastoise. Blastoise as the semi-all-rounder / defender meta that we tend to see with this Pokemon. But right to the top, it's looking pretty standard. I mean, you've got your defender, your support, your attacker. Actually, you've got every role on the side of right to the top. So very, very well-rounded across the board. I am a little bit worried about Lilai here because Daisy's going to be a big issue.
I mean, definitely for
like
sure.
a really, really big issue. And I'm wondering...
Like, compared to the last round, there's a lot more option for them to actually lock down the speedster at least this time as well.
Yeah, so I'm kind of wondering, like, how is Lilai going to approach these fights? Is it going to have to be him waiting in the wings? Maybe have Genkai or Bocchi be the ones to initiate the fights and he comes in from the back? Because, if anything, you kind of want the Umbreon to use... assuming this is Mean Look Umbreon, you want the Umbreon to Mean Look someone else. Yeah. Then you have your opening.
I think that's why they went for the Trevenant pick this time at least, because at least that way you can see Bocchi be a lot more offensive about this. He can be a little bit more of a threat compared to the Slowbro here. Slowbro is just pretty much control and just tanky, but that's just pretty much it. That's something they can somewhat deal with. But however, you have this Trevenant just constantly being disruptive towards the backline and been pretty mobile as well, has his own escape plan. I think that they're pretty more confident that they can try to force out a lot more skills than expected.
Yeah. Oh, Calamity going down actually. Get Together, extremely aggressive. Very unconventional KO. You shouldn't really be getting KO'd by a Squirtle and a Eevee, but that seems to be the case here for Get Together. Small misplay coming in from Road to the Top. It's not the end of the world, but this does make the lane a little bit tougher here for the Mimikyu. Oh, and we have Leafeon coming in as well. The Solar Blade, super painful, but hang on a minute though. Lilai just coming in to throw a couple of hits onto Zexi as well.
Still totally fine. Although with the initial KO, I don't think it's like a major setback for them. I still think they can try to make waves about this, especially that central area rotation towards that top lane. I believe that Bonsai was pretty thankful that nothing too crazy was happening, just a lot more priority in just getting those levels, securing those wall Pokemon as well.
Alright, so I'm kind of wondering what is the objective for both of these teams, because we're not looking at any teams that have any extreme late game, but we're also not looking at any teams that have any extreme early game. It looks like they're trying to match each other's tempo. It's going to depend on who's going to win those upcoming team fights. I kind of am leaning towards Get Together because their movements, their executions, it just looks a little bit cleaner than what has been coming out from Road to the Top. Although maybe Road to the Top is something in their back pocket that they're sort of hiding from us, and maybe also from the competition, especially when you pick up that Pikachu. It's not a conventional pick, but it does work under certain circumstances. We are getting a ping on the map. Their team is grouping up together for Get Together. Up top, though, look at Genkai just being harassed This is the last thing I'd expect from a Mimikyu to be harassed by a War Turtle Umbreon.
It's definitely a little bit hard for sure.
Great KO there onto the Yololee Ninetales.
Good secure, but now look at the. But I think right now a little bit slower than expected. Actually, now memory is slowly coming back to me. Right, even back during the regional qualifiers, you don't see Rotterdam being as aggressive as they want to be as well. Even with the picks that they have as well. A lot more slower here.
So you feel like they're a much more passive team from what you've seen?
I feel they are a little bit more passive than they're supposed to.
Reactive, would you say? Are they a reactive team?
More of a counter-initiator
Counter-initiator.
Which I think is somewhat similar to Get Together as well. I believe they also just went into counter-initiate towards this fight. Bochi, although taking a little bit too much damage, but he will be able to sustain for it. He still have the Thorn lead, so he still can get out of those tight situations if they were to overcommit.
Yeah, both teams are really poking, you can see, right? They're not fully committing to those team fights. They're just sort of waiting for that reaction. And then they determine if they wanted to go into that fight or not. But we do have the objectives here, Leonard.
I feel like they're just like playing that fishing game, right? To see who wants to bite that, who wants to take that bite here, who's going to be lured out.
Yeah, so Bocchi actually starting initiation here for Get Together with those wood hammers. He's not fully committing though, and it looks like Road to the Top are still thinking a rapid spin though from this Blastoise. So we are looking at the rapid spout build, taking so much damage, actually going to be healed up by his teammate Bocchi, trying to actually connect onto those very squishies. But Alola Ninetales getting the Regirock, so the buff is going in favor of Get Together, and we might be seeing a bit of a cleanup situation from Road to the Top. There's Get Together, run over two Pokemon, and are looking to break this goal zone.
I think Bombe actually pick up the rapid spin is definitely a lot more of a bigger competitor. So.
Well, you don't have a Buzzwole to worry about, right? Like
True.
one of the issues that we always see with those Blastoise matchups is that teams, if they see Blastoise, they go straight for the Buzzwole, they just throw you out of the rapid spin, and what can you do?
Exactly, just absolutely nothing. Now Get Together has a little bit more confidence since they I guess you could say really broke the tie between the two sides here, getting that additional buff from the Regirock as well. Now they want to see they want to start force out any more additional fights. I guess you could say it's a very fresh tool coming in from Get Together here, but they are still being not too overzealous about this. Daisy does manage to spot out Genkai. There's drop the Mii look as well to lock them down in place, but nothing too aggressive. They're waiting for Lilac and instantly fell for the bait as he got lured in perfectly with the random spin. He's no longer the defender, he's literally the all-rounder, chasing ball back to the goalpost.
And we even saw Pikachu going in for the Thunderstorm, but was on the edge of the team fight, so the majority of the bolts didn't even connect on to Get Together. Road to the Top absolutely flustered this game. Get Together's, their coordination, their team fight has just been on point so far. All of their unites connecting where it needs to. Now, it's not the end of the world. There is a potential chance here for Road to the Top to make this comeback happen, but it's going to be tough when you are at a numbers disadvantage. There's only 3 Pokemon up top. They still have Mimikyu and Pikachu coming up, and they've already lost 2 in this fight. They still have that Trevenant, but he's on a sliver of health. Pikachu actually stealing the Regieleki.
That's absolutely fantastic. And Mimikyu at the same time was able to get the KO on the Leafeon as well. So not a lot of damage left on the side here. Even the Yololee Ninetales couldn't really stay too long, but he does get a nice pickup with the berries here. Able to heal back and somewhat reset to get back into the fight here. Of course, Blastoise still bigger than Massive with the rapid spin, and of course, returning the failure. Milo P gets 1 KO, but easily trade up back. But they make it costly for Road to the Top if they want to get this down towards the goalpost here. And their defense is literally impeccable. Leafeon has finally respawned and rejoined back into the fight. They finally do get the goalpost here. Now it's time for cleanup here. Trying to punish anyone who's somewhat overextended themselves. Xerxes in particular. He did pick up the Moment Speed Berry and is still currently on the hunt. Genkai, of course, doesn't really have the best mobility. Gonna prioritize getting a little bit more levels here at least.
Road to the Top, they're playing catch up, and thankfully for them, that steal coming in from the Pikachu extremely crucial to prevent Get Together from snowballing once again and pushing that top lane. And then also those KOs helping them to equalize that experience gap between the two teams as well. And even then on the bottom, Lilac and Jal both finish off the Regi for the team, so now they got a nice boost in experience. Road to the Top, they're slowly making this comeback happen. They are crawling, they are doing their best, but they're not in the clear yet.
I mean, it's of course never easy, but then again, there is still another opportunity within 1 minute during that time, but they just need to bite it out. Can't force any more, can't lose any more of these fights here, can't be instigated or even lured into any of these forced fights as well, any of these baits that's being set up by Get Together here. They are currently stacking as much points as possible, trying to see if they want to go for the quick stick to the goal
Leonard.
points.
It is 3 minutes, and these teams are converging to one another. And I'm a little bit worried here. They're going to try and use the Follow Me to keep the Umbreon in place. But look at this, though. We do see the Leafeon trying to go for the Unite, instantly getting popped through the Thunderstorm as well. But both of Road on Top's Pokemon instantly going down. They've lost their support. They've lost their central laner as well. Pikachu completely exposed and caught out with that mean look. Mimikyu trying to make an escape, but with an Umbreon going after you, looks like not able to catch up to get that mean look in. So Get Together winning another major team fight, and this is right before Rayquaza as well, so that's going to be a nice little boost and experience for this team as well. Level 13 on that Alola Ninetales. This Ninetales has been extremely problematic for Road to the Top because something I'm starting to identify, and this is a very weird play that's been coming out from Road to the Top. They've been running straight into the Ninetales, and every time they've done that, they have just popped a face full of snow. Extremely painful, but look, it looks like the Pikachu once again getting the Regieleki, and the Snow Globe being popped right now. It's 2 minutes 10. Rayquaza's about to respawn. We see Get Together going for a major push. They have 50 points on Bommy, and it should tick over before it's 100 points, so it's going to be a double dunk here for Get Together. 342 points to the 138 of Road to the Top. It's time to go for Malaysia and Singapore. If you're going to make that comeback happen, it's got to happen now. But Mimikyu Genkai all alone going into Get Together. Hello?
Although yes, it was a little unfortunate, but he was able to lure him a little bit too far apart. They were able to take a lot of this fight, especially because there's not a lot of Unite move left available. Fall will fall, and instantly a free pick on the Rayquaza here. A little bit of overconfidence coming from Get Together because they just won such a massive fight, but they forgot to take into account, Danelie, that they have no Unite moves to counteract this Rayquaza fight, and instantly taking advantage of that opportunity, won the Rayquaza fight, secured the Rayquaza, and now getting a lot of points back. They turned the game around after such a devastating early and mid-game.
Genkai, this man, I thought this man was going to get KO'd and his team was going to fight into Get Together.
He lured him like a fish in a barrel.
But he did. He actually played such a great distraction game because Get Together was so busy chasing this Mimikyu, and Road to the Top came barreling in from the west side of the map onto Get Together. 652 points after that Rayquaza.
Yes.
So they are in the lead. Get Together, though, they've got 40 seconds to make one big push happen and drop 300 points. It is possible, but they've got to start it now.
Definitely though. 30 seconds left on the clock. All they want to do is just try to buy time. Pops a Hydro Typhoon, try to keep it in place as much as possible. Another 28 points, but that's not enough. More damage, Rapid Spin as well. But sadly, they're currently at the stage where it doesn't really matter to them. They want to go for pickoffs, and all too low. Not a much ability to escape from this carnage. And instantly, 4 will fall once again, Nanny. 1 remain. None at all. Actually down for the count. And of course, speaking of count, exactly 5 seconds. Road to the Top wins game number 2.
Road to the Top. They made the comeback happen. They've tied the series 1-1. So both of these teams, they have secured 1 point for this set. But to get 2 more points, you've got to win that next game. And I have to say, Road to the Top, fantastic execution in that late game. And I think I also want to make a very quick comment for Get Together. I have to say the very, very, very late usage of some of those Unites, extremely questionable, because you knew it was 10 seconds up until Rayquaza.
Yep.
Yet we still saw multiple Unites, in particular the Snow Globe coming out from Milo P.
Yeah.
And they didn't even really win that fight.
Exactly. The thing is, I feel like this could possibly be the fact that just adrenaline running, right? When you're having this substantial lead, you're currently having this massive fight happening before you as well. One person commits to Unite, next you know, everyone starts following up with it.
Okay.
Pretty much like a domino effect, if you think of it.
If I want to theory craft, I think in situations where you're going to unite like that, in particular if you're going to unite that late, your team's objective in that fight is to get a complete team wipe and to just dunk in multiple double points.
Yes.
Right? Because we saw one already happen with Bommy, but we didn't see any more points coming out from Get Together. So if multiple Pokemon were knocked out from Road to the Top, I actually think Get Together would have gotten a very big win because they would dunk their points, they get into position for Rayquaza, and then the teams would play the dance of Rayquaza yet again. But yeah, it was just very big commitment. The payout wasn't that much, and Road to the Top, they just capitalized it so much. In particular, Genkai. I think that fight, Genkai played such a big role, but the fact that he was able to just lure all those Pokemon away. And then also in the very last fight as well, I saw Genkai, he flanked Milo P, I saw him just gobble him up. He was like, I'm going to unite this Ninetales. I don't care. Gobbles him up. Instant KO. Milo can't do anything. Man's just sitting there waiting for game 3.
Which is why it was just so crazy, right? Because once they get to the Rayquaza pit, right, Genkai, like, some would usually say, I believe also at one point you also thought, like, what is this guy doing, right? Like,
Yeah,
diving on
team,
top of the Leafeon?
He was so far from his team. He was in the middle of the map. His team was still coming to the central area, and I was just like, "Genkai, what are you?" Because he was in the middle of like what 3 Pokemon.
Yeah.
I was like, "What is
And
this?"
then he lures the Leafeon all the way to the bottom part of the pit, completely isolated from the rest of the squad. Even Milo P was just pretty much confident. He's like, yeah, I just, I believe Leafeon, my teammate can handle him. I'll just stick with the Rayquaza. But instantly, that's when everyone starts rolling in. And remember, all this until I think Genkai was the fact that he had this really bold approach was mainly because of the fact that he knows there's no Unite move. He knows that they can't really counteract against him. Hence, even Leonard was so confident to just dive straight to the Milo P because it's like, what are you gonna do? You have no Hydro Typhoon. You have nothing to stop me. Sure, you can try to blast me with snow, but the rest of my squad comes in bigger, stronger, and better. Instantly melted the Milo P. And Leafeon, he came in a little bit late to the party because he was a little bit lured away from Genkai, which by the way, hopefully we'll see that back later in the replay here. But the early phase here, it was just such a relentless slaughter for the rest of the screen because they just prioritized. They just ran past Bochi. They didn't care about Bochi. They just went straight for the more core members here because Bochi, they say, leave Bochi apart. Jal, everyone was so nearby us around Reggie Rock.
Yeah.
We're within the vicinity, just keep diving upon them here.
It was a hard game for Bocchi as well because you have to remember he can't do anything against a Rapid Spin Blastoise, and for him to catch a Leafeon, he shouldn't catch a good Leafeon.
Yeah.
So yeah, the game was just incredibly tough, but there was just so many moments in the early game we saw, right? Just complete dominance from Get Together. The team was playing so well. It was just in that late game. I don't know what happened. The team maybe sort of lost sight of what their main objective was in that game. Maybe they got a little overconfident because they kept winning all these team fights. That does sometimes happen. You have to maintain your mental regardless of the outcome of the game at that point of time. But this was a pretty big fight actually for Road to the Top. It was one of the comeback fights. But here we do have another fight on the bottom. This was, I think, another very big victory for Get Together. I kind of feel like this was the fight that made Get Together decide at the top lane. We are so far ahead, I think we can wipe them here. We're going to use our Unites.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? It's because it's like, like how most players here, especially I guess you could say for Genkai's case here as the team captain here, he played this game with his own, he has this really calm and collected demeanor, right? Where most players will usually have, there's literally a fine line.
So here we go. So we do see, this is where we saw the shenanigans, but I do want to very quickly mention actually, because now I finally got to see what really happened. It was 2 Pokemon that were major players in that middle team fight. It was actually Pikachu and Mimikyu. So Pikachu came into the fight with a thunderstorm that softened the entirety of Get Together. And then you had Mimikyu sort of playing in the middle of the fight as well, drawing attention away from teammates that were going to be coming in from the western side of that map. So yeah, extremely, look, that was a really, really risky play.
Yeah.
They could have lost both Pokemon there and maybe that would have been it.
Yeah.
But they both survived, they got out of there, and they were able to finish off the game and get Rayquaza. So that was so risky.
I know. But the thing is, I feel like there was maybe some things they could try to lessen the situation or maybe elevate them a little bit better. Especially one thing, which is just positioning. Xerxes, if Xerxes wants to jump on the thing, that's fine.
Yeah.
But before we talk about that game, we have a questionnaire or graphic that's being prepped, and it's going to be Jal. So let's quickly take a look at Jal's questionnaire real quick here. So, because team fight, is definitely, by the way, his most highest point that he actually selected for. It's 4 stars for this game. Of course, the comments pretty much similar to his, relatively similar, but this time on a more smaller margin here.
This is a personal goal.
Yeah, this is more like a personal goal.
I want to beat everybody in the bottom lane. I mean, this is actually a nice goal, right? Like, if you could be that guy where it's like, you're guaranteed to win your lane, you're good. You're a good player. But I have to say, though, the way that he's rated himself, this is very, extremely humble. Like, he doesn't feel he's extremely good at anything. He feels that he's competent in what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
But he is confident in his team fight. And I do think this is something I can definitely agree with, especially seeing that last game.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But it was pretty impactful as well. Like seriously, the fact, like you said as well, and what we witnessed as well, we saw the Mimikyu luring away Xerxes was being the Leafeon. But I also feel there was like certain aspects or certain variables they could have added to the equation to secure the win, especially for Get Together. I think it's just mainly just positioning because they were so grouped up in the pit itself. The one was really in the bush on the left side on road to the top side of the map here, so there wasn't really much intel. There wasn't anyone to really spot this Pikachu running in with the thunderstorm either way, or even spotting Lilac with the Zoroark coming in for the last minute assassination sweep.
Yep. Now I do believe we're ready to take a look at one of the players' intro cards from not Road to the Top, from Get Together. We have Bommy, and Bommy is actually quite different to Jal here. So he's got 4 stars in aggressiveness, 3 stars in goal defense, 5 stars in combination, 3 stars in strategy, and 4 stars or 4 hearts in mental strength. And his player comment is, our goal is to play offline at Icon Siam, which is going to be the location for the finals. And his favorite Pokemon is Greedent.
Actually, that's why
I would love to see Greedent.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? I was about to bring it up because like among his match history, there was just that one like really, it stuck out like a sore thumb because there was like a lot of blasters, a lot of other defenders, and suddenly out of nowhere it's just Greedent. And I was like, what's Greedent doing? And then I looked further back and then I realized, oh, Greedent was his, by the way, not just his favorite Pokemon, but his most played Pokemon.
We are in the presence of a Greedent main. Ooh.
And that's very rare, right? That kind of
It's
thing.
rare nowadays, yes, because Greedent's just like completely out of the meta. This Pokemon doesn't really know where it wants to be. But I would love to see a Greedent, although...
I do not want to see a Greedent.
Okay, I would like to see it. I don't want to play against it. I'd like to see it. But I don't think Game 3 of a series like this would be the best time to pull out a Greedent.
Yeah, but still, then again, the potential is not, like, the percentage is not that high. Like, there is a slight chance, you know? There is maybe a slight chance, you know, you never know. This kind of thing, this is one of those few things where we just don't know what the players really want to bring into their lineup. Sometimes they feel confident, sometimes they feel like we need to do something drastic to make a change here, to really break the balance.
Yes, that's called Blaziken.
Which is why I'm very surprised we didn't see that at all coming from Milo P actually, because that was the first time I actually see him actually picking up the Alolan Ninetales here. But also at the same time, I was very surprised to see some of the other players also switching up some of their roles in terms of Pokemon as well.
Okay, look, I've said this to several players, to several people already. In Southeast Asia, everybody has multiple accounts. Everyone has multiple accounts to train different things because let's be real, we don't want to practice on our main account because we care about MMR. So I've been practicing these new Pokemon on a different account. Anyways, we are in Game 3 between Get Together and Road to the Top. Clefable is going to be the choice of band here for Get Together, whereas Road to the Top is yet again getting rid of that Tyranitar. I cannot blame them. I think I'd have PTSD as well after seeing Get Together run that Tyranitar. What is going to be the play here for Get Together? What are they picking? Are they going to continue with what they had last game, or are they going to come and pull out another crazy pick? Because Tyranitar is considered crazy now.
Yeah, pretty crazy too. But you know, for 6-1, looks like Daisy is going to be the support player for this round this time instead of being the defender for the last, as he was able to secure the hook. But however, Bochi this time, decided to lock in that Umbreon just in case for that Mean Look. Going to be pretty great against any speedster like the Leafeon from Xerxes Beefeon.
This is also really good at just countering Blaziken. I just don't see Blaziken being pickable here.
Right, but then again, okay, if it's not Blaziken, I don't think he will want to bring back the Alolan Ninetales. It seems pretty okay for that round, but I didn't think it was like, absolutely significant. I feel like if he were to bring someone else in, I think it would have been a lot more better.
Well, you can't pick Ninetales if Jal is about to pick it.
That is true.
We are going to possibly look at a new attacker here for Get Together. I'm just
He's
wondering...
going to stick with the Pikachu.
The Pikachu again. Well, the Thunderstorm did a lot of damage and possibly won them that game.
Actually, did he play the Electro Web just now? I'm not too sure.
So, no, Electro Web is his first ability. So he played Thunder and... Is it Thunderbolt? I know he picked for the long range disable electric move. Yeah, he didn't go for Volt Tackle.
Interesting. Okay, so if that's gonna be the lock, does that mean Xerxes is gonna be? Sorry, will that be Milo P playing the Mimikyu though?
It could.
Let me do the checks.
Okay, normally Mimikyus are going to be in the mid lane. So if you see two potential mid laners, then Mimikyu's normally the central laner, and Leafeon would be the laner, but I could be wrong here.
No, you're totally right. Because for my records here, it's Patty and Boomy would be the defender if Daisy is going to be the supporter. So, so it's Boomy and Patty, okay.
Yeah. So does that mean Xerxes going central?
Oh, Xerxes not playing his speed style. I mean, then again, he's also an all-rounder player with the Mimikyu.
The thing is, Leafeon is a pretty good laner as well. So a lot of teams, they have so Leafeon has been a really great pivot pick for teams if you want to put him in lane or if you want to put him in central area. Because I think last game, it was in lane.
I think he will actually go to the lane this time because I mean, Xerxes has always been their central area player.
Yeah, so then, should be laning Leafeon then.
So that's an interesting. So bottom lane Leafeon or top lane Leafeon?
Well, normally
Actually,
you'd send Patty up top, so yeah, Patty should be going up top. Blastoise usually goes top. Yeah.
So
there we go.
So Daisy and Patty top.
It sort of depends on the lane matchup because it's going to be Patty going up against a Buzzwole, so I think you'd actually want to put the support up there. Yeah, so Hooper is probably going to go up top.
Yeah, alright. Oh, no. Okay, so Bommy is going.
Top. Okay, so support Blastoise?
This is the problem with flex teams.
It is the problem with flex teams.
Everything just keeps changing.
No, it's fine. I actually think this might be a good idea for Bommy to get this farm because Bommy is probably going to do a little bit better up against a Buzzwole than a Squirtle would. But again, it's also a team preference, like who they decide to give priority. So they could change it a little bit later on. It really depends. But Daisy's going to have to just try and fight with Genkai here, but Genkai is just getting all these last hits, getting all these little Bunnelbees, getting all these stacks. There's not really much Daisy can do unless he can somehow steal those last hits, but it's really hard against a Buzzwole.
It really is. And the best part about it is that instead of trying to counteract, instead of counteracting for their side of the wild Pokemon, they're also sending their own, they're also trying to secure the road to the top wild Pokemon on their right side. So I think that's pretty great. Honestly, I don't think the Chansey can really do much to the face. The face of the Traveler yet.
Careful there, especially with Lye, but Squirtle is there ready with the water gun. Nice little stagger there with the water gun as well, so it keeps his partner safe. Now, it'll be really good if they can actually secure all of these Swablues, but the Electro Web is going to catch out the Squirtle. They don't commit! They didn't commit!
They didn't want to take the chance. That solar break cooldown isn't that long either way as well, so I don't think they just didn't want to take the chance of actually giving them an early KO. They're currently slowly getting some really because Genkai just kept dunking small points one at a time, which is actually pretty impressive as well. But a quick rotation coming for the rest of the team, trying to see if they will try to commit. Not overzealous about this, totally respected this, but none will be able to secure any of their objective.
No, not yet. You can see the teams that they are reacting accordingly, seeing the number of Pokemon appear in these lanes. Xerxes getting back into the central area just to pick up those buffs. But we are going to be looking at the central farm spawning in 1 second here. I don't think we're going to be able to see who gets the majority of that. So that's going to be not available to us. We saw Jal and the rest of the Swablues. I think that may have just been snapped up there by the Leafeon. Yeah, so really good Solar Blade.
All he got out of it is just one.
I mean, it was the Altaria, so it's not too bad. It could be worse. But yeah, so it would be nice to get the majority of it there.
Okay, so slowly Wartortle just finally come into play here. I believe the next Reggie is going to be spawning in within a couple of seconds. So, however, top side, I'm very curious of what's really happening towards the top side. I think the ball lane is going to be a little bit more. It's going to be a little bit more of a stalemate since we have the 3v3, but now it's ready to take the initiation. Buzzwole currently is about to hit level 7, so I think he wants to try to take the advantage against Bommy, who's currently still just level 5 here.
Well, I mean, I think Bommy's doing really good in this lane. It could be much worse, especially when you're going up against that Buzzwole. Bottom, though, we almost saw Xerxes take out Jal, but Jal playing extremely defensive on that Pikachu. But actually, up top, we saw the Trevenant get taken down by Genkai. So the pressure from this Buzzwole is really starting to ramp up and get together. If they don't manage Genkai soon, he's going to be a mid-game monster that they're going to have to deal with. But if Genkai gets a little bit too overexcited like this, then this should slow him down, and yes, they will finish him off with that Mimikyu. Yeah, a little too excited there, but this did give an opening for Lye to finish off the Reggie Ice down bottom. So they got the health bonus and the experience for their team.
Definitely not wasting time at all. Definitely reacting accordingly when it's a security objective and not. However, topside Regieleki is of course going to be the one to secure. Now we see the whole team rotated to try to defend against this Regieleki, but most importantly, taking into account of the position coming in for Lye as well. They don't really know he's currently in that bush push just yet, but Xerxes will face check it and will suffer quite a amount of damage for it. Paddy coming in for a little bit of reinforcement, but they're still keeping their distance, keeping an arm's length, not to be overzealous to get picked off or punished for it.
Yeah, just need to play very patiently.
That's
now,
a lot of points.
Oh, nice cancel there coming in from Zhao, the long-range Pikachu build. It
The
being
last second too.
extremely handy there. Very unfortunate for Milo P, but
It was a good attempt though. It was a very good attempt.
it was a good attempt. It would have been nice if it fully connected, but sometimes you just don't get lucky. But in the meantime, up top, Get Together managed to break that top goal zone, so they get a nice chunk of experience and points on the board as well. Up top though, Mimikyu being taken down by the Umbreon, and we're seeing a massive push coming in from Road to the Top. They're looking to break this goal zone themselves as well before that next objective. But so far, it's been pretty hard to score these points with 2 Pokemon here, but they will successfully break this through, and they are now leading with 134 points to the 106 of Get Together.
So far, it feels like a lot more of a back and forth target war between these two teams so far. I don't think anyone.
It is, yeah.
I don't think anyone really had a very substantial lead just yet, because I don't think we haven't seen like both sides really fully committing for a fight just yet. Probably a couple of skirmishes, like a 2v5, 3v4 kind of situation, but we haven't really seen a very on a much larger scale here. Xerxes has been slowly bouncing between the central area, trying to get so much intel, but you can definitely tell that Road to the Top is trying to see if they can get more control around the map. That's why you see a little bit more aggression in terms of positioning coming in from both the Bustle and even Leonard here. Although a little bit not very comfortable with by having Leonard being so close to the front there.
Oh, we just see a Typhoon connect onto
but no
3,
follow-up.
but there's no follow-up. Yeah, there's no one around Paddy. That was a pretty interesting move, but there we go. We do see the Mimikyu coming in to help the day, as well as that Trevenant. So we do get a couple KOs on that board. The Buzzwole, as well as the Blissey are off the board. The Blissey's going to come into this fight in just a second here. So we are looking at a potential reset. Now here's the thing though, Lila actually getting rid of the Hooper, so no potential reset here for Get Together. Blastoise out as well, and they actually managed to get a 4-man cleanup. Get Together going back to base together.
Oh, they waited it out. They knew for the fact that there's not a lot of Unite move currently left for them. They just had to endure for as long as possible for that one tunnel, for that one fight, and that was when they waited long enough and fully executed perfectly as well. 4 pickoffs, 4 KOs as well, including another objective. I think that's possibly one of the best things they can actually go throughout this entire game so far.
Paddy actually being caught out here by the Buzzwole, and the Surf won't even save them either. So out of this game for 5 seconds. Although now this push seems to be getting a little bit too deep here for Road to the Top, as we do see the Blissey trying to get out. But Calamity will go back to base for free. It's totally fine. But Road to the Top, though, we do see Lili by himself trying to finish off that Reggie Alecki. And I don't think Get Together are going to get there quick enough, because look at this, Genkai. He is protecting and also face checking for his team.
Did he just soloed the Reggie Alecki?
Yeah, Lili soloed, and then Genkai was watching his back. So they got the Alecki, it breaks the goal zone as well. They almost lose Lili there, being chased up by that Mimikyu, but I think he's managed to just get out of there. So he's going to be safe and happy. Road to the Top still leading with 190 points. Get Together. They've got to get their experience, and they need to figure out what their late game plan is, because it's either going to have to be for them to contest that Rayquaza, or they're going to have to try and get some of those back caps. And back capping, especially against a Zoroark, isn't easy, because he is extremely quick on his feet. He is going to be a great candidate to defend those goal zones.
Definitely for sure. But then again, I am still a tad bit concerned for Road to the Top here, because they are playing a very dangerous game here, despite they're slightly in the lead for now. But they have been winning a lot of this fight, because they have been forcing out a lot of this Unite move before they actually counter initiate back again into the team fights as well. So it's when it comes to the Rayquaza, now everyone starts grouping up here. Now the trick is, can they try to minimize losses while actually forcing them to execute Unite move before they re-engage back into this fight? Because if they just decide to start the fight, hit those fights head on with the confidence that they can actually try to win, I think they might actually be punished pretty hard for this.
Yeah, so we are not seeing any potential back caps, and everyone has vision on the majority of the Pokemon here. We are starting to see quite a bit of chip damage coming out from Road to the Top. That Pikachu's long-range Thunder, it's really starting to hurt, especially in those tiny little chokes. I don't know how Get Together is going to find an opening to actually get into Road to the Top. It might really come down to Paddy and Bommy. If they're able to set up for this team with the Hydro Typhoon and the Phantom Forest, that might be what Get Together needs to win this. But yeah, if their two defenders can't do their jobs, I don't know what we're going to have to do here, because the defenders have gone back to base and the rest of their team is actually fighting Leonard.
Then it's right back into the things itself. Pops in the Hydro Typhoon, was able to get a nice pickup as well. However, Lala is still alive and it's still a danger at large. He does manage to get on top of the hoop and still remove them from play. The timing wasn't that great for sure, because when the fight started was right after they left the base. You couldn't ask for a more better opportunity. We were just talking about how they want to start this fight while forcing out Unite moves. How about start the fight when they're not even present in the first place?
Oh,
that timing
gosh.
couldn't be possibly even worse. However, if you ask me, I still think the main point, the crucial positioning was actually coming from Genkai. His positioning towards that top side gave so much intel and gave them a lot of coverage to ensure that no one's trying to sneak in for that goal post or want to try to go for that flank if
Look,
you choose to go for it.
It's time to rip. You've got 25 seconds to rip that Rayquaza, but I mean, I don't think you have the damage here.
This is Buzzwole.
Everyone's melting. I think this might just be it. Road to the Top is going to potentially take game number 3 against Get Together and secure 3 points for their opening match in the Southeast Asia League for the Asia Champions League. Oh my gosh, what a crazy ending. Look, I think if you were Get Together, you'd be feeling a lot of things in that moment. A lot of things happened. And some very important things happened when 2 Pokemon were not there. Now, like, also at the same time, you can't blame the players, because most of the times you don't anticipate when these fights are going to happen. They happen when they happen. But the fact that Paddy and Bommy were sent home the moment Daisy, Milo, and Xerxes got jumped on, I started having a mini panic attack on the desk, because I just thought, this is the absolute worst scenario to happen to your team, where your 2 defenders have gone back to reset and the rest of your team is left exposed. And I'm wondering, was it because Road to the Top saw Paddy and Bommy go back? So that was the call when they said, guys, it's time to go.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Because, like, although yes, he did send them back from the brush, right? But the portal still can be spotted outside of it as well from the animation. So the minute they spot them in out, they just decide, like, yeah, we're just gonna jump right in. There's just no defenders. And the worst part about it is, I don't think, like, it's unfortunate, but I don't think at that time Daisy did it out of malice intent, or it wasn't a mistake. I felt like, because they did had a couple of skirmishes before that, right? Trevenant and Blastoise was both brought down to, I would say very low HP. I say maybe about like half HP, but that's just pretty much it. But really, the man of the match, I still have to give it to Genkai. I think Genkai had a lot of impact in that round, at least for sure. Even without a Unite move, his just decision to just really set things up, or trying to set up the opportunity for both Jal and Lala to really fully seize that opportunity. I think that's actually really fantastic.
Yeah, I actually think Genkai, he was so problematic for Get Together.
God,
like, if
so
they didn't manage to
horrifying.
get rid of him,
Like,
he was a massive issue.
Can you imagine Bommy's point of view, like in that early laning phase, just him and Genkai, Genkai just casually just like smacking him around, and then once he got that level ahead, he just kept the ball rolling. I'm just like, yo, this is not fun. Like, it had to force like for all 5 members to rotate to that top lane to try to put him in his place, or at least give enough space for Bommy to get that Trevenant out at least.
So, I was questioning whether Road to the Top were going to be capable of actually getting, or at least winning this series, especially after that first game against Get Together, because Get Together just looked clean, pristine, absolutely perfect. But game 2 onwards, Road to the Top, great recovery. I think especially the fact that the banning of T-Tar, that was definitely a contributing factor, but the team somewhat just felt like they played better after that first game. I'm not sure if it may have been the jitters, because viewers might not know this, but a lot of players, when they realize their games are being streamed, sometimes you just get these extra jitters, because you know there are going to be eyes on your game. You know, people are watching you. And it's such a... I've been in that position before, and it's a horrible feeling.
I mean, of course, I mean, it's also the same, like, that's why some people usually say, like, besides being streamed, having a game stream online, there's also a different kind of pressure when you're playing streams and you're playing in the actual competition itself, when there's actually a risk, it's a high stakes game. Exactly.
Money is on the line. A ticket to the finals is on the
A
line.
positioning too.
Yeah.
Like even though it's just the first series, but it feels somewhat so heavy once you're being put in their shoes alone, right? That kind of
Yeah.
thing. But regardless of the game, right? I just hope Daisy, my friend, don't pat yourself on the back. I think you guys did a really phenomenal job. I don't think it was a mistake either because it wasn't like I said, it wasn't really malice intent. Like he genuinely wanted to say like, all right, Trevenant, Blastoise, you quickly go back, get healed up because you did have a small skirmish with Genkai. We'll bring you back quite quickly. Just unfortunately, it just got spotted, and then and Ly and Zhao did not waste any time. Like we just saw we barely see the full thing at the bottom of the screen there, but we just saw Lila and Zhao just like went right in.
So I think what could have happened here, replays are ready by the way, so let's have a look at the replays for the match. But I think what may have happened is that I have a feeling that the team has never experienced this before, where the timing of a hyperspace hole impacting whether a team fight does or doesn't happen. Because teams who have experienced that situation before, they will understand that they need to be in a defensive position while their team is recovering. And especially if it's your frontliners, you need to be in a defensive position so that if someone tries to jump on you, there's time for your Trevenant and your Blastoise to come back and save you. But because the team was still very exposed, it makes me feel like they've never really been put in a competitive situation where a team capitalizes on a hyperspace hole in such a way. Maybe they have before and they just haven't remembered, but I understand a lot of experienced teams will have the foresight to see this. So they, in a lot of cases, they shouldn't be experiencing this, I guess, these mishaps.
I mean, this is. I guess this brings back to what I was telling Flava about, right? When they were fighting against Team Rise, where they have just various policies already sort of pre-prep for themselves. Because 1.5 years of competitive gameplay just somewhat it becomes like sixth sense to you. Right?
When you play so much Unite, you're going to experience so many things, and you'll have the foresight to know, okay, this is how I'm going to respond to it. Like that's the difference between a real pro player that spent years playing Pokemon Unite and someone that's still very fresh, very new to the scene, might be mechanically skilled, but they don't have the same level of knowledge as someone that has been in the scene for quite a while. But it looks like it's time for us to do some drawings, Leonard.
Your turn?
It's my turn. I love your drawings. You're like way better than me. But yes, so we are actually going to take a look at Genkai's highlight here, I believe, for our first clip. So this was actually the backstab play that we saw in that first matchup. So this was actually the main reason why Get Together won. So let's start from the beginning here, Leonard. So let's walk our viewers through this team fight here. So very quickly, we see the Yololee Ninetales casting the Snow Globe. As this is happening, can you see? Okay, I hope I'm going to draw this because every time I use this, it doesn't work. There we go. It's white. It's the wrong color. I selected red. It is still the wrong color. Okay, Leonard. Well, apparently I'm terrible. I'm going to let you... Leonard!
Right. I got this. I got this.
Leonard's way better at this.
Oh, no, wait.
No,
Hold on.
stop the pen. Oh, it's a disaster. Wait, the table got wiped. All right, so...
All right. Real quick, right? Okay, so right now we're currently watching the final Rayquaza fight for game number 3, right? And this is just one of those unfortunate moments, which is why I'm going to point out 3 things that was very crucial, the biggest variables inside this entire fight, right? So, wait, why is this? Okay, this should be... All right, let me see. Aha, okay, I got the color.
You got you baited.
I got you baited, yes.
You just tap it, there we go.
There we go, all right, kids, let's get this started. So 3 variables that was very crucial to us entire fight, right? One, of course, was the most obvious one, which was the portal. Which, of course, I believe most of the teammates were just wondering like, oh my god, what's happening? Like, viewers and casters alike were wondering like, what's happening here? Like, because we don't know what's happening within the comms, but we're just trying to find out curiously like, where was the rest of the team, right? However, like I said, the 3 variable things. One is the portal. The second, look towards the minimap. I should get this as well, which I said quite pivotal, was the position of the Buzzwole here. This gives so much not only security, but gives so much value in intel as well. This pretty much covers the entire upper hemisphere, and he's pretty confident that his team was currently at a level where he can actually contest with the opponent team, even if he wasn't there presently as well. But the other third variable would be the bottom side. I believe because we didn't really have full coverage on what really happened on that bottom lane, I feel they were just, it was a very great initiation coming from the Ombrium based on where he was currently positioning. It was such a forward positioning that it covered almost majority of the members of Get Together, right?
Look,
so
now that I'm looking at this, I actually think it may have been Gengai to tell his team, I see a hyperspace hole. I know Patty and Bommy are there. They're going to teleport home. I'm going to give the signal. We're going to go once we know that the player's teleported. Because there is a timer before a player actually gets teleported, right? So Genkai's vision being so key in this moment to tell his team, this is when we're going to go fight. So let's play the clip here, Leonard.
All right.
Was this after the fight happened? Oh, okay, never mind. This was after the fight happened. So they already came back, but Genkai already spotted the hyperspace hole.
Yes.
Now, look at the health bars of Get Together.
But if you guys can see on the screen, you guys can definitely see it from the side here. All relatively so low. The only one that's relatively healthy in this case here would have been both the Blastoise and the Trevenant here.
Yeah. So as we can see on the screen, we see Umbreon using the Unite. Point blank on everybody.
Yes.
We all know on impact, all of these Pokemon will be stunned. Any shielding that they had is going to be absorbed.
And
they just get annihilated.
And best part about it as well, Jal was also, if you saw from his stats, Jal was also a team player as well. So the fact that he initiated the fight and you saw his HP as well from what it dictated as well, he actually started this whole mayhem. In other words, Jal was a very happy boy. He was a very happy boy. He sent them all packing home with massive thunderstorm. Thunders here, thunders here, thunders here. And at this point, Jal could have been known as Odin in this case here. Odin Jal, you know. Odin Jal just sending massive thunderstorms. Everyone just pretty much cried in that situation. I guess you could say, in other words, they didn't bring an umbrella to that fight when they faced Jal in this case. But of course, moving on with the clip, a beautiful initiation, and of course, a late coming, unfortunately, from the portal. The defenders wasn't really there to really secure and save the team. But nonetheless, the only casualty was just pretty much just Jal, poor Jal. Started this whole entire thing by himself. He went in, but most importantly, he set up with such a great play. And it feels like he's more like a defender in this case because he's always taking the full brunt of the entire thing.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much, Leonard. Now, I've just been informed that we are actually going to have an interview session here with Calamity. So let's see what Calamity has to say after that spectacular victory, especially after ending, because I think we have a lot of questions, especially with what happened in that game. So let's welcome us back to the screen. Okay, so if Calamity's here, we'll just go straight to Calamity.
Hey, Calamity!
Hey, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
Calamity, you have changed so much from the regional qualifiers. The last time I talked with you. How are you doing, buddy?
Yeah. Hanging on.
I mean, you guys are definitely hanging on. Third game 2 on your first best of 3 here in the group stages, man. You are definitely hanging on.
Yeah.
Okay, so Calamity, I'm going to start with our first question. I got to ask you what sort of happened in that game number 1, because we saw Get Together just steamroll with the Tyranitar, and then game 2, game 3, you guys just banned Tyranitar all the way. Tell us what it was about the Tyranitar in that game that made it so important that you had to ban it for games 2 and 3.
So the plan was like the Slowbro united the Tyranitar, then we burst the Tyranitar and we will win the fight.
Yeah.
The plan was like that, but my teammate, one of our teammates didn't unite, so he didn't die. So the second game, I tell my team, okay, if you guys don't know how to play with the Tyranitar, we just ban the Tyranitar. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So a little bit of miscommunication within the team. Tyranitar's gone.
Yeah.
Don't have to deal with that anymore.
Yes.
And I love this. I love the simplicity in these things, right? It's like if you can't work around it, you just remove it entirely, right? So that's pretty great. But okay, Calamity, I do have another question. This is definitely not related to your game at all. But I'm just more curious about what's your train of thought, right? We have a couple of patch notes that was released during this time. Meta has been slowly changing, especially with the new Sylvia coming back into the field as well. What's your thought really about this current meta, this meta change? Did it really affect you guys, or did it really change anything at all?
I think it affect most of the team. A lot of the teams dependent on maybe Lapras or something like that, previous patch. But then, this patch is rather balanced, other than Metagross.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Well, I mean, you must have
That's-
been happy when you heard that Metagross was banned for this weekend.
yes.
But next week might be a little bit different for you guys because, yeah, that monstrosity will be legal. Okay, so I want to ask you guys about game number 3. Okay, I want to know
Okay.
how that started because I know from our point of view we see the game completely different to you guys. But how did you know when to engage into get together when the tree and Blastoise actually teleported back to base? Did you know that was happening? Did you catch vision of that?
No, actually the what happened was the Mimikyu came in. So the Mimikyu and there's one more guy, I've forgotten who. Both of them came in, tried to kill my Pikachu. Then I'm a BDC, I saved my Pikachu. Yeah, that's how it happened.
Wow, so they actually fought without Blastoise and Trevenant.
Okay, just for the Calamity, just in case you didn't know, by the way, when that whole fight was happening, when Mimikyu actually dived in on Jarl, who was a Pikachu, both Daisy actually sent back both the Trevenant and the Blastoise back home. So the defenders was not there to react at all until the very last minute.
Yeah. I mean, I watched the replay also.
Oh, you also saw it?
Who's going to watch the replay? He's going to do his research.
Yeah, that's true. But oh my god, dude, because we didn't get to see the bottom half of the thing. We just only saw the two defenders being sent off. So we were trying to speculate like what happened. Like did Jarl initiate it because we saw Jarl HP like relatively low in the first place. So we thought like maybe Jarl
no.
initiated the fight, or maybe you guys had some form of like foresight.
Oh,
But at least
okay.
now we know.
Hold on, I have a question for Jarl. Okay, so we've been seeing lots of Pikachu for Jarl. Is this, like, what are your thoughts as a team on Pikachu? Is this actually a legit attacker? Because I've heard so many people say, like, this is a bad Pokemon, why are you playing it as an attacker? Is it actually a really good Pokemon that people are overlooking?
I think it's the meta's answer.
The meta's
meta's
answer!
answer.
Whoa!
Alright.
Yeah.
Massive AoEs to counteract a lot of these Pokemon. Okay, I can somewhat picture it in some way, sure.
Okay.
Okay, Calamity, I do have one more question before we send you off for a quick rest, right? So, like you said, like you mentioned as well during the meta as well, like the Lapras once again gets another patch, right? Does that mean that we will not see Lapras coming from Genkai anymore? Because like in the East Asia games, if you notice, there are still many like Japanese teams and Korean teams still utilizing Lapras at a very scary rate, actually. Just curious.
I mean, if you know him personally, he won't be using that anymore. lah.
Oh, sounds like he's finally done playing Lapras Jail.
Yeah, he's aggressive. He's an aggressive player. You see what he do. He just go in. Yeah.
Right.
I
Lapras
understand.
cannot do this.
All right, thank you so much, Calamity. Congratulations on your first win, on your first 3
Thank you.
points. Good luck in your next upcoming
Thank you.
matches as well. We'll see you a little bit later on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Wow, man, it's always fun to have a talk with Calamity. It's actually not me. I believe it was me and Moonboy. I believe we were having that last conversation during the regional qualifiers as well. He also had his own insights regarding the meta as well.
Pikachu is the answer to the meta.
Interestingly, I'm trying to picture in which kind of scenario for sure. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we just finished our second best of 3 for today. It's time to quickly check out the table with the updated stats. So let's quickly get that for you.
Yep, so we do have the table here for Group B, and as you can see right at the top, Team Get Together unfortunately have lost this first best of 3 of the day for them, but they will, however, take home 1 point because this was a full 3-game set. Whereas for Road to the Top, they are now sitting at the top of their leaderboard with 3 points. So this team is going to be looking very happy, very dandy for the rest of the day. We are still going to be seeing a couple more matches for Group B, so don't worry about that. But our next matchup is actually going to be from teams in Group A. That's going to be an extremely exciting one, but it's good to see some results from these leaderboards to see where our teams are currently standing, especially after playing our first 2 sets of the day. I'm going to, however, welcome back Professor Flava to the desk because we're going to be jumping into our next set very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Flava, what do you think about that game?
Wow, interesting enough. I think that it was amazing that it stretched out all the way to a full series itself. I think people couldn't get enough from what has inspired, and most definitely looking forward to see what they will offer in the next remaining 2 more series in their respective group as well. So I think this is going to be quite a day here. I thought East Asia have shown us enough of what we may witness here in the competition. But Southeast Asia is definitely kicking in really, really hard here, especially the first two series of the day.
Yes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our third set of the day. It's going to be a really spicy one here. Hope you are all ready to go. We have Team MYS going up against Team Secret Rare Diamond. So this is going to be the second game here for Secret Rare Diamond, but it's a really tough opponent. Before we jump into that matchup though, let's introduce our two teams and see what they have to say in their interview piece.
In my opinion, I think the strengths of our team is that we do our best every day. We practice until our limits every day until night, so that we ensure the best performance in our competition.
比较擅长在打架，因为我们玩比较久，所以我们比较有默契。I think Team MY's strength is that we all have really strong players, and all five of us work really hard together to be the best version of ourselves. And we try very hard to incorporate teamwork in our play.
My favorite Pokemon is Zacian because I love dogs and Zacian is cool.
They love Zacian. Well, Zacian's not playable.
Well, they're
so.
not playable. It's quite unfortunate. They had to highlight
God
something
dang
that's not
it.
up. Like, I guess, you know, they had it in Jobatom. There was a period of time where you are allowed to actually play Zacian, but this time about, they had to not allow it. It's a little bit too much for people to actually handle as well. But before we continue even more, let's have a look at the head-to-head between these two teams that is about to get featured. Coming up next, of course, Danelie, allow me to have the honors first to introduce the roster come from Team MYS, the Malaysia-Singapore Open First Place champions. We have Yang, Ice, HT, Yemu, as well as Mew, Foxy, and you do know that from you guys are wondering that Froggy's not there in the mix because he's currently competing in East Asia.
Yes, he's competing in East Asia. Let's also introduce or reintroduce Secret Rare Diamond because this is their second time appearing on stream, and this is also their last game of the weekend.
Yeah,
so they'll play one more matchup next weekend. But we have Tolate, Steam, Mike Ross, Huwace, and AC. And yes, as you said, Flava, so Froggy. So there are actually two players missing from Team MYS's roster. For people that have been following Team MYS, this was not the roster that went to the World Championships. The original roster actually had Froggy and Rebongs instead of Ice and HT. Ice was actually participating with orangutans.
Yes.
So we did see a little bit of a roster change here for MYS. So we have Ice not standing in, but Ice as a permanent member for Team MYS, and HT, if you're wondering who HT is, so this player was a really exciting player for me. So the first time we actually saw HT was actually way back. He actually was from Xerafic Gaming, and I remember him in particular because he played a wicked Zorak. That was one of the plays that I thought, wow, this guy is incredible. So if you haven't seen him play before, extremely talented player. I'm really excited to see this iteration of Team MYS because we are looking at, again, a very talented roster.
Was that actually in the previous?
It was from the last qualifiers for Worlds, yes. So Xerafic Gaming.
Yeah, so it's actually supposedly a great add-on to Team MYS, and hopefully we get to see what the team has to offer here with this new lineup. But of course, talking a little bit about Secret Rare Diamond, now they didn't have a good opening in the first series of the day where they actually lost against Team Rise. Now, of course, they're definitely looking to actually gather points here in the group that they're placed in. But man, oh man, the second series of the day for them so happens to be against CTM MYS. Now, for those who are not familiar with the team, now they are the #1, they're champions for the Malaysia Singapore Open 2023, and they also placed 9 to 12 in the Pokemon Unite World Championship 2023 recently last year, and of course, second Pokemon Unite Series APEC West, and they've been second place in the last ACL, as well as the Southeast Asia as well. Of course, they're looking forward to actually make the second place into
the first place.
First place, yeah.
I mean, you're always looking to improve your tournament results.
Yes.
Every time you go into a tournament, it's like, even if it's just one. But for them, one means actually
It's
becoming
actually,
one.
it's actually the only slot you have left. It's literally either that or not second again. Come on.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, you made it sound like, oh, just by one, but it's the only one. It's the highest.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I kind of feel bad for Secret Rare Diamond because, if anything, you have to think like they actually got put into a monster group. they got put in the same group where they have to deal with MYS and Rise.
Yes.
The best, so at the moment, we can easily say that Rise and MYS are categorically the best team in Southeast Asia because they represented Southeast Asia at the World Championships.
Yes.
So for Secret Red Diamond, sometimes it's inevitable. You kind of get thrown into groups. You're like, okay, well, I'll just sort of have to deal with it.
Yeah, but we're going to be jumping into the draft itself. But imagine your first 2 series of the week so happens to be with 2 monsters. I mean, they're not like giants, they're literal
Actual
monsters.
Goliaths.
Actual Goliaths, yes. Man, but of course, do have faith. The Philippines probably has some surprises for us here in this matchup. Now, interesting how Malaysia, Singapore, now this a mixed team where we do have Rebongs and Ice from Singapore, and we have Yang, Nightmare Foxy, Yimu, and HT from Malaysia. So it's a 4-to-2 ratio, leaning more towards
Rebongs, Rebongs is not playing with this roster.
Yeah.
So it's Ice and HT.
Ice and HT, oh
yes. All right, so we are in the drafting stage here, ladies and gentlemen. At MYS are going to be opting for that first pick Hooper. Now, Yang, we have seen Yang actually playing this Hooper recently, so I do believe the team has actually finally gotten this practice in. I mean, they don't have Rebongs to fall back to actually pilot the Hooper, so hopefully they're feeling confident. Although, if you're feeling confident, you're going to have to pick up that Mew for Nightmare Foxy. And for Secret Red Diamond to give away the Mew, either their team does not play Mew, or they are not anticipating this Mew. And for a team to not anticipate Mew, and especially if the Mew is called Nightmare Foxy...
Are you really not anticipating a Mew from MYS? I mean, it's not so much about MYS, it's just because Nightmare Foxy, and as you said, he literally has the word Mew in his name.
That's not the thing you should be worried about, because Nightmare Foxy, he has been posting guides on how to play Mew online. If you're looking to play Mew, look up Nightmare Foxy's build. He plays Mew on a completely different level, as in... I would never have come up with the combos that he has come up. He has figured out combos that animation cancel and allow interactions that wouldn't normally be able to happen. So this man, you know he's played a lot of Mew if he's able to come up with Mew guides that no one else has ever done before.
Exactly.
So make sure you watch a Nightmare Foxy guide. But yes, I actually think this is going to be an incredibly tough game here for Secret Rare because they're playing into Team MYS's best Pokemon. And I'm really keen to see HT pilot this Mimikyu.
Wow, this is gonna be a tough one, but instead, this time about we see the draft coming out from Team Secret Red Diamond. They are running the Umbreon first pick, followed by the Buzzwole. Now we've seen Buzzwole excel in some of the matches in East Asia, and this time they are running the Esme. We do wonder what kind of play they're gonna play here, or whether or not they're gonna be. It's really hard to navigate. Yeah.
Look, in this game, Steam has to play Stored Power. There is no way he's going to be able to get away with Psyshock. As much as you would want the damage, there's just so many Pokemon that's going to be coming at Steam. So like, I think Stored Power is mandatory.
Yes, mandatory. But based on the draft itself, now aren't they lacking a little bit of sustain here on their end? I mean, like they have the Speedster now for Secret Red Diamond. They don't really have anyone.
Clefable.
Well, basically, is that going to be enough from what?
Clefable's, if anything, I would say Clefable and Hooper are the best quote-unquote healers in the game. So Clefable being the most active healer, whereas for Hooper being more of like a reset Pokemon because you're using the Fountain regeneration. Yeah.
But who's really going to be the front lines here for Team Secret Rare?
Well, kind of depends because in some cases you can sort of frontline with your Clefable. But it's most likely going to have to be AC. Like AC is going to have to be your true frontline. Tollate is going to semi-frontline as well. And that's going to really be the only way that you can control these Pokemon and hopefully create that space for Espeon. But again, like I'm just so concerned there's so much mobility on the side of MYS that they can just bypass that front line and practically squish that Espeon.
Yeah, I think some of the main targets I want to look for Secret Red Diamond is also to clear that Zoroark. Buzzwole is going to be a little bit tough to actually take him on straight on. We'll see. It's going to be a little bit confusing as well. There's 2 evolutions coming up the other. And so probably not a good idea to actually aim on the Umbreon. It's very much possible. Probably the other would be a better option. The game's underway here, but
nice steal!
Quick invasion and still coming up from Team MYS over there. It is going to be a 2-man rotation from them. So leaving 1 Pokemon on the top lane and 1 on the bottom for Team MYS.
That is so painful because I believe they were actually trying to give... I don't know if they were trying to defend the buff. Either defend or they were trying to give the buff to the Umbreon, but because the blue buff is on ice, that's not going to be available at all for Secret Red Diamond. And here we go, we actually see HT coming in for the rotation, and goodbye Zoroark. I mean, HT is ready to go. He's got both of his buffs. Ice doesn't care. He's going to have a quick little nap. But HT is ready to completely dominate this lane. And because both of these EVs are still EVs, there's nothing they're going to be able to do up against this pressure. Now, Zorak is going to come back into the fray, but I just don't think anything is going to happen here, especially with unevolved EVs.
Yeah, it's going to be taking a little bit of time, of course. It does take a little bit for them to actually get online as they actually evolve. Now, I do question on how Zorak was actually a little bit off position, whereas the EVs was not actually trying to provide any form of support from behind. Even if they did try, it's not like they can do anything, but you wonder why was Zorak that far ahead. Probably he thought there was an opening for him to actually go in for a little bit of scoring. Meanwhile, looking on the top lane itself, we do see that it's going to be a Wall Turtle going up against the Buzzwole. We do see rotation going on to the mid lane as well. He's trying to actually get on the wild Pokemons, leaving a little bit of space for Wall Turtle to have the lane for himself. And probably in the next few moments, he's going to get himself to level 7 into a Blastoise.
Yeah, and especially, it's kind of weird. I'm surprised that Buzzwole's not trying to pressure Yamu at all, because you need to pressure that War Turtle, otherwise it's just going to hit that level 7, no problem. But look at this though, HT is just ravishing Secret Red Diamond. He is under no pressure at all, it's just getting these easy KOs. I don't know if it's a Mimikyu thing, I'm pretty sure it's a HT thing, because I remember last year I was so impressed with his play, and the way he's playing right now, I'm just like, he's just as good, if not better.
Yeah, he's just made his way all the way to level 8 with having 4 back-to-back takedowns on members from Secret Red Diamond from that encounter. Look at this guy. We were questioning on whether or not maybe he was able to actually go up against them, but then he has shown that he is worthy of actually taking down the enemy members from Team Secret Red Diamond.
I do want to give props to Ice and Yang, right? Because they were also a big reason why Zorak wasn't able to really come online. They stole the blue buff, and that's a big chunk of experience, especially from Pokemon like Zorak. So I kind of feel like it was a team effort. Like HT had a free central lane, you had your support and your defender go in to pressure their opponent's jungle. They were successful with it as well. So this slowed down that early game for Secret Diamond, and so they have to play from behind for Secret Diamond, I mean. Yeah. So I think NYS, they just really good at visualizing what they want to do from that early game going into that mid game. And look at this, like again, Night Mew Foxy, one thing this man is really good at, not just because he's good at Mew, but he's also one of the best securers I have seen in the region. When it comes to securing objectives, his timing is impeccable, especially when it's on his signature Mew. Now, okay, I was wondering if Micros was going to go for a flank because he was in that bush, but he just teleported home. So no aggressive plays from Secret Rare Diamond, but I think if I was them, I'd be feeling pretty worried, especially with everything that has happened so far.
Yeah, even though Secret Red Diamond was able to actually secure the Regieleki, but was not able to capitalize on it because it was good defense coming out from the Blastoise together with Hooper on the top lane. Meanwhile, we do see Team MLS also getting that Reggie still at the bottom lane, capitalizing on that buff. And also,
is that a level 11 Mimikyu?
Oh, yes, it is. I mean, like, he's been snowballing really hard. I mean, like, you see the team members. Zoroark is currently at level 10, trying to keep up with Mimikyu here, but it's a bit too far away. Level 7 being lowest here in the hands of Umbreon as well as the Clefable for the side of Team Secret Red Diamond.
The level disparity between these two teams is massive, and I don't see this I don't see this slowing down anytime soon, unless NYS make a mistake, unless they feed away a couple of spare KOs, or if something happens and Secret Red Diamond just come out and win a massive team fight. But with how things are, that shouldn't happen under any circumstance with how cleanly they are playing this opening match of theirs.
Yeah, so far the drive from the Blastoise managed to stop the scoring coming out from the Buzzwole here at the top lane, and it's clearing him out. It's going to be a 3-man rotation here at the top lane. Meanwhile, we do see also the Espeon getting himself in together with the Clefable, making it a 4v2 situation, 4v3 situation at the top lane. Meanwhile, in a few more seconds as well, waiting for the next Reggie to appear here at the bottom lane. Probably going to be contested between the Hooper as well as against the Umbreon, and together with the Zoroark here. And of course, not looking too well from him, of course. Unbound here being utilized by Yang, trying to do something about it. Meanwhile, we do miss out on this particular takedown. Mew clears out the Clefable at the top lane. We're trying to go attempt on the Regieleki.
Yeah, there is a big fight happening up there. Actually, we're seeing a Unite move coming out from that Mimikyu, actually connecting onto the Buzzwole. That will be just enough to finish them off, as well as that Espeon. We do see the Clefable coming in, trying to use the Gravity AoE basic attacks to get the cancels in, but just not attacking fast enough. A stun, a hit, a dead, like gone, Clefable. Micros though does manage to break the goal zone, but he's going to lose his life in that process. Unfortunately, sent back to the Pokemon Center. MYS, they're just winning these fights back to back to back. They're getting the KOs, they're getting further ahead in levels, they're taking these objectives. I mean, it may have been a questionable play at first to use the rings unbound in that bottom lane, but I mean, that was enough to scare off Micros.
Yeah, that was definitely enough over there, and I think it was great pull-off. I do want to highlight
Look
also
at Yang,
that...
he's just pressuring.
This is troublesome, and you don't expect this actually from a Hooper. He's one scary
So
one, I would say.
aggressive.
So aggressive, despite being just a supporter role over here. And you see beautiful rotations coming from team members from MYS. Now, they're not just winning in terms of scoring points, destroying goal posts from the enemies, but also taking down multiple Pokemons from Team Secret Red Diamond. And most definitely they need to actually stop this from happening, but the Regirock is going to fall this time in the hands of Team MYS. Multiple Reggies here for them, and it's going to come down to the Rayquaza pit. Now they need to not only win the team fight against Team MYS, but also secure that Rayquaza, make it a win for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think Secret Red Diamond is probably doing the best thing that they can right now, which is they understand they can't contest objectives. They've been giving those away, and they've been trying to farm the map in other places, right? We've seen some Pokemon in weird places. We saw the Buzzwole trying to go for those little micro scores up top as well, just to get that experience. Micros, oh, we cancel with the Solar Beam.
Micros doing Micros things. It's not gonna work this time about quite
Teleporting
unfortunate.
home.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
That new Foxy,
He's way too
the
deep.
bane of his existence.
Oh no, but he's gonna clear it out. But it does create a little bit of space for his team because he managed to drag out a few of the Pokemons from Team NYS all the way back to the base. Meanwhile, just 5 seconds away, where Zoro is gonna return back into the battlefield. Now, of course, we are just a few seconds away before Rayquaza appears. There's no pressure on Team MYS, so it's not their burden or their responsibility to actually take down this Rayquaza at all. But of course, they can to just make it a big whopping win for themselves, or they can just steer away from doing all this, prevent Secret Red Diamond from taking down the Rayquaza.
They are still behind on levels here, Flava. Secret Red Diamond, if they can get someone to 14, that would be ideal, but they are stuck with 13 on their 3 core Pokemon at this point of time, so they might just have to settle with this. Maybe they pray for a mistake. Maybe HT just steps out of bounds a little bit too much. They cash him out, they eliminate him, they get a big boost in experience because he is level 14. Maybe that's how things are going to change for them, but remember, HT is not the only thing they have to worry about. They have to worry about a Mew that's going to be pelting them with solar beams. They have to worry about a Blastoise that's going to come in with that Hydro Tyre-free, and grouping up is not an option for this team. And MYS, they're also making sure that they're not going to get caught as a team because look how spread apart they are. Blastoise ready to defend that top goal zone. We've got Mimikyu camping the bottom goal zone as well.
You can hold on to Snorlax. I mean, it's not going to do much.
Secret Red's like stuck. It's either you gotta take the Rayquaza, or you're just gonna let that timer run out. You have to make up your mind soon.
Yeah, you have to make up your mind soon. And how do you handle this Snorlax who's just manning up, becoming
Hold on. Look down bottom. Is that a Zora pretending to be a Mimikyu?
Yeah, I think
is he trying to go for a back cap? But he's gonna run into HT.
But Mimikyu is actually in position to prevent that from happening. Zora not making the movement yet. They know because they have not had any information on where the position of this. Oh, but he's making a move. But it does seem that Mimikyu does spot him on the screens about away from that goalpost. Meanwhile, 22 seconds on the clock here. Rayquaza only down to the quarter HP over here.
Buzzwole trying to score.
Oh, Buzzwole's right there, but it's going to be a
Blastoise.
surf by the Blastoise, stopping him in his attempt. And
10 seconds!
I don't think they have the time here to actually do anything. Blastoise holding on here in top lane. No,
There's
they
no
can't.
way.
Yeah, Mimikyu holding on the bottom, Blastoise holding on the top, and Team MYS is able to play a really good defense game over there. They understand the game, that they're not in a position to be hasty, and they play responsibly.
And MYS, the fact that they didn't leave their positions, they didn't leave them because they didn't see Micross on the map.
Yeah, they didn't see Micross on the
If
map.
you see someone missing, you know someone's trying to go for a back cap.
Especially when it comes to Micross, man, you know he's gonna pull off something like this.
Exactly. So if if Mike Ross showed himself somewhere else, maybe HT would have moved. Maybe Yemu would have moved, and there could have been an opportunity to go for that back cap. But yeah, they actually, Secret Rare Diamond, if they were able to score a 100-pointer there, they would have won the series.
Yep,
I
they would
think
have
were
won
behind
by
like
2
points.
points.
Yeah, it was so close.
And Mimikyu and Blastos was so disciplined. They know what's coming. I mean, like, they know,
Hey,
like...
it's MYS.
It's MYS.
They've played so many games. They understand the back capping potential, especially when you're leading it in points as well, and you have to defend those goal zones.
Yeah, I understand people looking at this and say you don't see much happening. The points being scored are fairly low, but there's some high-level gameplays, high-level decision-making, high-level defense and offense being played out in this particular match. Of course, Team MYS having the lead here in this series by winning the first game itself is definitely looking for another to make them the winner for the series. But later on, Secret Rare Diamond, most definitely they're going to bring their A game here. Probably a double A game in the next game to force A game number 3 from Team MYS.
Look, I'd be surprised if they didn't bring their A game already, especially after playing against Rise. Like, if you played against Rise, like, you already got a taste of what MYS is going to feel like. So, you kind of have to give it your all from the get-go, because this is their second matchup as well. Secret Rare Diamond, they kind of have to force 3 games. Even if they don't win, you still want that 1 point.
Yes.
You don't want to be that last team in your group.
You don't want to go back home and fret upon not having a 1 point, which could possibly put you in a better seeding in day number 3 here for Southeast Asia itself. And of course, we do see a little bit of stats here coming up from with Ants, and also what has been utilized from them in terms of health items together with the choices of skills over here. I think pretty drastic. It's very hard. If you had to pick one of the best players here in this particular match, who would that be, Dan?
It's tough because I consider different players to do.
Does like
Everyone does something that was helpful. I kind of feel like I want to give it to Yang and Ice just because of that early game rotation at the game, because that set the game up for HT.
Yeah.
And it also set Mike Ross back. I kind of want to put it onto them because they were the ones that were the ones to create the recipe to victory.
Yeah, I think everybody was doing their own roles, although we do see HT getting the spotlight, having that 4 KO streak, but because of the support from teammates, he was able to actually execute all of that. So it's a well-rounded, well-coordinated game here for Team MYS, and that's why they're one of the top teams here being featured in Southeast Asia. Looking at the points being scored as well, there's nothing much being offered here from both ends. Even at most, 77 here being scored by Zoroark from the side of Secret Red Diamond.
Yeah. It looks like replays are ready, Flava, so let's have a quick look at what happened in that previous game as we do set up for game number 2, because yes, that was just game number 1. There is a potential redemption arc coming here for Secret Rare Diamond, and it could be in the form of game 2, but again, it's still an uphill battle. You're going up against Team MYS. You cannot solve this team by a single ban. You will have to outplay them at some point.
You have to.
So,
I mean, ban is not going to be enough. You can actually take up... I mean, they're also known to be very flexible when it comes to drafting. They are very flexible, so they can play different kind of... They have quite a big pool of Pokémon that they choose from. Also, it's not going to be that easy. Like I said, you have to outplay them in some ways, either individually or as a team.
Yeah, and maybe at some point you can also sort of pray that maybe they pick a very hard to execute lineup, because sometimes that can be a win condition too, where your opponent, they picked a good lineup, but a lineup that relies on having a high rate of success when it comes to execution. If you're walking a fine line to execute a draft, sometimes that's all it takes for your team to beat them, because if you are able to shift them off that line, to take them off that executive line, they'll mis-execute their lineup, and that'll be the opening for you to sort of take over. But before we jump into our next matchup, we do have our player questionnaire again, so let's meet our players and see what they have to say about themselves. I love it. So we have HT from Team MYS. This guy has been a dark horse for me. I have never spoken to him. I've never seen him before, so this is actually a really nice highlight for us. He loves Zoroark.
Zoroark.
His goal is to win the Asia Champions League 2024. His stats. This man is too humble.
Very humble.
Too humble.
So he rates himself
hold on a minute.
Yeah.
I want you to just mosey your eyes down to this thing called mental strength. He's put 1 up. So, This man is tiltable.
You can't tell him off. I mean, like being leading the team, you have to be very, very careful in the things you say and things
Okay,
you do to
hold
him.
on. So thankfully, he's not the captain of the team.
Exactly, no, that's the thing. Being a captain, you need
But-
to softly tell him things. If
That's
not, he's gonna
Yang's
break.
job.
He's gonna have a mental breakdown. Man, look at that. 1 star on mental strength. He's fragile.
A fragile sticker.
Man is one fragile orc.
But sometimes it is like that though. Like something that I noticed, and it's not just for Pokemon Unite, but for a lot of other MOBAs. So HT plays a very difficult role, and normally these players that play difficult roles, they're actually, all of them are like this. They are very, very
Low
weak.
mental strength?
Low mental strength, because when things don't go their way, sometimes it's just like they have so much to focus on that they don't have the energy to focus on themselves. We're gonna switch on over here to Steam, and Steam is the complete opposite.
Man, his mental strength out above and beyond 5 stars. And
And look at this! He's got 5 stars in cooking.
Yes, he's a winner. Yeah, I mean HC played great, but you can't beat 5 stars in cooking.
Okay, you know why? Because the way to your teammate's heart is through the stomach.
It's through the stomach, exactly, and that's why.
That's why it's called Steam.
That's why it's called Steam. Man, this guy. My number 1 stat so far, is Steam
Is
from
cooking.
Cigarette and Cooking. 5
Okay,
stars.
hang on, but hold on a minute. I'm not sure if he's talking about cooking in real life or cooking in game.
Oh.
Maybe he's cooking in game.
Let him cook.
Let
cook.
this man cook. Let Steam cook.
Let him cook, man.
Oh,
that was enjoyable.
That was fun.
That was fun. I do wonder if we can actually
Oh
see
my
what everyone actually has for their player information over here.
Yeah, I could never rate myself.
Yeah, so just a recap. I mean, in case we didn't highlight it enough. Now that last option, they get to choose what particular.
You forgot to mention the players rate themselves.
Oh yeah, the
as
players
well.
rate themselves. Now
Yes,
you have
we
to remember,
don't rate
nobody
them.
else was rating it. They are actually rating themselves. And the last one, they get to pick whatever category they want to choose.
Yes, and the draft is ready, so that's something we don't get to choose. But I am happy to oblige with game number 2 between Secret Rare Diamond and Team MYS. Can Secret Rare find their way to a game number 3? It's going to be a really tough and steep climb, but I do think it's possible. It may involve a little bit of creativity, however.
Yeah, they're not really allowing Team MYS to grab their hands on the Italian here for this.
Is this a
game.
first pick Mew?
I guess there's no reason for them not to. I mean, like the thing about, are they really gonna run a Mew for?
Well,
Team
the thing-
Secret Rare Diamond?
I think we'd have to also look through Secret Rare Diamond's perspective. Who are they more afraid of? And it looks like it might be Nightmare Foxy.
Like we have limited amount of bans, so this could also be a strategy where you pick Mew for yourself. And yeah, I have been reading your notes, Nightmare Foxy. I'm gonna show you. I've done my homework.
You also have to remember they also respect banned him because they also
Yes.
got rid of Inteleon.
Exactly.
So I'm curious to know what Foxy is
Choice will
actually
run.
going to play this
Yeah.
game. Is it going to be Espeon, because that was also a very classic Pokemon of his? I know back in the day we occasionally saw some Delphox.
Oh, that's a wild. Just
He
like
also-
reminiscing.
But he's also played crazy stuff. He's played Greedent. He's
Yes.
played Zoroark. It looks like it might be the trusty Sylveon here,
Wasn't that
or the
during the
Espeon.
2023 ACL.
ACL, Espeon, yes.
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 Ah.
Is this?
No. Okay.
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 Sir,
Okay,
Ice, you
so-
don't troll you don't troll the panel.
Please. Ice was just playing around. It's quite a troller here, but they are running.
No, there's no way because it's got Score Shield. There's no way this is a Charizard. He's got Score Shield. This is the trolley build. No way.
Yeah, they're not gonna run
No
Charizard
way.
here. So instead, they're already running the Umbreon for their end, and this time they do have the Crustle. They have somebody solid on the front lines, paired up once again together with the Clefable, and on the back end, my Ross running the Glaceon.
And ooh, it looks like Delphox is going to be on the table here for HT.
So this
So-
will be the counter pick.
We haven't seen. This is actually a semi-counter pick. Yes.
Yes.
Now the reason being is that especially the fireworks. The fireworks hinders the healing on the Clefable.
Yeah.
And you also have the Essence. The Essence is also going to reduce healing. So any kind of healing that comes out from Secret Rare Diamond, it's not going to be effective, especially with the Delphox around. I love this composition coming in from MYS. It's very scary. I do see an opportunity here for Secret Rare Diamond. My only question mark here is the purpose of AC on the Crustal. What is Crustal's job this game?
I think he's going to be basically the front line here. Really, there's no other way.
Is he going to be like that frontline X Scissor Crustal? Is he going to be the team fight build like Rock Tomb X Scissor? I don't. There's no way it's Shell Smash. Like, I just don't see him going for micro caps on this Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't foresee it too as well. But I really do you really want to run the Tombstone? And we saw what happened yesterday in East Asia segment as well. So we will see. But he's definitely going to be on the front line, and then definitely going to be the position 3 here, getting on the front lines, and we just see Clefable, probably a little bit of assistance from behind. On the back end, we have Glaceon, Umbreon, as well as Mew. Now, imagine this with having a Delphox, and you don't have any support in terms of regen, health regen coming on from the Clefable. They're quite soft here, so getting caught during fireworks is going to be very, very problematic for Team Secret Rare Diamond.
I mean, a lot of the players on Secret Rare are actually really squishy, right?
Yes, and the only one that can sustain is probably the Crustle as well as the Clefable.
Yeah, I guess the Crustle sustains mostly in shields, not so much in healing. But yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. Although I want to say there is some synergy between these two teams. We do see Yang just being an absolute pest yet again. Now, we saw this in the last game. He's going to try and go for the final hit here. And he actually did not get the buff. It's actually going to go to Micros. So Yang, yeah, he's unfortunately going to get
expected.
KO'd.
It's still a 2v1 situation on there. Of course, it's going to be a big plus point for Team MYS if Hooper was able to get that last hit. And it was a good attempt still, and managed to force Secret Rare Diamond to actually have one assistance to actually provide their mid laner a little bit of help after what has transpired in game number 1. Meanwhile, looks like quite a party here from both ends. Secret Rare Diamond is running 4 Pokemons here against 3 on side of Team MYS. Now, they're trying to win by the numbers because we understand like probably having a 3v3 situation is not going to be helpful enough. So they want to try to make a disadvantage, make an advantage for them. Running damage up and not enough. 2 still surviving through.
Now, I just want to make a quick mention here. So, Micros has opted for the Icy Wind build on the Glaceon, not the Icicle Spear. So, he's gone for that burst damage. And this will be great if he's able to catch some of the squishies. But on the tanks, it's not going to be as effective. But I do feel like he's also picked this for the mobility so that he's able to dash out of some of those, some of the AoE that's going to potentially come out from MYS. But I'm a little bit concerned, is this going to be enough damage coming up from Secret Rare Diamond? Because right now, their damage dealers are exclusively Mew and Glaceon.
Yes.
You're not going to be getting any damage from the rest of your backline.
If Glaceon is not doing enough, is Mew able to like top up the amount of damage they can contribute in team fights from the, basically Electro Ball together with Solar Beam and all this. Hooper saving himself, came back to the base. We do see action here. Umbreon managed to take down on the Sylveon on the side of Team MYS.
Nice grouping up there from Secret Rare Diamond. They really need to capitalize on those group ups if possible. And if they can keep that up, I think this might just be what they need to get that momentum to give them a much easier mid-game to late-game scenario. But like this though, if they're grouped up and they're caught within that water spout, that is not an ideal situation either. They are trying to catch out some of these 2 Pokemon here, and it looks like the War Turtle will be punished. They did try to go for those double KOs, but they just didn't have enough sustain on that War Turtle and just not enough lockdown for HT to go for the finish. But what is this? What is this? Sir, did I just see a Hooper eliminate a Glaceon? Yes, we did.
Yes, we did. I mean, look at this guy. Yang, that's not supposed to be the actual scenario in the game. This guy is on a different level altogether. He's shown this in game number 1 and he's showing it once again in game number 2. Definitely not the standard that we see. Meanwhile, looking at some strong wood hammer here by the Trevin, and of course damage is not going to be efficient enough. It's not going to be enough, and he's going to be just reeling back here.
Looks like these 2 teams ready to fight for the bottom objective. Blastoise and Crustal are going to continue with their kerfuffle up in that top lane, but we do see the fireworks to zone away Secret Rare Diamond. Yes, with the Umbreon gone, there's no more front line on the side of Secret Rare Diamond, and it looks like we are seeing a full frontal assault here by Team MYS. They will actually teleport home. The Electro Ball not going to connect. The team has come back, and now Night Mew Foxy coming in with the Hyper Voice, doing so much damage to that Mew, even committing the Unite as well. The final hit though, Glaceon getting the Registeel buff. So MYS, they don't succeed in getting the buff, but will they be able to succeed in this team fight instead? It looks like that might just be the case with 2 eliminations on the board, looking to get more and hopefully looking to break this goal zone. They do have a successful reset. Micros is all alone in between all of these Pokemon, gonna be sent back to base. We still have Mew, we have the Follow Me used on the Clefable as well, but look how quickly this Clefable is losing its health. The fight continues. We still see Unites being popped. Yamu with the Unite as well. Umbreon with the Unite. These teams are fully committed to defending and attacking this 27-point goal zone. But it looks like we might finally be reaching the end of this. MYS unable to break through Secret Rare Diamond.
It makes you wonder who's the one who actually got the buff. I mean, like, aren't you supposed to be on the losing end when you don't have it? But it does seem that Team MYS the one putting pressure on Secret Rare Diamond. And talking about getting a last hit in on the Registeel as well is because now instead of opting out for the Esco Shard, now he does have the burst, so he's able to actually get the last hit in on the Registeel. But despite having the advantage of the buff, they were not able to actually do much as they're losing out 3 Pokemons from straight off against Team MYS at the bottom lane. So you have to be very, very careful when it comes to these kind of things. Oh, double with Hammer and Haze, hitting on Crossel, not doing so much here. But Crossel also, basically because of his ability to sustain, he's able to actually get in the middle in between team fights for Team MYS and cause a lot of disruption. Now, coming back to the whole discussion earlier on, but before we get to all that, it does seem that they managed to take down the Trevenant, and it's going to be in the hands of the Glaceon here at the top lane.
We do see Blastoise being a very big nuisance here for Tollate. So both defenders in that bottom lane.
It's not doing much to them.
Not doing much, but they are pressuring each other. Up top, though, we are starting to see some people pinging at that top lane, especially for Secret Rare Diamond. They are saying, be careful, make sure you defend. We do not want to give this objective away to Team MYS. This stalemate has lasted for so long that Crustal's actually left that lane to get some experience before coming back. The MYS, though, they are really hard-pressed to try and take this Regieleki, but they're not doing it. They're trying to wait for the Secret Rare to overstep some kind of boundary, and this might just be the opening that they're looking for. Horn Leech coming in from that Trevenant. It does connect, but just not long enough to disable those Pokemon and set up for his team. This is such an awkward fight for both MYS and Secret Rare.
Yeah, it's quite annoying as well that every time they actually try to actually poke into the enemy, then here comes a portal, resets everyone back into full team fight. Meanwhile here, Trevenant in the low HP returns back once again as usual, together with the Hooper coming on fresh. It's going to be the Blastoise, got to be careful. He's actually quite in a good position over here to actually rip things off with his Unite. But still holding it strong. Here comes Typhoon, hitting up on tree and followed on by his team members with the damage. Okay, down goes the Mew, down goes the Fable, and also down goes the Crustle as well, losing 3 members from Team Secret Rare Diamond, leaving the 2 evolutions, the Glaceon as well as the Umbreon. There's not much they can actually do. But here comes a jump from the Umbreon. There's no damage come from behind. They have to be really careful. Trevenant making an escape here.
Wow, MYS are making a really big call, so they actually decided to break both of those top goal zones. Now they want to take the Regieleki because this Eleki is going to pressure Secret Rare's base. If this makes it to the base, if MYS decide to push with this, that's going to be a
Which I
fight
don't think they will allow. I mean, there's
No.
ample amount of time. There's still 40 seconds before Rayquaza
Just get that
attack.
experience.
Yeah, they're just going to clear out the Regieleki for sure.
But this will force Secret Rare to commit resources to slowing down this Regieleki. So Mew's not going to be farming, AC is not going to be farming as well. So this is good news for MYS. 20 seconds to go, this should go down in the next 10 seconds. So not too bad.
Not going down fast enough, I would say. Like you said, it's also very time consuming, with a lot of resources where you can actually do other things here around the map. But of course, waiting for the next 10 more seconds before Rayquaza appears here in the middle of the stadium, and we will see if Team MYS is able to replicate what they played on in game number 1, where all they had to do was just fend off the team members from Secret Rare Diamond to do any naughty sneaky attempts, actually going for a score, or even take down the Rayquaza as well. It does seem that team members and Team MYS are currently in position. Now they do have a different kind of lineup compared to before. Previously, they actually had the Snorlax to actually be on the front lines, run things out, but this time, so they're quite in the middle in between things. Now, a little bit sniping here coming on from the side of Secret Rare Diamond. Mike Ross is currently in the team fight rather than trying to sneakily get any scoring done on Team MYS.
Yeah, Secret Red Diamond on the back foot here. They aren't playing with the Crustal. Crustal is actually going back to farm, I believe. He's not really with the team, but MYS with the constant resets, just making sure.
Just in case.
Just in case, there could be some potential backcap that isn't going to be happening. Blastoise, though, going in with the Rapid Spin, going quite low, but he will get the reset off. This team, though, is still battling in that central area, but no commitment by anybody as of yet. Both teams too scared to commit into this fight, but Secret Red Diamond, they've got 1 minute left to make a fight, to break through MYS and to get that Rayquaza. They're going to be starting it off yet again with Yemu with the Rapid Spin, but hang on a minute, looks like the Umbreon gets eliminated by HT's Delphox. The Fireworks gets dropped as well. Glaceon actually being eliminated for 24 seconds. A big source of damage out of the fight. Crustal followed by the Mew. It looks like MYS have finally broken Secret Red Diamond and will deny them the opportunity to even attempt the Rayquaza.
Oh, wow. Even rips up the Unite there coming up from Travenin as well, making a 5-man. It's a full-on team white coming from Team MYS over here. It should have been the other way around, as Secret Diamond would want that to actually happen from their end. So right now, it's ignoring the Rayquaza altogether. They're going to do more scorings in the face of Team Secret Red Diamond. So 8 more seconds on the clock over here. There's nothing much that Team Secret Red Diamond can do. They're not in position to do any form of scoring. They don't even have much in their pockets to do any form of scoring as well. And that is going to be a very, very strong, convincing win for Team MYS here for game number 2 in this best of 3 series.
Oh my goodness. MYS off to a strong start in Group A, securing a 2-0 victory over Secret Red Diamond. And unfortunately, because this wasn't a 3-game set, Secret Red Diamond yet again will be walking home with no points. So now this team is left with one more set before the playoffs. And if they get 2-0'd again, or if they lose that set again, unfortunately, they're going to have to try and go for the long path.
Yes, the long path. Yeah. They're still going to make it to the playoffs, but it's just that if you have a really bad bad placement in the group stage itself, you're going to have quite a bad seeding, because it would require to actually play more matches to make their way to the finals itself compared to those who have better seedings. And of course, this is a little bit of data that's been displayed on that previous match between Team Secret Red Diamond up against Team MYS. Look at Ice here. Wow. So I mean, of course, on points, he does extremely well, 129. Got taken out 11 assistants over here at 1 takedown, 7 in the hands of HT.
7 in the hands of HT. Look, I want to go back to Ice, as you're mentioning him. I just wanted to say his patience playing that Trevenant, props to him. It's really hard to play Trevenant because it requires you to be in the middle of the fight. And sometimes if you just stray a little bit too far, you take a whole bunch of damage. Sometimes your team can't save you. You get instantly KO'd. He absorbed 78,000 damage.
Yeah, you would think that's
he
the damage
healed himself.
30,
almost 40,000 damage. He was able to heal himself.
Yes. So the thing about Trevenant is also it requires you actually have chain usage of your skills, so you can actually keep regenerating yourself as well. So although he actually absorbed and soaked in a lot of damage, he was able to actually regenerate a lot as well for himself. So props to Ice for this as well. It's not an easy thing, because if you get locked down, if you actually get rooted up, you're not able to actually execute your skills, you're not able to regenerate yourself and just disappear. He's not like the usual type of defenders where you have
you have to walk a fine line when you play that Trevenant.
Yeah.
It's either you go too far or you don't go far enough. So for him to find that balance and to not be consistently caught out by Secret Red Diamond is just a testament to how experienced Ice is as a defender. If anything, him and Yemu and Yang, I want to give props to the supporting crew, because these guys, like, yes, HT and Nightmare Foxy, like, they get a lot of credit for doing the damage.
Yeah.
But Ice, Yemu, and Yang, like, the way these guys set up for the team, it just makes HT and Foxy's job so much easier, because they create so much space. They're able to corral Secret Red Diamond where they want them to be. They catch them with the necessary abilities. It's just, this is what you should expect from a good team from Pokemon Unite. Players that understand their roles and being able to execute it to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, even the Blastoise as well, they're playing the Rapid Spin, screening out so many times the team members come right.
Consistently flushed out Secret Rare. Like, they were taking so much damage.
Stressed out if I went up against such a Blastoise. I mean, it's a different kind of playstyle as well, rather than you're riding on a surf where you actually pushed out people.
Yeah.
But screening out with the rapid spin is also quite annoying. It's not easy to execute for people to look at it and it's like, hey, I can do that. Like, not really as well. You need to have really good positioning. And there were a few times where he also had a 1v2 situation where he's able to actually create that space for his team.
Looks like highlights are ready, so let's have a quick look at highlights from our previous matchup before we hopefully have an interview with one of the players from Team MYS. I do believe we might have one, maybe not, but hopefully they grace us with their presence.
If they do have the time, with the humble for us mere peasants.
Yes, us mere peasants watching them play.
Oh man, this is look at this. Glaceon got that last hit in on the Registeel, but even with the buff, they were not able to do much. MYS, they didn't care. I'm like, you got the buff? Sure, we're still charging forward. Blastoise moving on the front lines, they're pushing everyone out as well. Oh man, even the Unbox has already been utilized as well. Coming here from Hooper, rips off with the Hydro type, hitting off on multiple units from from the enemy team, and still be able to actually secure a lot of takedowns here on top lane.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing in these fights, like, just the combinations coming out from all of these players and realizing AC was going to come in from the back to disturb his teammates, stun him up, make sure that nobody gets caught out, able to finish the team fight. Good game for Team MYS. I mean, for them, it just looks like another day in the office for this team.
Another day in the office.
But that's really what it is. Like, their job is to play Pokemon Unite, and it just didn't feel like they struggled. It was more like them. I think in a couple instances, some people would say like, "Oh, this looks like a struggle." It was them being very patient. But also props to Secret Red Diamond, because I feel like, especially in that last Rayquaza fight, both teams were so patient. They were so afraid to engage into each other, because if you're the one that makes the misstep and you're engaging,
oh yes,
mwah,
yeah, the enemy is definitely going to capitalize on it, and especially when you're Secret Red Diamond, you want to capitalize on that situation and get that win over MYS, especially in the situation at the current moment. That could be the opportunity for them to actually get points off in the group stage.
Yes. Alright, so I do believe we are going to have two clips here. I want to make sure the pen's working this time, because every time I handle this, I just absolutely throw. Alright, so we've got two clips to look through for this best of three, it was a best of three series. So we have two clips. We do have one here from game number 1 of Secret Rare versus Team MYS. It's around the Rayquaza pit. So as we can see here, we're going to be starting this team fight. Before this, let's have a look at the positioning for all of these teams.
Yeah.
Do you remember the top lane? We had the defense of the top goal zone, and then the defense of the bottom goal zone. Secret Red Diamond, I do not blame them for making these moves with Buzzwole and the Zoroark.
Yeah.
There was no way they could engage directly into MYS
so
through the
instead
center.
of actually running the Zoroark alone to actually go in for the scoring, and they go with a two-prong attack on the top lane and the bottom lane, and together with Buzzwole.
Yeah. So we see the two-prong attack. I do believe this is also when they got spotted out, and this is where the 3 versus 3 happened in the central area. And unfortunately for Secret Red Diamond, the level difference between these two teams really spoke for both of these squads, because you've got a Blastoise here who's defending top Buzzwole. Buzzwole, in a lot of cases, will win 1v1s, but against a level 14 Blastoise, there is no way he's going to win that fight. So you're praying that your teammates in the central area are going to win that fight for you. This is including when Zoroark, I believe, has actually come into this fight as well. Mimikyu's still defending that bottom lane because he's afraid of that potential back cap. But this fight is happening. And even then, Mimikyu doesn't have to be here. Blastoise doesn't have to be here. MYS are consistently and successfully defending. They tried to go for the Rayquaza up here, but as you can see, they just ran out of damage. I want to play this clip again. I wonder if things would have been different for Secret Rare Diamond if their team actually focused the Rayquaza, and by some miracle, you can see they're heading into the Rayquaza here, by some miracle, they actually managed to get the Rayquaza buff. Buzzwole's still here. He could have actually potentially scored against the Blastoise.
So as you mentioned just now, yes, of course, you do hope that they are able to actually get that win and Rayquaza up, so he can immediately score. Even with the presence having the Blastoise, it's not going to matter much because he has the shields, so he can actually immediately go for scores. And that would include the Zoroark as well at the bottom lane. So even if Mimikyu tries to screen him out, he's still able to score.
Yes. All right, so I think we have clip number 2 ready here as well. So this is game number 2 where the teams are both engaging into each other. This is right before the Rayquaza fight as well. So we see Yemu doing his job.
Yeah.
He does such a great job scouting out, providing vision for his team with the rapid spin because you have the damage reduction. Look at this. The fact that Ice did a great job at denying Icy the potential chance of actually just engaging into MYS. It was a very short clip, but the fact that he stopped that Crustal from disrupting MYS from the back, it allowed the rest of the team who was in the front to finish off Secret Rare Diamond. It was a super short clip. I really don't think we could explain much more of this one. But we have a third clip today.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That is interesting.
So this one, I believe, is actually a highlight clip of HT on his Mimikyu. So let's watch this.
But I don't think this is the one where he actually had a 3KO streak one. So there's a different one. I think this was actually the one after they took down the Registeel, where he has the special attack and attack buff. Now it's already scary enough that even without the buff, that Mimikyu is snowballing throughout this game, and he's at a very, very high level. And you add that on with the buff from the Registeel, he becomes a monster here in the game.
Yeah, so this is actually a compilation of 2 clips of HT. And I want to explain why this was allowed to happen, and I think we've said this multiple times already, Flava, right? So HT is a monster in both of these clips. He is demolishing Secret Rare Diamond. Like every time, as you can see on the right side of the screen, he is demolishing Espeon, he's demolishing Clefable. He has no issues eliminating these Pokemon. And do you want to know the reason why for this? It was because of his supporting cast. Let's go back and look at our 2 superstars that set things up for our Mimikyu.
Yeah.
We had, I can't draw it here, here we go. We had Ice.
We had Ice, yeah.
We had Yang.
Yes.
These 2 gentlemen, because they invaded Secret Rare's central area, they slowed down the progress of the Zoroark, and they also slowed down the progress of the EVs. That HT, he had a free central lane, was able to get that free experience. He got no pressure at all from that Zoroark, and it allowed him to pop off at these first objectives, because this was the first objective as well.
Yes, it is.
First objective, lucky for him, Nightmare Foxy gets the buff, and HT pops off. And because of these 2 KOs, he instantly goes right over to level 9, and over here, he's level 12, because he's had such a great game, again, because of that supporting cast, and he just shreds right through Secret Rare Diamond, again, because he has amazing support.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is why team games are so difficult to play, because everybody's contribution impacts everybody.
Yeah.
The supports impact the cores impact the supports. It's just the circle of life in a team battle like Pokemon Unite.
Yes, that's true. And of course, we do see great communication when we see the timing of the Blastoise jumping in together with Mimikyu. So he knew that this was going to happen, so he gave the signal. So immediately when that happened, so they were able to hold on these 2 Pokemons in place together, Mimikyu, Charizard, and Clefable, and they also managed to get their hands on the Espeon as well.
Yeah, so props to MYS. I think this is just a masterclass of MYS playing Pokemon Unite as MYS normally does. Secret Rare Diamond, if anything, I hope this was a valuable learning experience for this team. We're going to come back to the desk here, but today has to have been the most growth we are going to be seeing from Secret Rare Diamond, because this team has just played against the top 2 teams
in the region,
in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
You've just played 2 extremely valuable games. You're going to have a lot of valuable VODs to go back to look through. They might even watch the VODs through our perspective as well. And I'm hoping we're going to be seeing some improvement coming in from Secret Rare Diamond, because I see potential in this team. Yeah. It's just, I can also see some of this inexperience sort of bleeding into their games, and you can't blame them, because Rise and MYS have played Unite for so long.
Exactly, and you're looking at playing against some world-class players over here, so it's not going to be an easy feat. These people are very, very much experienced, and they have been on the competitive stage so many times. They know what to expect. Some of these small tricks will not work on them, as they know all these cards, and they have played it before as well against their opponents. Yeah. Of course, good news for us that we're also going to be joined in, of course, with our humble peasant.
Humble peasant? Excuse me, you mean world-class player?
The world-class player is about to be in front of us, humble and peasant-like people.
Let's
here.
speak to Ice.
Listen to Ice.
Hey Ice, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great.
All right, congratulations on your first win. I want to know how you're feeling after that win.
I'm doing great. I'm not really feeling good about my game 2 performance, but it's still, a win's a win. So yeah, I'll take those, I guess.
Yeah. So what in specifically, which part were you unhappy about? Like whatever happened during that particular match?
I think if you give other Trevenants the same opportunity I was, they would have opened the team fights a lot better. But I think I'm not well versed enough on that hero, so I didn't perform to the best of my abilities or to my expectations. So I'm a bit frustrated with that.
Yeah.
And that caused me to be a bit rushed.
Yeah.
He's frustrated. I'm confused.
It looked good to us,
Like,
but I mean, if you can play better Trevenant in the future, we wouldn't mind watching that either.
We wouldn't mind it at all. I mean, like, that was amazing enough in our eyes, together with the audience as well, who's witnessing your match
Yeah.
for today.
Ice, I want to hear your thoughts. How are you feeling playing in this iteration of MYS? Because this isn't the classic MYS. I know both you and HT are the new additions for this season. How are you feeling actually blending in with the team?
I think the MYS squad has been really nice to me. They've been very welcoming and they've been integrating me in part to their system. So I'm really happy about that. And I'm very thankful that they are so welcoming.
Yeah, and of course, great response coming from you as well. Now, I do want to ask this. Now, we are featuring some of the top teams here in Southeast Asia, and you're grouped up with quite a monster-like team of here. Now, out of the other 7 teams that's being grouped up together with you in Southeast Asia, any teams or particular individual or player that is in your sides?
I think if you talk about teams, you obviously have to mention Rise and Talent. Both of them are pretty good. If you have to mention players, I would say I personally look up to Eeyore and Iluna because I look up to everyone on Rise because I think they all broke out their shell last year and then they became really good players. And then I'm really excited to beat Dev next week because he's my ex-teammate in 2022. So I'm gonna show him that I was right and he was wrong.
I was fine with them being teammates, but that last statement, though, those are fighting words.
Those are fighting words. Oh my gosh. Okay, so speaking of Talent and Rise, since they're like the 2 teams that you're looking to, okay, what do you think the score would be once you actually go up against those teams?
I think if I were to clean up my play and we were to maybe I think it's just me. Maybe if I were to clean up my play, it'll be for both teams it'll be a 2-0, I guess.
2-0. You actually think it'll be a 2-0? Wow.
Strong statement.
Confident.
Over there. That confident.
I like
and of
that.
course, I mean, back with experience and back with a lot of hard work as well.
I mean, okay, this man's been to the World Championships. I don't know how much more experience you can get playing.
Exactly.
Oh,
So
gosh.
yeah, so I mean, like, much respect from what we've witnessed today, and that is only their first, I would say.
Yep,
That's
it's
their
their
first series
series.
here itself. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Ice. It's been amazing talking to you. Hopefully we're going to have another interview session with you, assuming that you win your next one. But have a great day, and we'll catch you next time.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya. Wow.
Man, I love like fighting words. Like he's just casual.
Like, he's so casual
2-0.
saying it. I don't. I feel like I was so ready for him to say like, maybe it's gonna be a 2-1.
2-1. I thought it was gonna be 2-1.
He was being so humble about it, but then he was like, I think it's gonna be like a 2-0. I mean, what?
Let's have a look at the updated bracket for today.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Team MYS, of course, currently the standings are as follows. They have 3 points. We're winning 2-0 against Team Secret Rare Diamond. We also have Team Secret Rare Diamond, who have also played 2 series today. First against Team MYS, early on today against Team Rise, and up against Team MYS, and have not secured a single point yet. Danny, and of course we do have Team Rise over here, who also played 1 series together with Team MYS and won 2-0 against Team Secret Rare Diamond, putting it on equal level points basis. 3 are tied at the current moment.
Yeah, so for anyone that is keeping an eye on Group A, we do have 1 more matchup in this group today, and then this group is going to be done, but we do still have 2 more matchups for Group B. And our next matchup is going to be for Group B. So our next matchup flavor is going to be Team Onyx versus Road to the Top. But before we do jump into that matchup, we're going to give our viewers, us, maybe the players as well, a bit of a break, because we do need a lunch break to
Yes,
sort of
we do.
relax, get ready. But after that break, though, we are going to jump right back into our it's our fourth set today. We're actually halfway through the day.
Yes, that's true. And then we've witnessed a lot today and still not enough. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this commercial break with more Pokemon Unite actions here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Southeast Asia. Let's wait for it.
May have to give it up. This entire regular, they can try to go for a couple of poke, maybe try to go for a last minute snipe, but literally Overzealous gets pulled back with a smackdown, knocked down for the count, and instantly down for the rest of the team. A beautiful KO secure from Secret Rare Diamond, and even the Regieleki too. They want a couple of more, they're not satisfied with one, they want to try to get the third if it's possible.
After she make any impact from the side, comes down from Umbreon as well. Try this hole on in position. Oh, Hydro Typhoon! Latching on into Tube. Is that the fall come from the teammates? We're trying to jump in as well. And here also comes together Yololee 9 come from the side, and the damage hammer hitting off on the Cliffy Able. Chasing off from behind. Oh, but it's going to be Glaceon from the bottom side. Towards the upside, they're going to be taking out on the Yololee 90s. Going for more, and it. That's going to be a very painful one. Of course, the Unbound here being unleashed by the Hooper. Going to the match and creating a little bit of space, trying to go in for a little bit of scoring. But getting pushed out here from team members for Secret Rare Diamond. Are they able to actually do it with Travis and tagging up, soaking up into all this? Here comes the Buzzwell. It's going to Hydro Typhoon utilized as well, but it's going to be on the side of Team Rise this time about as they got 4 from Team Secret Rare Diamond, leaving Glade System for providing us with that particular information. Meanwhile, it does seem that Rise is going to be the first one to actually initiate on the Rayquaza, but will they be the ones which are able to actually secure the last hit on this, as we are only 45 seconds away? And it does seem that Team Rise was able to do a little bit of scoring by the Blastoise here at the top lane, putting them at 304 points right now, Leonard.
This is really hectic right now for them as well. Now just so small part of the differential jumps in. Hydro Typhoon Unite move is going to secure as much of the required.
Target attacks. They don't have a lot of AoE control. Slow Lucky going in favor of Road to the Top. We're looking at a very big push here, and Leafeon gets cut down immediately. Wartortle actually having to just charge extra movement speed. He's going to be able to charge in, and look at this, straight onto that Buzzwell. He is gone. Delete this man, but we do have reinforcements coming in here for Road to the Top. Zorax coming in. Hydro Typhoon
get down. Maybe he felt like the Blastoise would not commit a Unite move for just him alone, but sadly no, he underestimated that kind of decision making. Get Together just really want to get the pick up, but then nice KO for the security. They want to try to get a couple of more KOs in the process. Score, slowed, burn at the same time. Bomi, let's be honest here, you're not the most.
Back there onto the Tyranitar, even throwing down a slow globe onto the Alola Ninetales, but instantly bursts. Leafeon just doing Leafeon things, and it looks like Road to the Top is just going to be shredded here. The entire team going down, only one player remaining. It's that Buzzwole. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get this final hit, but if he gets the steal here, if Get Together don't respect him, this could be a big mistake. But no, the Solar Blade just he's a big chunky boy, not just in numbers, but also in the fact that he has those extra defensive stats with that Sandstorm. So it's just a really tough Pokemon to take down. But Get Together, I mean, we've got one last hurrah here for Road to the Top, but there's just no way they can score the hundreds of points necessary to catch up to Get Together. So amazing meta that we tend to see with this Pokemon. But Road to the Top, it's like a pretty initiation here for Get Together with those Wood Hammers. He's not fully committing though, and it looks like Road to the Top are still thinking a Rapid Spin though from this Blastoise. So we are looking at the Rapid Spout build, taking so much damage, actually going to be healed up by his teammate Blotchy, trying to actually connect onto those very squishies. But Alola Ninetales getting the Regirock, so the buff is going in favor of Get Together, and we might be seeing a bit of a cleanup situation from Road to the Top. There's Get Together. You see Blastoise, they go straight for the Buzzwole, they just throw you out of the Rapid Spin.
As well, to lock them down plays, but nothing too aggressive. They're waiting for Lilac and instantly fell for the bait as he got lured in perfectly with the Rapid Spin. He's no longer the defender, he's literally the all-rounder.
This comeback happened, but it's going to be tough when you are at a numbers disadvantage. There's only 3 Pokemon up top. They still have Mimikyu and Pikachu coming up, and they've already lost 2 in this fight. They still have that Trevenant, but he's on a sliver of health. Pikachu actually stealing the Regieleki.
Too long, but he does get a nice pickup with the berries here. Able to heal back and someone reset to get back into the fight here. Of course, Blastoise still bigger than Manson with the Rapid Spin, and of course, returning the failure. Milo P gets 1 KO, but easily trainer back, but they make it costly.
Use the Follow Me to keep the Umbreon in place.
Certainly
but look at this, though, we do see the Leafeon trying to go for the Unite, instantly getting popped through the Thunderstorm as well, but both of Road of Top's Pokemon instantly going down. They've lost their support. They've lost their central laner as well. Pikachu completely exposed and caught out with that mean tails. And every time they've done that, they have just popped a face full of snow. Extremely painful, but look, it looks like the Pikachu once again getting the Regieleki, and the snow globe being popped right now. It's 2 minutes 10. Rayquaza's about to respawn. We see Get Together going through for Malaysia and Singapore. If you're going to make that comeback happen, it's got to happen now. But Mimikyu Genkai all alone going into Get Together. Hello?
Although yes, it was a little unfortunate, but he was able to lure him a little bit too far apart. They were able to take a lot of these fights, especially because there's not long. 30 seconds left on the clock. All they want to do is just try to buy time. Pops a Hydro Typhoon, try to keep it in play as much as possible. Another 28 points, but that's not enough. More damage, Rapid Spin as well. But sadly, they're currently at the stage where it doesn't really matter to them. They want to go for pickoffs, and all too low. Not a much ability to escape from this carnage. And then
Leafeon has been a really great pivot pick for teams if you want to put him in lane or if you want to put him in central area. I can hear. So we are looking at a potential reset. Now here's the thing though, Lyle actually getting rid of the Hooper, so no potential reset here for Get Together. Blastoise out as well, and they actually managed to get a 4-man cleanup.
one of the best things to get actually got dropped this entire game so far.
Paddy actually being caught out here by the Buzzwole, and the to base, and the rest of their team is actually fighting Leonard.
Then right back into the things as well. Pops in the Hydro Typhoon, was able to get a nice pickup as well. However, Lala is still alive and it's still a danger at large. He does manage to get on top of the Hooper and still remove them from play. The timing wasn't that great, couldn't be possibly even worse. However, if you ask me, I still think the main looking for that goal was all want to try to go for that flank if you choose to go for it.
It's time to rip. You've got 25 seconds to rip that Rayquaza, but I mean, I don't think you have the damage here.
This is Buzzwole.
Everyone's melting. I think this might add Steam, so like, I think stored power is mandatory.
Yes,
at level 7, no problem. But look at this though, HT is just ravishing Secret Red Diamond. They're just really good at visualizing what they want to do from that early game going into that mid game. And look at this, like again, Night Mew Foxy, one thing this man is really good at, not just because he's good at Mew, but he's also, there is a big fight happening up there. Actually, we're seeing a Unite move coming out from that Mimikyu, actually connecting onto the Buzzwole. That will be just enough to finish them off, as well as that Espeon. We do see the Clefable coming in, trying to use the
and it's going to come down to Rayquaza pit. Now they need to not only, meanwhile 22 seconds on the clock here. Rayquaza only down to the quarter HP over here.
Buzzwole trying to score.
Buzzwole's right there. It's going to be
Blastoise.
surf by the Blastoise, stopping him in his attempt. And
10 seconds!
I don't think they have the time here to actually do anything. Blastoise holding on here top lane. No, they can't. Yeah, Mimikyu holding on the bottom.
I do see an opportunity here for Secret Rare Diamond. My only question mark to late game scenario, but like this though, they're grouped up and they're caught within that water spout. That is not an ideal situation either. They are trying to catch out some of these two Pokemon here, and it looks like the Wartortle will be punished. The Electro Ball not going to connect. The team has come back, and now Night Mew Foxy coming in with the Hyper Voice, doing so much damage to that Mew, even committing the Unite as well. The final hit though, Glaceon getting the Registeel buff, so MYS, they don't succeed in getting the buff, but will they be able to succeed in this team fight instead? It looks like that might just be the case with two.
As usual, together with the Hooper coming up fresh, it's going to be the Blastoise, got to be careful. He's actually quite in a good position over here to actually rip things off with his Unite. But still holding it strong. Here comes Hydro Typhoon, hitting up on tree and followed up by his team members.
Get that Rayquaza. They're going to be starting it off yet again with Yemu with the Rapid Spin, but hang on a minute. Looks like the Umbreon gets eliminated by HT's Delphox. The Fireworks gets dropped as well. Glaceon actually being eliminated for 24 seconds. A big source of damage out of the fight. Crustle following.
Offensive player in their Pokemon team here, so seeing them both he really overestimated the damage that was coming in. Mike Ross completely isolated as well. Need to try to find a way to back off, but unfortunately completely surrounded and knocked down for the count. One of the main damage dealers currently out of the
other 4 Pokemons from both ends.
Straight away Unite with just a lot. I just wanted to
it's scoring huge, but Glaceon made it in time, screening him out. Now Mike Ross, what is going to be his play over here, but he's not gonna make it.
Game back, unless they can try to sneak Illuna and even AXQ to go for a couple of points of dunking.
Yeah, but they were required to the Pokemon to actually get into the goal post to go for a little bit scoring, and knowing that Secret Rare Diamond is not gonna allow such a slip up to happen. Meanwhile, we do see a scramble happening up front coming from both ends. Rayquaza still slightly less than half HP over here. They managed to take down 2 of the Mons coming up from the side of Secret Red Diamond, making it a 5v3, make it 5-1 situation over here. And Leafeon also
more offensive Trevenant here, not going to be the one that's winning things out. However, I felt it's they can't really do much with just the Scribble and the Hoopa. However, to the bottom lane, we got the Zora just constantly diving to try to see if they want to try to get some equivalent trade here. It looks like they will succeed. She gets tagged a lot instead. All relatively low, no Unite move. They just may have to give it up. This entire regular, they can try to go for a couple of poke, maybe try to go for a last minute snipe, but literally Overzealous gets pulled back with a smackdown, knocked down for the count, and instantly down for the rest of the team. A beautiful KO secure from Secret Red Diamond, and even the Reggie Lecky too. They want a couple of more. They're not satisfied with one. They want to try to get the third if it's possible.
Does he make any impact from his side? Comes down from Umbreon as well, trying to hold on in position. Oh, Hydro Typhoon! Latching on into Tube instead of... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League 2024. Today, we're going to be featuring the Southeast Asia teams. My name is Flava, together my good buddy here, Yololee.
Of course, Flava, it is fantastic to be back here among fellow Pokemon connoisseurs or enthusiasts as well, because we're pretty much like halfway through our entire day of all the series that we've currently been watching, right? Yeah. 6 series, 6 best of 3, 6 best of 3 series, currently halfway through. We've seen all kinds of action.
Yeah.
And of course, comparing from yesterday's region tournament as well, which was the East Asia side, you can definitely tell there was a little bit more difference in terms of certain values or certain rules here. But of course, let's quickly bring up our fourth match of today, which is going to be our fourth best of 3. It's going to be Team Onyx versus Road to the Top.
Yeah, and of course, if you guys don't know, this Team Onyx from Indonesia going up against Team Road to the Top from the Malaysia, Singapore Open qualifiers here, making their way to the regionals itself. Now, very excited for this one now, because this is going to be Group B matches.
Yes.
Yeah.
But of course, first things first, let's quickly check out some quick videos before we kick things off.
Kekuatan tim Onyx lebih ke arah mental. Mental kita kuat di segala kondisi, mau baik kalah maupun menang.
Jadi untuk kekuatan tim kita itu ada di komunikasi dan kerjasama selama pertandingan.
My favorite Pokemon is a Mew and Mimikyu. The Mew because he like unexpectable Pokemon. He can play as a suddenly can play as a Pok. He can every time you change the different play style.
My favorite Pokemon, Slowbro. The reason why, it's easy to use. You just have to unite someone. Yeah, simple.
My favorite Pokemon is Zoroark, which have a very good mobility and can cut the backlight easily.
Oh, wow, look at that. Quite a response over there, but I like what Calamity mentioned. Actually, what he said was true. One of the great reasons why people like using Slowbro, because it's very easy to use and all you have to do is just unite someone. I mean, you've done your job. Of course, you want to make sure that you unite the right person.
I mean, yeah,
besides this, yeah, very chill Pokemon. You get sustain. I mean, like, you don't just...
Simplicity at its finest, right?
I totally agree. Cannot get any more easier than that. And it does not require you to be so mobile. I mean, you just have to put your foothold on everything. But of course, continue on with our day here. We have our next match, which is going to be the second place winner from the Indonesia Open, Team Onyx, up against the second place winner from the Malaysia Singapore Open, Road to the Top. For Team Onyx, we have Kale, we have Dragons, Trixie, Zorte, and ELR.
And of course, going up toe-to-toe is once again Road to the Top, Malaysia, Singapore, second open winner as well. Of course, we're not gonna be hanging around them too much because they had their grand introduction multiple times already.
Yes.
So now let's just quickly stick with Team Onyx because this is gonna be their first series here in the ACL regional opening. So now let's just quickly get right onto it. Right, Onyx in particular, it's not really a lot of force for them to really play around with. However, there is still one thing, one thing that I'm a little bit concerned with, right? Because so far, if you are keeping track with most of their gameplay, most of their timing as well, or match histories, they weren't really able to really have this perfect 5-man stack. They usually have this 4-man, one person usually handling their own things or not really available during those streaming times here. So I'm a little bit concerned in that department, particularly for their player ALR, because maybe Danelie could be right. Danelie could be right. You know, because most of these professional players usually would have like either a Smurf account or a secondary account to test a few things out. So that's possibly why I don't see so much on ALR participating in most of their screens. Like the last time I ever saw him using this account this year was literally this year, 10th of January. The last time was literally 23rd last year. 23rd December.
Isn't that just a few days ago?
Yeah, exactly. So that's really not that's possibly my only concern. But I could be wrong. Danelie could be right. He could be utilizing his second account to try to test things out, not showing too much intel on his main account instead, persevering that MMR.
Yeah, that's true. At the same time as well, you wouldn't want to give out too much information to your opponents as well. So it's very hard for you to keep track of these other accounts, as you know, it's very much hidden when it comes to information. And of course, people also quite reserved when it comes to who they screen with to ensure that they're able to not leak out all the potential information. And we do have a little bit of data here for the teams that is about to go up against one another in a few short moments. Now, starting off with Team Road to the Top from the Malaysia-Singapore second place winners here. So we have Team Road to the Top, where 100% pick rate over there on the Zoroark, 67% on the Buzzwole, Pikachu also on the Quinvalamana, Lila Ninetales, Blissey, and Clefable.
And definitely for sure, it's totally understandable why he has 100% pick rate, right? Because one, for sure, is literally, even during the interview video we saw,
his favorite.
Lala said that it was literally one of his favorite Pokemon to go to. And remember, he's also a speedster main in his team. So it was either Zoroark or Leafeon, but of course, we know that the team they were fighting against with initially always is also a Leafeon spammer. That's pretty much why we don't even see the option of Leafeon being thrown into Lai's hand. But he's totally fine. He gets Zoroark, he's fine. I love the confidence that he's still bringing it into it, even though like it wasn't the most comfortable game for them either.
And of course, we do see that one of the things he mentioned is that why like Zoroark is easy to actually go in the back line. We do understand there's a lot of
cut them all down.
Pokemons in the back, and you like to hide them behind your supports. You like to hide them behind your frontliners, your defenders. So this is a great opportunity for Zoroark to just slice in from behind, take them out, and ignore all those frontliners instead, rather wasting your time dealing with them. So actually, a great Pokemon as well, very much viable. A lot of people have been utilizing it in the competition, whether it's East Asia or even Southeast Asia as well. I'm curious to see on whether or not will we get the opportunity to see him play him in these best of 3 series.
I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing him play a little bit more here. Maybe there will be a ban phase that Team Onyx will try to force him out to actually try another potential Pokemon here, or maybe even secure it for themselves. We have really truly no idea. However, during the lineup, there are speedsters players, especially Kill. Their team captain in particular is also a speedster, also an attacker depending on the situation. He's pretty flex between the offensive role here. Never really touched the defender so far. Always playing around that Dragonite. I mean, you just talk about the Dragonite. We might see another Dragonite if the situation does call for it. But of course, he has been spamming a lot of Dodrio.
Wow. Which we didn't see much going on. There was a Dodrio play yesterday.
I mean, mainly because of the fact that the patch actually nerfed his drill pack, right? Like, it isn't that as great anymore compared to most Pokemons, but you know, who knows, right?
Yeah, I think even the game that we actually saw with the Dodrio also was a win as well. So we do see that this is actually one of the most balanced patch, except for the crossbar. But yeah, I think still very much violent. There's a lot of Pokemons to choose from as well, which makes the game even more exciting over time. And we'll see if we get to see some of this come to life in this particular series itself. Now, there's a lot of options coming on here. We're talking a little about the Dragonite. The thing is, that particular conversation actually happened on during our break time, where I did question on how come when it comes to Southeast Asia, we don't see much Dragonite being utilized compared to what East Asia has to offer. Because in East Asia, we see multiple Dragonites being utilized, and there was a point where me and Danelie was just questioning on, is Dragonite really a top pick to a point where almost everyone is picking it in East Asia?
But then again, also at the same time, let's see whether we can answer those questions, Flava, as we quickly jump into our first drafting for our 4th best of 3 of today here. Because a couple of bans we see a little bit more favorable towards the Clefable and even the Umbreon, for example. I totally understand a little bit about the Clefable. For Southeast Asia side so far, it has been one of the few go-to support. I think the Moonlight is literally unquestionable when it comes to the healing. We see the lot of healing coming out for the Clefable in a few of those rounds as well. And Umbreon being one of the few bans here was actually pretty interesting to me.
Yeah, so the thing is to declare it out, the Clefable here. So we have Umbreon as well, very much as well. Now, this gives an opening for Team Onyx to open up with a slow bro, meaning that I'm thinking that how are they gonna run this? So I guess Calamity's not gonna grab his hands on the slow bro this time about. He did talk a little bit about it. But not this time. So they're gonna be running the Hooper and the Blastoise, which is a strong opening, by the way. Very different ways you can actually play this out. Hooper is a different kind of support, so rather than providing any form of shields or even a little healing, so it does is actually provide a really good hyperspace hole in terms of mobility and transportation for your team back to the Pokemon Center and turning back into the team fight, refresh and reset. And of course, we do see the Blastoise as well. There's multiple ways to actually play it. Quite a durable Pokemon, at the same time creates loads of disruption during team fights.
And then funny thing about this as well, because remember, the minute Hooper is not being banned, and they actually picked it for themselves. This is actually going to be the Calamity Hooper player here, instead of his usual common role here. Because if Hooper is not banned, then Bochi is going to be the new defender here for their team lineup. And since Slowbro also has been the first locked in side, Zoroark is a little bit more of a scare or harder kid to play around with. So just in case you come in with the Leafeon here, who has a little bit more early advantage here, you have this really nice pop potential and burst potential with the Solar Blade. And interesting enough, Dodrio is also being pricked into the beam. I can't say it's the first Dodrio because you said that you have witnessed another Dodrio yesterday.
Yeah, so this is the second Dodrio being played if you were to count the East Asia as well. Now the thing is, do they have anyone to actually stop this Dodrio in his feet? Because anything that can actually provide him an explode and stoppage would actually be a big and strong counter to him over here. And this is going to be the last pick from Team Road to the Top right here.
The thing is this, there is ways you can actually play around the Dodrio. You have the Mammoth, you have the Blastoise for that, right? But the problem is, I'm really concerned about is this Buzzwole that's going to be coming in, because Buzzwole, he has a really fast attack, a really fast power spike as well, and attack timings. So the minute he gets to that level, especially level 5 in particular, and he starts snowballing from there, then the game gets slightly more out of control. It wouldn't matter even if you had a Blastoise. You can't even go Rapid Spin in front of Rapid Spin in front of the Buzzwole. You had to go Surf. You have a Mammoth Fight, it also wouldn't matter. If the Buzzwole is currently on the roll, it's pretty hard for these front lines to really defend their Speedster's Leafeon or even their attack and Respion here. But then again, it does depend on how Lala is going to be playing out towards this game.
Yeah, that's true. I do foresee that. Now, we also want to highlight in regards to this Blissey, I think he's probably going to play the Egg Bomb and Soft Boil, where you can actually throw enemies in AoE. So you want to catch out mons like the Espeon together with Leafeon, which could cause disruption in team fights over here, or they can actually play Helping Hand and Safeguard, which could also provide attack speed and movement speed for his own self together with Ally for 3 seconds itself, and provides a shield, which is quite amazing for the team.
The only thing I'm possibly concerned right now, Flava, is probably just the sustain that's going to be coming out from Team Onyx, right? Because you already have this Hooper on the side for Road to the Top. So for them, resetting fight isn't really too difficult with the hyperspace model. But for their side, you're going to be having a lot of frontal assault. If you can't breach through that wall, you're going to be having this Leafeon that's going to be constantly spamming this Solar Blade here, and it hurts. And it's not one of those skills which you can just like forget about, you know? You can't just tank it out either.
Yeah, exactly, and we'll see if having the slow bro over there together with the Blissey is able to actually stop that from happening. Meanwhile, the game is still ongoing over here with CC Genkai here together with Calamity at the top lane, utilizing the Squirtle as well as the Hooper up against together with the Buzzwole, and we believe that it's going to be another here, which is going to be the Chansey. Now, compared to the match that we see from previously as well, they are putting pressure. You want to try to put as much pressure on as possible on the Squirtle to prevent him to actually go all the way to level 7, which is going to be in Blastoise here. So slowing down the pace, which is going to do wonders. All we see rotation coming up from the Dodrio, and we do have the Blissey as well here pushing off these 2 Pokemons on the side of Road to the Top, because the Leafeon is rotating to the bottom lane instead. And I believe that it's a little bit too late for him to actually make it to the top here. He might just reach and make a time, trying to clear out these Pokemon. Only Blade missing out, didn't manage to actually latch onto the Blissey.
It's totally fine. The first one missed, but you know what they say? Second time the charm goes and does manage to get the next connection.
The third time.
The more was it the third time?
But that was the second time.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter, you know.
It does. But anyways,
he still got the second one, right?
Exactly.
he got the KO. That's what matters here, you know?
That's true.
But of course, I do like that rotation. That rotation was really much needed. They managed to equalize the playing field a little bit. But however, point-wise, not really up to par. But then another KO has been secured. Definitely going to be sending him home for that one. Now they're trying to garner more control towards the central area. Especially since the Swiner can't really do too much against both three players at the same time. But we do see a back rotation coming in.
Yeah, so you do see damage being out here by the Aspeon. It's going to do much as a follow-up. Very low on HP, making his way. But Leafeon managed to grab his hands on the Yololee Ninetales together with the Slowbro. There's 2-man takedown. And together with the Blissey as well. There's 3 men in the hands of the Leafeon, putting him currently at level 7 and level 8 right now.
Definitely for sure. I'm actually really happy with the fact that this War Turtle was doing really well enough to keep an arm's length away from the Buzzwole, because honestly Buzzwole could just really dive on top of this War Turtle and I don't think he can really do much about it as well. He really needs to try to get this level up to that level 9 when he gets that blast as well. But now that we see the confrontation, LRR not cutting him any slacks at all. Doesn't have the eject button, but here comes KL. He wants that KO and will secure it as well. Definitely a sayonara for our dear friend there. And they will even secure the first goal post of the round.
Oh, that was so close because he was just a few seconds away from becoming a Blastoise. We could essentially save him from the damage coming on. It seems that Leafeon's going to be getting the last hit in on the Reggie still here at the bottom lane, and they're going to continue pursuit. Mamoswine tried to dish out a little bit of damage over here. Yololee Ninetales was not able to actually grab that shield from his own goalpost. Calamity tries to make an escape over here, slamming and dunking here. It had him with the Buzzwole, and this time taking on the Piloswine as well. Whew, insane!
Massive rotations. Although yes, they weren't able to secure the Registeel's objective. However, they're getting a lot of KOs. They're getting a lot of pickups. They're getting a lot of points into the down. Even securing 2 goal posts out for that confrontation here. It was a little bit slow as from what I expected, since we're seeing a Buzzwole to the top lane. But now when the game starts rolling, especially this rotation happening from KL, which is, by the way, the timing is so far has been quite impeccable. Now we start seeing a little bit more confidence, a lot more aggression here, especially for KL. Look at him go.
Yeah, he's doing exceptionally well here in the game itself. And of course, in terms of map control, we see more from the side from Team Onyx, putting a lot of pressure here on the opponent from Team Road to the top. Dodrio just stomping his foot here inside the wilderness on the mid area. Meanwhile, we do see LY here on the Leafeon trying to make something happen. Buzzwole all alone here at the top lane, but he is hiding, providing any form of information if you do keep his eyes on sight for anyone from Team Road to the top at the lane. And of course, what I wanted to manage to feed up, misses out a little bit on Mamoswine over here on that Slowbro. Even if they did manage to catch it, it's going to take a while for them to actually take out Slowbro.
Definitely for sure. Trying to see if they can try to look for it, trying to force a couple of fights as well. They are in such a lead here. Even in terms of map control, they were trying to get full dominance even towards the central area side. Although trying to find a chink in the armor, Genkai in particular, one of the few aggressive players in their teams here, trying to find that prime opportunity. He do have a couple of points that I believe he's going to be trying to dunk into some of those goalposts, while the rest of the team trying to draw the attention towards the bottom lane, as I believe the Regirock has finally been respawned, and see who will be able to secure it this time.
Yeah, it does seem that there's going to be commitment from both ends over here. Unbound has already been utilized as well by the Hooper. Look at this Mamoswine bringing in all the action, thumping and hopping here on the ground here, but it's not doing much here on Slowbro, utilizing his Unite move, holding on the Blastoise. But Blastoise able to actually rip up the Hydro Typhoon, hitting off on 3 right here, but is there going to be enough for follow-up? They managed to take it down on the Aspeon on the side of Roadrop, but the trade-off is once again this time it's going to be the Mamoswine. But this time 2 KO streaks here in hand as well, together with the Buzzwole, and once again making a 3 KO streak after he got himself on the Hooper. And it's going to be a clean takedown here. No commitments from Team Road to the top, as they don't have any team members in place. Meanwhile, we do see a battle here in between the Dodrio, against the Aspeon as well as the Leafeon, but he's going to be making a speed escape away from them.
Oh man, just massive damage all across the board. Can he try to get at least a pick up on the kill? We'll get it for sure. Can he get a couple of more though? Trixie doesn't really have the Unite move, but then again, he is a pretty tanky defender. I'm really happy with the fact that the ball lane, that even coming from the Blastoise, he was able to, and Genkai was able to endure long enough to get the Unite move out. But unfortunately, we saw ALR did a really beautiful backstab rotation. He was able to get on top of all of the main damage dealers at the backline, so it doesn't really matter if the defender was able to hold out for long against 3 people.
Exactly.
You have this player, this boss who is okay, previously he was level 12, that's just constantly destroying your entire backline.
Yep, that's true, and actually that's the whole idea and how you want to actually run this kind of draft. Even though they actually managed to actually secure this top lane, Rayquaza. I think there's ample amount of time for Team Road to the Top to actually expand a little bit of their troops to actually stop Rayquaza from entering their goalpost here from the top. You see the Buzzbull here healthy with 50 points in hand and ready to dunk them on the enemy, but I don't see that Road Top's going to allow any of that opportunity coming in. Now, Team Onyx, they're currently in the lead. 219 points against 104 with a 115 point gap leaning more towards Team Onyx. That means that it is not their burden to actually take down this Rayquaza. So there's going to be a little bit of pressure here coming from there. All they have to do is screen out Team Road to Drop from trying to actually get any form of scoring from top to the bottom lane, or even take down the Rayquaza here in the map. This is going to be insane. 6 more seconds, Leonard. What is going to be the play here? Now, both sides, they have to be very disciplined. You wouldn't want to make any mistakes at this point into the game. As here, they got spotted out a little bit on that Mammoth Swipe. They see on the front lines as well. Gotta be careful of the winds coming off the Rayquaza. He also deals a lot of damage. You can't afford to actually make this kind of mistakes. Now chipping in bit by bit, also close to coming into down to half HP at the current moment. But look at that, Slowbro also in position. The Aspeon there together with the Psybeam as well, dishing out massive damage from the back end of Road to the Top.
Definitely need to really buy their time. Remember, positioning is somewhat key here. Look at where Kale is currently. He's been playing in the backline for a very long time just to try to draw the rest of the teammate out. They want to get at least a head count, and they finally do. The Barcelona managed to spot all 5. And this is where Kale rejoins back into the fight. Nice timing with the Unite move, was able to force all the way to the back line. A beautiful Hydra Typhoon was able to knock back, trying to control them as many times as much as possible as they can. 1 knockout, 1 KO. But then again, there's only 2 more remaining in this 2v4. Genkai, what can you do? Because there's just this massive Buzzwole to secure the Rayquaza in the hands of Team Onyx. More points to be done, more to secure. But on the other side, there's another additional 34 points. Can the Blasters get a couple of points? 100 points, but I don't think it would have mattered.
Yeah, that's because that more than double amount of points is going to be from Team Onyx at the current moment as they manage to secure the Rayquaza. They're currently at 585 points with only 35 seconds on the clock. I don't think that Road to the Top have enough in their pockets to score on their opponent's goalpost. There's quite a lot of things they have to do here. They have to clear some of the Pokemons from Team Onyx, and right after that, they need to ensure they're able to actually score on the opponent's goalpost. Now, it's double at this current moment, so if you want to get roughly around 300 and 300 as well, 347 points, 48 points actually to actually have opponent 1, then it's going to require a lot of points from there, and I guess that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for this game number 1 is going to be Team Onyx from Indonesia.
Oh, seriously, what a game! I think like the one that seriously, if I had to give the man of the hour, it really has to be ALR. Like, I'm so sorry I doubted you, because remember I did say like my concern was like because of his lack of participating based on match history. But that just totally everything that I said, everything that I written down, everything just was just thrown out the window. This guy absolutely ruling out with the boss.
We are worms.
Because like seriously, right? Like although yes, it was a lot more slower than what I had hoped for, because like usually like all the Buzzwole that we've been seeing today, like from this morning and even from yesterday as well, we see the Buzzwole always confronting the opponent's wild Pokemon on the other side during the top lane. However, in this guy, he actually literally gave it away to both Genkai and the rest of the team to allow them to take or contest quite freely for the wild Pokemon. But once that first rotation came in from Kill, that's when you see ALR just starts rolling off. He hits level 5 and he just started like steamrolling on the rest of the squad. He's like, you know what, Genkai, you're level 4, I'm level 5. I'm level higher than you. I'm going to start being as aggressive, as physical as much as possible. He really wrestled back control throughout the entire round.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight in regards to Team Road to the Top, although they actually lost around here, I want to highlight that Genkai actually executed quite some really nice Unite here in the match. But the quite unfortunate is that I think Leafeon as well as SPS were not really in position to actually do a full-up damage to all that. I mean, that if they were actually there, they were able to actually do wonders and clear out some of the Pokemons on the side of Team Onyx here. Now Genkai, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that he's the, although this is a Malaysia-Singapore team, he's the only Singaporean in the team compared to everybody else here in the team as well. But nevertheless, still a great game number 1 over here, and I'm excited. I think this is one of those years where I do hope we're able to actually witness a game number 3 so we can actually see what both teams have to offer here on the table for this best of 3 series for Southeast Asia.
I mean, definitely for sure. And I feel like there was, like, definitely, Lila was a little bit restricted because I think it's another slower Unite move here. But I don't think that was really the main cause of their first loss.
Yes.
I feel like they just got a little bit too pressured because of the amount of damage that the ALR has already been outputting, right? He's already snowballing, and it was literally almost out of control. And towards the bottom lane, even to that very first fight for that Reggie steal, he was able to get a really nice positioning right on the back of their backlines, right exactly in a very clear direction, a clear route to all of their damage. Leaf was at his mercy. The Esper was at his mercy as well. It was a complete disarray. Like, even the 2 defenders in the front line was holding back 3 people, by the way.
Yep.
Both Bochi and even the Blast and Genkai was holding back 3 people, but it didn't matter because ALR was just completely decimating everyone else.
Yeah, and you have somebody like that on the front lines here. I mean, committing and also initiating on the enemy. You follow that up with all the damage from the Dodrio.
Yes.
Becomes insane. It's quite menacing on what Team Onyx has to offer for this game number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, a few short moments, we're also going to be showing you some highlights on this game number 1. Of course, at the early stage of the game here, we do see a small lead by the side of Team Onyx as they're able to actually get some scores in because of rotation coming out from Leafeon. He actually assisted his teammates in the bottom lane instead of the top lane.
You see the positioning from him where he was on the minimap? He was like right in exactly where he was supposed to be to get to that back line.
Yeah, and look at this. Look at his initiation here, stopping up the low lane Ninetales from actually getting a little bit of a little bit defense for himself on the goalpost. And all this slamming and dunking coming off from the Buzzwole. Nobody is safe. They managed to take down 4 out of 5 Pokemons from the enemy side.
It was really tough. It was one of those rounds where the win is becomes very conditional. Can I even say somewhat situational as well? But honestly, just that time, like the fact that ALR was just able to. The minute he rotated down just the prep for the Reggie just right behind it, I think that fight really broke like the entire balance between both sides.
Yeah, I really want to pay attention to this particular time over here. I wonder where everybody else. I feel bad for the Blastos getting pushed out high and above. And during this time, so that's why during that time they already lost the Leafeon. So Espeon was also not in position to actually do any form of follow-up over him anyway. So by the time Hydro Type was being really tough, they already don't have the Leafeon over there. So relying on an Espeon, which is also not in position, quite unfortunate for them.
Yeah, it was really hard. They were dropping all kinds of Unite move to try to create the necessary amount of space to get out of it, but they also committed their Unite move at the same time, so it's just more like a stagger kind of situation.
Exactly. And I think at one point, since Leafeon was already gone and Slowbro still has the Unite, I'm like, guys, I'm gonna use the Unite on the Blastos. I'm gonna hold him in position. Yeah, so use it at the end over there, which is fine still. But of course, you also have a little bit of stats here by the players. Now, there's a different kind of stats where this is also being filled by the players themselves. We have from Onyx, we have Dragots.
Oh, this is gonna be really great. This is like one of the top 2 players in their lineup as well, and this is gonna be they're literally their own status, right? By the way, just want to let you guys know that fifth custom questionnaire is not made by us; it's made by them. So, the one we actually provided was, I believe it was aggressive goal combination and strategy, right?
Oh no, together all of them.
Oh, all of them were custom, sorry.
So I believe that Dragots didn't fill in the 6th one, which was a custom one. Which is quite unfortunate. It's something we look forward to.
Right.
But one of the main things I want to highlight is that one of the comments is that my goal is to win Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 with Onyx. Not with anybody else. It must be Onyx.
I mean, it has to be with Onyx,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. I mean, you are registered with Onyx anyways. It's not like you can win with somebody else.
I mean, unless he purposely just say, I don't want to win just with Onyx. I just want to win with just Kale or Trixie.
Wow, being quite selective, aren't we?
That's what I'm saying, right?
I just want to win with this guy. Yeah.
But of course, let's go. That's enough about Dragon Gods. Let's quickly check out Calamity's question area.
Hey, my man Calamity here from Team Road to the Top. Our second place winner here from Malaysia. Singapore, aggressiveness 5. Goal defense 3.
I'm concerned when you have like
One.
in a team battle game like this, and your strategy is just one, and you're the team captain too. It's very concerning.
Which I believe him. I mean, like based on what he mentioned about the slow bro. I mean, he was like,
sorry, the team captain was Genkai. Sorry.
yeah. So he was like, I like slow bro because slow bro's easy. Just all you have to do is just unite. No strategy needed. Like I press this button, it works, and then I'm just gonna hold that enemy for a while, and I'm Gucci. I'm okay.
The thing is, right? I don't have to worry. Like, even though strategy may be one, right, 1 out of the 5.
Yes.
But I don't think it's anything bad, because like when you have a team captain, a very aggressive team captain like Genkai as well, like this makes things a lot more easier for him to actually like to put out the commands, right? Like
yes.
There would not be any clash of ideals or clash of decision making. It's just more like, hey man, I want you to go that lane. I won't explain to you why, but I just want you to go there.
He will do it.
Yeah, he's just like,
all right. Yeah. You just tell me what to do. I mean, like my strategy is like 1 star.
Yeah.
You know, like I believe, I put my trust in you.
Yep,
You tell me to go, I go.
I think what's also important is the fact that like as long as especially for having a teammate, when all the team members have like very similar ideals and playstyle,
Yes.
I think that just makes it a lot more easier as well. Since you have like 5 aggressiveness, I'm like, hey, Genkai is where we're gonna be happy with you, man.
Yeah, mental strength 5.
I think that's very important, right? When your team captain asks you to just do a suicide mission, right?
Yeah, that's true. And I just want to highlight also his play comments that to get top 3 in Pokemon Asia.
It's a very, I think it's like one of the few like must comments to have, like whether you want to be the champion or,
exactly.
or the top 3. I think this is somewhat of a requirement. Of course, speaking of Genkai, this is of course Genkai, team captain for Road to the Top. Yeah, this is, by the way, his average stats for all the games that he's been playing so far.
Yes.
Pick rate, of course, has been 50% Bustle, which is understandable because either Bustle has been taken away or the composition didn't really require
him to actually play the Buzzball at all. And 25% on that Blastoise for his end. So he's more like an all-rounder kind of thing. And from his end over here.
He's pretty flexible
very flexible.
when it requires it.
Yeah.
They don't really have a staple when it comes to their competition. It's not like some teams, especially what we saw in East Asia, from East Asia yesterday, where they're like, we have to have double defenders. They're like it's our rule, it's our goal. We like control. We just like to have this massive wall to protect our backliner attackers, right?
But we also saw a scenario where they also play no defenders.
Yeah, I know we saw that, but I think the team was just messing around. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but it was quite interesting. I think there was one scenario that where it actually worked for them, playing 3 attackers. And
no, the thing is this, right? It's very common to see like 3 attackers or double all-rounders and 1 attacker. Basically, having 3 offensive Pokemon, I think that's nothing too surprising for me because that's pretty much the norm, right? Yeah, 1 defender, 3 offensive Pokemon, and then 1 supporter. That's fine. Yeah. But we haven't seen like double supporters so far.
Yeah, we haven't seen. I think so far for most of the teams, they feel that 1 is enough.
Yeah, 1 is sufficient.
1 is sufficient.
We need all the damage.
We need all the. I mean, like we are Southeast Asia. Go big or go home.
Which I think that's one of the few. I think that's like one of the few benefits of us Southeast Asian players is mainly because of the fact that we're not too afraid to just be very flexible with our picks. Like when I mean flexible, I mean like not playing multiple roles, but like just very open to the idea to having like maybe no support, like maybe no supporters or triple defenders, or maybe just trying out Pokemon which normally people would say like, hey, this Pokemon is out of the meta, it's not that great. But like even for example Dodrio for example has been falling out of the meta, and even with the patch they still are willing to bring it in. I think that's actually one of the few like advantages that we Southeast Asian mindset that we have.
Yeah, I think probably also because some of these players are just comfortable to actually play them even in a regional tournament setting as well. Of course, addressing a little bit on the draft here, we do have a Mana Fable and as well the Umbreon. Calamity securing that Hoopa for themselves for the team as the support, which is an immediate response coming on from Onyx. They are going to be securing that Slowbro as well as the Buzzwole over here. Yeah, so they have quite a thing right now, and they're also going to be getting this Blissey as well.
Yep. I mean, you know the saying, right? If it ain't broken, you don't fix it. Right?
Exactly.
Buzzwole has been working out pretty well for them in the first round. The Slowbro also without question, and by the way, it has been Trixie. But do take into account that Trixie, his main background is actually more of an all-rounder offensive background here. So the fact that him transitioning to the defender to answer to what the team requires, you can actually expect this Slowbro to be a little bit more on the offensive side, a little bit more that all-rounder mindset here.
Yeah, and of of course, it does seem that the draft is complete coming up from both ends. Leafeon being the last pick here for Team Onyx. I was aiming for one strong range attacker coming up from the side of Onyx, as they have quite a few defensive lineup on the front lines. They do have the Slowbro, they also running with the Buzzwole, and also on the back end support they have the Mew as well, which is flexible between being an attacker as well as a support, and together with the Blazy. Meanwhile, on road to the top, they're running the Crustle together, Blastoise on the front end. They also have the range attackers. They have the Pikachu as well as the Glaceon, and the support from Hooper in the hands of Calamity.
This is what I was trying to tell Danelie just now, right? Like especially when we were casting, we were talking about doing road to the top initially for their second best of 3, where Lilac actually has a policy. He does have a fallback plan if any of his speedsters was either locked out or didn't seem very viable for him. The other two Pokemon that he actually utilizes was either the Sylveon or the Glaceon here, depending on what the team really does require. So seeing him coming with the Glaceon, I think just understand like how difficult the route actually is and how to really engage into it. He didn't want to have that kind of restriction or limitation in himself. Now it's a little bit more flexible. So even if the Slowbro were to lock him down, it doesn't feel as bad because of the fact that he's not so dependent on like a speedster, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Is there really anyone from Onyx side which can actually catch this Glaceon off guard from back end? I mean, other than having a Buzzwole? Yeah, other than a Buzzwole, I mean, like, so basically this Buzzwole is definitely going to be aiming for that Glaceon in this game.
I'm just concerned if they decide to just commit, right? Because I believe they can, right? You commit the Slowbro Unite move, and then you just melt any of the tankers. Let me tell you something, that defender is definitely KO and take it down for sure. There's really no escape. And I love this. Now there's a little bit more confidence coming from ALRR. Very different from the first map. Now he's being very offensive on his opponent's side of wild Pokemon here. Really piling on the pressure here.
Yeah, of course. Trying to muscle out the Crustle. Look at that. By level 4 already having his full evolution here in this game. Does have the mobility to try to snipe these Pokemons under the eyes of Team Onyx, as they are creating a 3v2 situation. Meanwhile, Leafeon still just started to rotate into the top lane here. Now they do expect this to happen, but instead rotating to the top, he is making his way to the bottom instead, which is great because you can actually put that Squirtle in check. Meanwhile, look at the odds trade-off coming up from the top lane. Over here comes down Buzzwole together with a combo against his partner, which is a Santi, but not able to do much, especially when you go up against 3 Pokemons from the side of the top.
Calm and collected. A lot of skirmishes for now. I think right now the real goal here is, especially since Jal is bringing back the Pikachu here, they're going to be looking for that team fight. That really one massive team fight, because there's a lot of magic damage being outputted from both Pikachu and the Glaceon here. And of course the Crustle from Genkai is just there to ensure they actually will be able to secure a lot of these fights here. Yeah. Don't think he went for Rock Tomb. I think he went for Shell Smash, if I'm not mistaken. So would that mean the next one will be Exodus?
Most probably, I guess, for that kind of pairing here. Oh no, a little bit excited over here. War Total, you're at the wrong goalpost, but damn sure they managed to actually clear down this Slowbro from the side of Onyx over here. The Leaf Blade damage output not enough to actually clear out on the War Total, which means that he's only 2 levels away from making his way into a Blastoise. Meanwhile, at the top lane here, not looking too good here, is going to be the Blazy as it gets taken out but in the hands of the Glaceon, putting Glaceon here at level 7 together with Leafeon on the other end, which is from Team Onyx.
Yeah, now definitely you can see a little bit more life being brought back to road to the top as well. A lot more fighting capabilities as well, alongside with the Crustle here. Now, but the thing is that this is without the existence of ALR in any of these fights so far. However, now this is the real clincher, right? Within 7 minutes, we're going to be seeing our first Reggie going to be spawned in. Who's going to be able to take out the fight? That's going to be quite crucial.
Yeah, straight up killing up on that Altera family. The bottom lane here. Okay, big opportunities for Team Onyx. Leafeon currently at level 8 together with opponent Glaceon as well. So both these evolutions here being the main course with the highest level so far from both ends. Meanwhile, some slam and dunk. Look at this guy. He's punching through this fortress.
Now the thing is he didn't take it into account now. He needs to tell the team the rest of the people are coming in. And look at it again, once again the positioning coming from the Leafeon. Again coming from the back line, dancing with the mix as well. But they do manage to secure the Regirock. But can they win out this fight? It is currently in a 2v4 here. None of them haven't been KO'd so far. Wow. But of course, Ly still sustained, still endures. No. And of course, Bochi is there to ensure they're going to get every single one of these players but reinforcement has arrived, and ALR would like to return the favor. But then again, maybe he bit a little bit more than he can chew, but he does get the second and the third. I can't believe it. He turned the fight around without the assistance of the Mew. Unbelievable!
Wow, look at that. I mean, they were having a great time despite it being 2v4 situation. Signing
that's
was the
4
side
already.
of Onyx. Yeah, it's already 4 over there, but then they still managed to catch Glaceon from behind over there. But Glaceon returns back into the whole team fight, takes out the Buzzwole, and actually showing his dominance here in the game. That was insane. The Glaceon Blastoise combo going off at the bottom lane. 4v2 situation, no problem for Team Road to the top.
Everything was almost picture perfect until ALR just came crashing in and just tore the whole studio apart, man.
Yeah.
Oh no! It was... The thing is, I don't blame it for it. It was a really good fight.
Yeah, it was a very good fight.
Like they, by facts, by stats, they actually won that fight. But ALR is just absolutely insane. He's currently, by the way, he's already level 10, by the way.
Yeah, so level 10 together. Oh no, he's at like level 11 actually here on the Buzzwole compared to level 10 on the Leafeon. Glaceon already at 11 at the current moment. Meanwhile, he received Calamity, of course, making his way back to the Pokemon Center back in the base. Here, saving himself away from that Buzzwole. Snowballing here coming up from Team Onyx, capitalizing on the advantage they've had so far in the game. Of course, making their way to the top lane here, making a 4v3 situation here, 4v4 situation between them as well. They are very much committed over here. Loads and loads of shields, no problem. Of course, a slam and dunk coming in into Asagopos. Forces the Blastoise to actually utilize his Unite, who serves the team members away to the right side over here. Does look like Mochi's in trouble, low in HP, but he still survived. And he returns back to the base. Over here, resets back, and here comes the Pikachu trying to use up a little bit thunder. Did not manage to connect to anyone at the current moment, pushing back that huge Blastoise.
He's gotta get him. Oh, he got him too.
They got him. They got him. The Buzzwole is down. Now, can they actually get the Leafeon over here? Leafeon dispatching some damage over here, but Blastoise chasing down on the Slowbro from behind. One of the teammates managed to make an escape on the left side. Surf being utilized, and Bochi survives with that.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate for Lila here because because it was really thanks to Bochi for stalling for time. He kept 2 people at bay while allowing Lila to actually solo that Regieleki. I think that was really great. But after that it was just like ALR just got the jump on it. I'm just like, oh man, that guy's gone.
I just want to highlight how disgusting it is. You pair a Crustle together with a Blastoise. They're literally shoving the team members from Team Onyx to their side of the base. And this time, Glaceon managed to secure on the Regirock at the bottom lane. Oh, Crustle was not able to actually do much right here. Constant lockdowns on him, pushing him away. He didn't manage to actually land out a skill, but then it's not going to be enough. He managed to get cleared out as well. This time, Buzzwole managed to actually bring Smackdown on the Blastoise, but Mew gets taken out in the hands of the Hooper. And this time, it's going to be the Blizz in the hands of the Hooper, making the 2 KO streak for him at the same time. And they're going to be losing out the Buzzwole as well. Finally.
Finally, the man has fallen for the second time.
At the start, he looked invincible, where he was just bringing in all the pain to the enemy, but then the enemy still didn't manage to actually find opportunities to take him out twice.
The thing is this, right now we're slowly seeing a shift in priorities. Right now, you can definitely see like how disruptive with the displacement that's being made by both the Blastoise and the Crustle as well. That's when you see how ALR just trying to, like, you know, I'm just going to commit my Smackdown on either one of these frontliners. We're going to try to eliminate the problem at its source here. That way we can slowly try to focus towards that backline. It does work out a little bit, but then again, if only he was able to pick out Lila. He was very close to picking off Lila off. But sadly he couldn't, that's why Lila was able to quickly turn things around and get that damage out. Lila is not soft for any reason necessary.
Yes.
He's level 13 by the way, he's dishing out a lot of damage. Pretty much quite equal between both sides here.
Yep, quite equal, I would say. I think slightly better on the side of Road to the Top, as there are 2 members, which is going to be the Slowbro as well as the Blissey, currently at level 11. We have the 2 highest levels here. It's going to be level 13. 2 from Onyx and 3 from the side of Road to the Top. And now you know what that means. Currently now is 1 minute and 48 seconds on the clock. Rayquaza is currently in the stadium at the middle area. Now what will happen here? Now Onyx, they need to actually score 103 points to make it a win for the end, make an equalizer. And even with the draw, they are going to be the winners as they're the ones who made the tie. Meanwhile, Leafeon clears out on the Pikachu. That's going to be very costly. 18 seconds on the clock before Pikachu returns. Now, currently, 5v4 situation, siding more towards Team Onyx. And now, bringing in the pain is going to be the Buzzwole, which forces this Hydro Typhoon hitting off on tree. But there's no follow-up, Leonard. Quite unfortunate there, being put two ways. I would say just holding him in place just for a short while. Meanwhile, Crossville making his escape onto the top left side. And we see a three-man movement over here. And they're going to be catching on this Blastoise. And that's 22 seconds on the clock for him. Meanwhile, Pikachu returns back into the whole team fight here, creating a little bit of space. This could be a big opportunity for Team Onyx to take down this Rayquaza, but Crossville causing a little bit of disruption between multiple units over here, pushing them down, but it's not going to be enough. The damage is there, but instead Genkai pushing forward. Oh no! But the smackdown here coming in from the Buzzwole, and they managed to take down the Crossville instead. Yet another opening, but they also, here's the thing, they actually lose out two coming from Team Onyx.
Still coming towards the backline. They still have enough time. They're trying to bring down this Rayquaza, but don't have enough to unite move. Do they really have the damage? Blastoise within the vicinity, getting ready to stop. The Glacier drops in, comes in with the surf, trying to knock on the Rayquaza ever so low, but they didn't lose the Mew. Who gets the last hit? Oh no! They don't manage to get the last hit on the Rayquaza. Now they just, someone needs to go for the dunk. Someone needs to do it.
But two people right now. Who's gonna make it?
He needs to get there. Just needs one, but I don't think he can.
2 more seconds. They're holding him in place. Right.
He's running for his life, but he just couldn't get it, ladies and gentlemen. An unbelievable round. Road to the top brought it back.
Team Onyx, despite them getting the Rayquaza, they didn't have the time. They didn't have the team members to get in position to actually go for any form of scoring. And that, ladies and gentlemen, means Road of the Top is the winner for this game number 2. And that also means that we are going to be forced into a game number 3 in this best of 3 series.
I think so. I think what really like changed the whole situation in that last Rayquaza fight was the fact that they changed. Although it seems like it was going to the hands of Team Onyx, especially when we lost the Blastoise.
Yes.
We lost a couple of more players along the way.
They lost the Pikachu earlier on, and then they lost out the Blastoise. Even in the last Gata, they also lost Genkai on the Crossville too.
The thing is, losing Jal was definitely not in the plan. Because Jal was actually positioned in a way where he wanted to ensure to protect the bottom lane goalpost, but also keep an eye on Kale, because he noticed that Kale's habit has always been to be arriving last to the scene.
Yeah.
And was just trying to hang back to try to find an opportunity, because he was also the speedster. So he was trying to find a window of opportunity to try to hit towards that back line. But he ran to Jal. Jal tried to do his best, but of course, it's a speedster against an attacker. I think like even Jal would have a really tough time. They got the kill on Pikachu, which gave them a little bit more of a momentum boost. What really didn't they take into account was that Bochi was able to force out on a lot of abilities here. Right?
Yes.
They managed to force out a lot of abilities, allowing Calamity to bring everyone out to safety. So there's not a lot. They did lose Bochi in the end, but a lot of Unite move was currently offline. Too much was committed when Rayquaza was, by the way, still very healthy.
Yes, very healthy. I think they thought that they're gonna finish it right there and then make it a big win in the team fight, and then probably they could just take Rayquaza for themselves. So, but that wasn't really the case here, where even though Road to the Top were missing, they're actually losing out Pokemons during the early stages of taking down Rayquaza, but they were actually they managed to translate it into win for them. Even though Team Onyx, Buzzwole specifically, managed to get that last hit in, they didn't have any Pokemons left. They had the Blissey, and I believe they also had the Slowbro. So Slowbro got taken out. Blissey was so close, but with his cute little feet, he couldn't make his way to the bottom goalpost.
He just couldn't run it. He just couldn't run out of the way. I think Bochi was. If I had to give man of the hour for at least this for the second game, it has to be Bochi. I think he
Bochi here.
He did so much damage despite being the first to fall among the team, but I think that was just totally fine, because like I think at the time
Pikachu fell first, but still but in the full team fight, yes, he was the first to fall.
Because Genkai, I think at the time Genkai was just like, you know, it's totally fine that you fell because we forced out a lot of Unite moves.
I agree.
And I think they also took out, I think there was like 1k on the side coming from Team Onyx after that whole debacle here. So by the time the Blastoise and Bochi came back, all they had to do was just keep an eye on that HP here. He even, if I'm not mistaken, he even committed the Hydro Typhoon just to buy a little bit more time as well.
Yeah,
for the rest of the squad.
so because he was holding on 3 Pokemons around him, even though there was no follow-ups, I think that also contributed to a lot of things, prevent them from chasing down his course here in this game. Also want to give, although we do see like some really nice action from Bochi in the bottom lane as well, credits to him, while Glaceon was actually being chased down by 4 team members from from Team Onyx. He was able to prevent them from happening for quite a while with the surf. Oh man, he was.
You see what I mean? That second fight towards the Regicide really changed things for them because like you see the draft right. From Team Onyx, it was pretty much pretty equal. You see a little bit more confidence for some of the players who cross after their first win coming from Team Onyx. But when it gets towards the fight towards the Regi Rock, because remember we saw that they won the fight.
Yes, they won the fight.
They had a very massive win. But then suddenly out of the blue, you just see ALR just comes in, and then instantly the stats just completely change.
Actually, I kind of lost track. So actually, it was so they were kind of able to actually hold on quite well because they were the ones who actually got the Reggie Rock over there. So I guess that they provided extra sustainability when it comes to the Blastoise together with the Glaceon.
It was a fight that ALR just came slightly late alongside with Kill. Both of them came slightly late towards the fight because they were coming in from the top lane side.
I'm a bit lost in translations. Either he was late or he was taken out and revived and he come back.
No, he was just they just protected the top lane.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he was late, but I would not have expected, knowing that it's a 4v2 situation when you have 4, the enemy has 2. And you'll be struggling in that sense, but Blastoise was actually causing a lot of nuisance to enemy.
Yeah, but still, it was a really great fight, I think, between these two games. This tug of war between the two is really impeccable here. It really just came down to those really small plays, like individual plays, and just decided to be very patient about this. Trying to be very resilient as much as possible here.
Yeah.
Because those unite moves towards that Rayquaza pin, I think that's what really somewhat decide how the game is supposed to go there.
Yeah, I do agree on that. Of course, so that means that the score currently right now is actually tied at 1-1 in between them. So let's have a look at the highlight on what has happened in that game number 2.
So this is pretty much relatively a little bit more earlier, but this is what I'm saying, right? That bottom Reggie fight there.
This is the
in this 2v4, like Lila did a really phenomenal job.
Look at this
here,
Buzzwole. He's coming into the right side, so he's going to be the one catching the Glaceon because Glaceon was dealing up too much damage. So while Blastoise was actually taking up and soaking up all those damage towards him, Glaceon was doing all the work, dishing out damage towards the enemy. But with no Glaceon in hand right here, makes it a little bit tougher, and Buzzwole was becoming the man of the match during that particular time.
It was really like an over for me in that situation because I thought that was so good. But then when the AR came out, I was just like, my lord, that is not a very good thing for them at all. But then again, once they start grouping up here and start prioritizing, I think it was really phenomenal what Bochi did here as well. He actually pushed a lot of players all the way at the back of the goalpost just to allow that Glaceon Lila to actually secure that solo Reggie Lecky for themselves here. But then that's where you see the prioritization starts to change for most of these players.
Whoa, did you saw that? He was just very low on HP and dropped into the hyperspace.
I know, he was just running for it, man.
I mean, like, okay, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people saw that as well.
You see what I mean? Like, in that fight, he probably wouldn't have fell if he had actually like managed to get that last hit to that one line. But look, honestly, this fight was absolutely beautiful.
I think this is also one of the ones you highlighted. Even if Russell got taken now, he actually took the attention of 3 Pokemons, the Mew, the Buzzwole, as well as the Blissey on him. He did hold on as long as he can on that Buzzwole as well. Look at that serve riding by this Blaza, although they were not able to actually get the last hit in on the Rayquaza, but time is not on the side of Team Road to the Top this time about. So therefore, basically, for Team Onyx and Cremos, they're not able to actually do any form of scoring.
The thing, here's the funny thing, right? It's like, even though you did secure the Rayquaza, you still need to dunk.
You still need to dunk.
You still need to dunk that points here. But of course, let's quickly check out our next set of questionnaires. We saw 2 just now initially. Let's check out the second one for best of 3 for today. Of course, it's going to be Lila.
Wow, Lila, very, very humble over here. I dare say he has the least amount of stats here being given for himself. Aggressiveness 3, goal defense 2, combinations 3, strategy 1, and mental strength 1. Very, very humble numbers here being given for himself. And his comment here is that my goal is to win the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
So here's the thing, right? Like, you say humble, I say concerned, because like you tell people like, my goal is to win the PUBG ACL 2024 finals, right? And then You see a stat like,
Yeah, like, oh,
strategy 1, like mental
Mental
strength
strength
1.
one.
Like you would expect, like if someone is like declaring that I'm gonna be the world champion, right? You expect them to have like the stats to really back it up, right?
No, that's the thing. What he's trying to say is, even with the stats, I can still win.
But that, it feels so much like a restriction.
I think he's putting a handicap. He's putting weights on himself so that
I feel like it's more weights on Genkai because it's just like, don't break down, don't break down.
don't break down. Mental strength 1.
I'm here for you.
But then now we have Trixie from Team Onyx. Now
Uh-huh.
he did add his own custom category over here: aggressiveness 4, goal defense 4, combinations at 4, 2 on strategy, 4 mental strength. He doesn't want to be too much. So as you can see, he didn't highlight any of his any of those categories as 5. He's like 4 is max for me. Stealing objective.
You see, like this makes more sense to me, you know? Someone tells me my goal is to become the champion and pass WCS qualification, and this
Oh
is my
wow,
stat.
he's
They-
looking beyond Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
He really he has already. I mean, this professional players, right? They have the foresight, right? Whether it's in game and in real life, they already knew exactly what their role plan is going to be like. But of course, let's quickly check out the stat plans here for our dear friend Mochi. Was the man of the hour for previous round, who's been such a menace with that Blastoise here.
20%, enough to put him at the top here.
Mhm.
We see how well he actually played out. Blastoise here in the game. Plausible plays as well, 3 managers as well. Very much deserved coming up from Bochi from Team Road to the top. And he plays a mean Mamoswine as well. 20% on the pick rate.
Here's the interesting thing, right? The thing is, normally, in normal cases, right, when Hoopa was the selection here, usually it would have been someone else to be the defender here, because usually Bochi is either the flex or the supporter here.
Yes.
So the only time where he can actually be the defender is when Hoopa was being selected for Calamity. So hence why the stats saying that the pick rate for his Blastoise in particular, or Mamoswine, is only 20%, mainly because Hoopa was still in the selection here.
Yes, that's
If you
true.
want to see something different you want to see a different side of Bochi, you probably either have Hoopa being banned or Hoopa being stolen away from their lineup.
Yep, you will see a different kind of Bochi altogether
Uh-huh.
here. But we'll see if we're able to actually witness all that and more in this game number 3. Now, this is going to be the deciding game. There's no more games in this series anymore. The winner for this particular game will be crowned the winner for the series. Getting them, now they've secured 1 point for winning one of the games in this series so far, but they want to get that maxed out 3 points here at the group stage.
I mean,
round robin.
That would have been the ideal thing. But at least look on the bright side of things. Regardless of who actually takes this win, no one is going to go out without a single point here.
Yes.
There's still going to be 1 point or 3 points given to either one of these 2 teams here. So of course, Trixie still going to be locking in that slow bro. Pretty confident with it as well.
Yeah, and of course, as usual, once again, Blastoise plus with the Hoopa. Are we about to witness the same?
No. Here's a real question: Will it still be the Bochi Blastoise, or is it the Genkai Blastoise?
That's gonna be quite interesting.
Because both also can actually utilize the Blastoise.
Blissey again, together with the Buzzwole, the Mosquito, Hands of Onyx. The Indonesians are very confident with running this lineup. Seems very familiar to what they've run before. A road to the top. Are they trying to put that Pikachu in?
I think it definitely did work out for them. The additional damage for most of those team fights actually did give them a lot more options in a lot of those fights as well. Like, although yes, unfortunately they couldn't really stop that Bustle being picked as well, but even if Bustle wasn't really picked, most likely it would have been a Mimikyu coming into the hands of ALR. So Leafeon coming in for the side here, still gonna give to us the kill. However, the Delphox though, very
okay.
interesting.
That
That
not
would be
really
that would be Kill's Delphox, by the way.
okay, but it's
It
not
would
really
not-
serving as a counter where it's utilizing the fireworks. So they're getting themselves a true defender. They're gonna be locking in. Is Snorlax final one? Okay, no, they're going with the Mimikyu.
So here's the thing, right? Now there's a little bit of choice. Kill has been playing Speedsters for the last two rounds, right? Now this time he picking up the Delphox will leave the Speedster role to the hands of Resorte, which also, by the way, was an offensive. He's also still the offensive attacker in his team here, regardless whether it's a Speedster
Yes.
or an all-rounder. So there's the Leafeon in his hand. I'm not too sure, like, because I don't get to see much of him playing the Leafeon because usually it's in the hands of Kale. However, now it's a little bit of a switch up. Chaos is going to be coming with the Delphox to try to mitigate some of this damage or output some of this damage here. But this time, now you see Genkai with the all-rounder. A very aggressive player, no longer the defender. Now the damage dealer here. Now this is going to be something fun to watch.
Yeah, and he's not running the Blastoise. Bochi still having the Blastoise in his hands for this game. Is he able to actually save his team just like how he did in the previous match itself? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into game number 3. The draft is complete, coming from both sides. This is the match in between Team Onyx, the second place winners from the Indonesia Open, against Team Road to the Top, the Malaysia Singapore Open second place winners.
This is gonna be the round that decide who's gonna be actually getting those pointers. But by the way, just curious, I think I missed it. What was the 2 bans again?
I believe it was Umbreon
and
as well as Clicklefable, yeah.
Ah man, still same bands. Not everyone still feel those 2 are the real threat to their entire lineup here, or at least the most nuisance one at least.
Yeah. So running through the lanes is going to be the composition here. Now they are going to be running, so I think it's going to be the Buzzwole here at the top. A little bit support here through the middle, I think, from the Chansey, just for a while. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, the EV together with the Slowpoke. It's going to take a while. The Slowpokes can't really get secures by his very slow mobility. But it does seem there's a little bit stack here coming from in the hands of the Squirtle at bottom lane together with the Pikachu. So two basic starter Generation 1 Pokémons hand in hand at the bottom lane for Team Road to the Top. Oh, once again.
But an opportunity did present himself, and a result overextended and underestimated the damage coming in from Jarl here. Remember, there's still the Electro Web coming in from Pikachu as well.
Yes.
Skills. So that was one form of way to lock the result in, and I think he didn't really anticipate that as well. But then again, it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was a 1v1 confrontation.
Yes, it was. It was a 1v1.
Impressive.
And I think the last hit was actually enhanced Squirtle over there.
Like, yeah, the Squirtle wasn't there at all. He was busy dunking points.
No, the thing is, I think his teammate behind has already been dishing a lot of points. But the time he actually went behind, he just got the last hit in, and that is all. Meanwhile, the top lane, ooh, all those damage from the Mimikyu charging forward, hitting off on the Chansey. All they have is a Buzzwole, screening out 3 Pokemons here from Team Road to the Top. And of course, a little bit of assistance here from Fanakin as well. From behind, and Whistle rotations coming from Chansey to the top lane. For bottom lane should be no problem because Slowbro, you can easily screen out the enemies by utilizing the Surf ability on both the Wartortle as well as the Pikachu here.
Actually, I like their focus. They switch of focus right now, focusing a little bit more towards that top lane, trying to keep that boss one in check. Don't allow him to really scale out control here, and trying to secure as much of these points as much as possible. Despite now ALR has already hit level 5, he still wasn't able to find that window of opportunity to really try to get on top of all of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and Glaceon here coming for the Ice Shark, damage output, that's gonna be huge!
Wow!
Whoa! So 4-man movement here upon the Slowbro. That's quite punishing, I would say. Look at this damage from the Glaceon to the Pikachu to the Wartortle as well. Leaf Blade missing out, almost hit on that Wartortle, and they're going to be returning back to the bottom lane together with the Hyperspace Hole from the Hoopa.
This is totally fine for them. They're very satisfied with this. They have a lot of Poké potential. Despite going against the Solar Wave from the Leafeon, they're still pretty confident they can actually try to hold their own. However, Unite Move was also committed to try to get this final pick up on top of Bochi here, but he will still be able to walk out of base unscathed here. But then again, on the top lane, on the other hand, definitely not having the best of time. Trading off back and forth. He has the fruits to constantly reset. He almost did fail in the first place here, but was able to turn things around. Blastoise is finally here after hitting level 7 and definitely prepared to try to get the first Regice.
Yeah, I think that was the only occasion where I truly believe that a level 7 Mimikyu can actually muscle up against a level 7 Mosquito Buzzwole. Oh, the Surf! Bushing, it's a Surf from the Blastoise up against the Surf coming on from the Slowbro. It's a here comes charging through. Leafeon Gaslight take down on the Blastoise here, and who's going to be getting that last hit? It's going to be the Glaceon on the side of the road to the top, meaning that amplification does a heal by taking out the Regice here. But is that going to be helpful here in this data? Oh, look at all that damage! Hoopa taking it out on the Delphox, and Hoopa taking it out on the Slowbro as well, but most of the damage has to be contributed here with the hands of the Glaceon, just getting a last hit in, and Mimikyu also clearing up yet another. Somebody stop this Glaceon! It's doing a little bit too much over here. Scoring completed by the Blastoise. Glaceon still pushing out loads and loads of icicle shots in in the face of Team Onyx.
Yeah, this is Lai's statement saying like, hey, I can play other Pokemon too, you know? I'm not just a...
Nobody's saying
I'm not just a speedster spammer, I can play any other attacker too. But what I saw was really cool, Flava, was the fact that if you notice, actually Trixie committed to the eject button to try to block as much of those ice shot that was actually flying towards Delphox.
Oh no, they were holding on to the Glaceon. So Glaceon gets taken out here, 10 seconds on the clock. Hydro Typhoon hitting off on 2. Is there going to be enough follow from behind? Yes, there will be. It is going to be the Mimikyu here clearing. It's still the Blastoise hitting off on the Slowbro as well. And Blastoise gets taken out in the hands of the Buzzwole. Here comes the save from behind, and they decide to disengage here from one another as they push the team members from Team Onyx all the way into the goalpost. But you will see the Hoopa over here. Hyperspace Hole returns back into the fray. And we're back to a standstill coming up from both ends. So much heated moments here. Both Team Onyx and Team Road to the top. A little bit spacer for Genkai. Tries to do a little bit of farming here. Clearing up the Altera family. A top lane without any form of resistance from Team Onyx. And of course, they are ready to clear out this Regieleki in the top lane. They have the Mimikyu and they also have the Glaceon up against just a single Leafeon here at the top. Meanwhile, the bottom lane is where most of the action is happening. Delphox clearing out on the Hoopa. On Mimikyu gets the last hit on the Regieleki despite it being interviewing situation. Here.
Which is fine because like I think they just someone like decided like, you know what, we're just gonna give up the bottom lane. I think it's a little bit too hard. That's why they prioritize the top objective. That's why I try to get that Regieleki, and they managed to secure one of those points here.
Yeah.
Massive points did manage to dunk in at the same time, but they did have to pay the price with some of their teammates being KO'd or being taken down.
Oh no, they would say Chansey.
Oh,
Unbound from behind. Unbound is here. Calamity, everything back to base, coming back to all the heated action. High drive will be lost, but there's nothing happening over here. Instead, Buzzwole gets cleared out. From beside the Onyx losing out 3, Road to the top, making it a 5v2 situation. And I believe that they're going to be the ones who's going to be clearing this. Reggie still amplifying themselves with the buff, and because here comes well, the Blastoise rejoice together with his teammates at the bottom lane.
I think that they're just pretty fantastic as well, right? Because especially now they don't have to really worry too much. This Buzzle really wasn't the same Buzzle from the first 2 rounds as well. He wasn't able to snowball as much. So now he's currently at the state where even the Buzzle were to jump on top of them,
they can handle it.
Yeah, exactly. They can handle them for sure. So that's why, like, even though he came in, they didn't have to worry because they got on top of KL. They have enough team fight. They have enough burst. They're totally fine for this round. However, they're not really out of the clear just yet.
Yeah, they're not
out of the clear.
Yeah, I think despite them actually doing well at the current moment, they also can't let up because at any point right here, if they make any form of mistake, Onyx is going to capitalize on it, trying to make it. Oh, pushes out the blast off, but the blast force rise away. He's putting both of them, pushing 2 of the team members from Onyx on his side, but instead he's going to be the one gets turned off here. They lost the Buzzwole. They lost 3 members here from that trade-off at the top lane, and they're going to be losing yet another. It's going to be a Delphox over there, leaving Slowbro to be all alone here in this game from Team Onyx at the bottom lane.
Take it to the count, Flava, right? Take it to the count. 3 KOs without using a single Unite.
Yes.
Without a single Unite. They were able to take out three of their core players. Literally a couple of more seconds before the because I think this is actually pretty great for them. There is still some Unite moves still available to the side of Team Onyx. However, we need the Delphox. They do need the Leafeon coming back online as quickly as possible.
Oh, this is going to be spooky. Road of top having advantage of clearing out the Regieleki, the top lane, and also they're also in the lead at the moment here. Come on! Oh, that's brutal coming on from the Buzzwole here, but he's going to get everything that he can get. Delphox being the highest level Pokemon here on the side of Onyx at level 13, together with the Leafeon at the current moment. Meanwhile, Mimikyu at level 14.
This is crazy.
Road to the top here.
Just look at the positioning, Flava. Like, they are ready to hit them from every angle known to man and known to possible.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, Blastoise. Oh, they spotted him out, but he's in terrible position over here. He's in between 3 Pokemon.
This is not great.
There was no room for him to do anything, and he gets cleared out easily. And hands off Team Onyx. Now, Team Onyx knows this. Without having the Blastoise, now there's going to be a big opening for them to go man up against the team members from Team top. 5 seconds, and it's going to be jumping it into the whole team 5, and this time they cleared out yet another. It's going to be the Hoopa, 70 seconds on the clock as well.
Zhao?
More opportunities here. They're trying to, I say, clear out on Pikachu, but not be able to do so, and they will be able to be secure in the hands of the Leafeon as well. will they be able to do anything about this right now? They're down by 2 man. Get straight to the Rayquaza. Where is the team members from Team Road from down there? Oh, it's not enough. Even after letting out with the Hydro Typhoon from the back end, but still not able to stop the Buzzwolf getting that last hit in. And once again, Leafeon clearing out on the Glaceon here for the takedown. I believe, Leonard, that is to be great game and set for Team Onyx.
That was so unfortunate. That's literally all I can say. It's so unfortunate. I was very curious of the fact that did actually Bochi get caught out because he actually initiated the fight, or did they face check that brush they was actually standing in there? Because I can't see any other reason why.
Yeah, because I think the camera was also panned out a little bit too high.
Yeah, it's too high.
We couldn't really see where Bochi was coming in. All I saw was the water spout from the Hydro Typhoon, and that was it.
Because like he hasn't used his Unite move for that situation.
The Blissey!
They're trying to get as much damage as possible.
Yeah, even if you manage to score on Team Onyx, that's gonna be enough because cute little Blissey on the other end does a little bit scoring off his own as well, making plus another 106 seconds on the clock over here, and last one's get cleared out once again. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Onyx is your winner for this game number 3 and the winner for our series with a score of 2-1.
I really can't believe it. Like everything was going so well. Like it was going absolutely according to plan. Like of course, like we did discuss, it's not that they were so far behind that they couldn't really turn back the fight, but that was just absolutely insane. Like if I had to give the man of the who would be our man of the match for at least this game at least.
It's tough. Like at one point, I also want to give it to Bochi from what he presented, but I think ELR. I think he's done exceptionally well in multiple occasions in past previous game as well. Could be also one of the options.
Actually, I think it should strongly be Bochi. Despite the unfortunate loss, I think Bochi should still be the man of the match here. Really.
I agree. Yeah, that's why I have a little bit competitive in Findus too. Yeah, for Bochi for this. But looking at the stats over here, quite balanced across the board when we look at Team Road to the top. They have the damage over here. Jal on that Pikachu, 60k damage. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Onyx, Kale, the Delphox, 65k damage on his end.
I'm still so curious to exactly what really went. Like, what happened in that brush that he was currently standing in. Like, because I know Kale was playing around that area.
Yes.
Because he spotted him because he was relatively near to the goal because he wanted to protect it, right?
Yeah, he's want to protect
it. But I wanted to know, like, did Kale face check that bush where Bochi was in? That's why they spotted him out, they re-engaged upon him, literally repositioned themselves to take him down, or did Bochi just feel like, okay, I'm just gonna like do some damage and then back out of the fight, you know?
I would think that during that particular time, because we remember that Bochi got taken out between 3 Pokemons on the side of Team Onyx. So when he returned back, I don't think he returned back through the middle. I think he went through the bottom instead. He tried to actually be a little tricky and go from the bottom and go up into the middle area to the Rayquaza pit.
I think
that will explain his position and why he's actually there.
I know, no, I'm talking about like before the entire fight started, like when he first fell.
He first fell, yeah.
So that one, I was really curious about what really went down. But however, the minute he fell, everyone's objective, everyone's priority changed. Everyone was saying like, all right, we go to Rayquaza. There's no Blastoise.
There's no Blastoise.
There's no massive team fight, CC that's gonna stop us. We can actually take this confrontation here. And I saw Calamity. He really tried his best to be the main priority here. He was trying to, because they have a lot of damage. It's not that they didn't. They have a lot of damage here. A lot of Unite moves still available. Calamity tried his best to be the diversion here. He tried to lure the attention towards themselves, but ultimately he just couldn't withstand the amount of damage that was being outputted. The minute ALR did the smackdown, locked him down in place, everyone alongside with the Delphox just immediately melted him away. That was unbelievable to me. It's like crazy.
It's a bit hard to recover from.
Look at the graph, man. They had everything was going so well for them.
Man, they were snowballing through. They were on a positive note from start to end. But when Rayquaza appeared, man, things went south for them, and giving the opportunity for Team Onyx to actually capitalize on the situation and making it a win for themselves. Now this is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
This is definitely gonna hurt. They got it in the bag. is how it jumped out off the bag.
Pretty much. But then again, you gotta give kudos to both Calamity. Like, he really tried his best to hold up the line despite Bochi being taken down. I think Bochi has been doing a really phenomenal job for these past 3 games.
Yeah.
Just that last round, I'm just really curious because we just didn't have like any visual opponent.
With a visual, yeah.
We only had the mini map, and I'm like,
it's not
what?
that easy to also stretch out the camera to actually see more on the map as well.
I know.
Don't blame them as well. But if we're able to actually really catch what actually happened, like basically his
later.
travel path. Yeah, later on, most definitely when we actually have a look at the highlights. And
But nonetheless, I think this game, I think Team Onyx was able to just persevere despite the setback that they have been having all time round. Even to the fact that even ALR was not able to snowball with the Buzzwole, they still was able to get optimal levels, able to still be up to date with in terms of stats as well. Not making sure they're not too far behind. At least they have the potential to really turn things around. But of course, enough with the stats. Let's quickly bring out the replay and hopefully we can see a little bit more clear to what we potentially might have missed out.
yeah, and here is the match here for that recent game number 3 in between these two amazing teams. Over here we go, have Genkai on the Mimikyu. Now we've seen him do wonders here in the match. Meanwhile, this particular battle, that shove coming off from the Blastoise, it's a Blastoise serve versus with a Slowbro serve, but quite unfortunate, Blastoise gets traded off instead, and the one getting that Asene is going to be on the side of Glaceon here, and not just clearing out the Regis, also mentioned clearing out on the Leafeon at the same time as well. This Glaceon has been doing so much at this point into the game. Somebody has to stop him, and I think before he actually got cleared out, he did so much damage. It does require you to actually do a little bit of backhand to actually catch him in this match.
Alright.
And meanwhile here, the Unbound as well be utilized, catching on that Buzzwole, creating him even more, and together with the Delphox here from the side of Onyx. They were doing well. Look at this. They were just on a positive note. They were doing everything so well. It all boils down to that Rayquaza hit team fight over here. Even this execution coming off from Blastoise, he did manage to show 2 members from Team Onyx to the other side, but he was not able to sustain all that damage being dished out by Team Onyx and gets cleared out instead. And meanwhile, this is during the time when Blastoise got caught off when he was about to attempt to actually score Danelie within 2-minute mark, with intents to actually double up his 50 points in his pockets. And during this particular time, Delphox has really utilized his Unite as well, and jumping to all that. I think we missed out on that, but still, what a match. What a match.
What a match. Really, what a match. But of course, let's quickly go to our one last segment, our favorite segment, our drawing session.
Yeah, drawing session.
Our telemetry, and let's quickly check off with clip number 1. Flava, I would like you to take the first chance with this one.
Oh, okay, you can actually do all the drawing of here. But let's just have a look at this particular matchup here. So I believe that this is actually the game number 1 at the Rayquaza pit. Now everyone is actually looking particularly healthy, and looking at all the positions over here, I believe this is going to be the Dodrio game. I thought I can actually scroll through with my hand, but Dodrio all the way here at the bottom side here, trying to actually make a little bit of movement into the whole frame. Where is that? Like the dustbin is over here as well, so we're just gonna play out from here. So you see all here, Aspion on the top right side. It's 4-man movement coming on from the side of Team Road to the top, trying to make things happen. And of course, this is what despite all that clearance, there's not enough follow-ups over here, hitting off on the members. Resorte based over here. We have the Trixie, we have the Draygods over here, but all alone is going to be the Blastoise on the side for Team Road to the top. So it's actually quite an opposition over here, but it also works out well for them. And as things played out, we also have the Calamity here on the Hooper, came around team members over here, and Blastoise making an escape for it. And of course, the last hit here in the hands of Team Onyx. So that is a very strong opening for them for that game number 1. And looking at the second clip over here, now this is going to be the Rayquaza attempt for game number 2, Team Road to the top and Team Onyx. Now this is going to be a little bit painful to watch, and I know that what we're about to witness now in this particular matchup as well, everyone is actually around the pit. Rayquaza also down to close to half HP as well, about to do wonders. I really hope I'm not able to actually utilize this one. So meanwhile, you see in position, we do have, let's see, we also have the Buzzwole enemy on the inside. They're trying to force this because Rototop is currently in advantage. 280 points versus with 177 has to offer. So basically, if you actually play this, basically their hands are being forced, but they have to fight this from the inside. And seeing this, you see that this guy, Russell, is doing so much right here. He knows it's gonna be a big sacrifice from he has. He has to attend to the Buzzwole, to the Leafeon, and together with the Blissey. From this time, he actually hold up quite well. If you see here, just gonna keep playing as well, and he's still gonna get it out. He managed to hold on as long as he can, but that was a massive contribution from him. And now there's continued attempt coming here from the Rayquaza pit. Now it being a 4v4 situation here, and once again now Restorte. Now he's in a trouble position as we do see the Glaceon as well, so that's also shoving him away, and there's nothing much he can actually do. Mew is just gonna get cheered up over here. Now this is gonna be the important part. Although they actually got the Rayquaza, look at the amount of members they have. They have the Buzzwole over here. They also have the Blissey as well as the Slowbro. Now all they have to do is make their way to the goalpost. Now do they make it? I believe that if you're together with us through our journey in this game, you're gonna see that. If you did miss out on it, they didn't make it. Lost the Buzzwole here. Now they're gonna be, look at this, those tiny feet on that Blissey, trying to make his way to the lower goalpost, but time is not of the essence here. 3 seconds on the clock, and almost, he didn't get there loud and got picked up. And of course, last but not least is, of course, is going to be our final game, is game number 3. Now, you see some wonderful things happening over here, and one of the main highlights, not really at the Rayquaza pit, per se. Yeah, so basically, this is actually still in this. So I think I'm going to skip this one. So this is actually game number 3 during the Rayquaza attempt. Now, this is what we were looking for.
You see, yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure out. I don't know, sadly, it was too far for it because we couldn't see like what exactly, like what we couldn't really happen to the last round, right? Because see, this is the part where he would take call. Like, let me borrow the pen for 1 second, right? So I guess it's mine to the draw. I'm not gonna use yellow because yellow is like really
what
hard.
You have against yellow?
Yellow is very hard to see, okay? But so initially, Bochi was hidden here.
Yeah, he was hidden here all the time. He was just waiting for it.
He was a ninja, okay? He was a ninja in this bush, right? He had a game plan. He had 50 points and he was planning to dunk it through this goalpost whenever he could, right? The only problem was he ran into Kale. Now my real question is, until now we still not answered, did Kale actually walk into the bush? Or did our dear friend Bochi felt very confident?
No, Bochi went out because I saw him about to score. So you can actually see when someone's about to score. So it wasn't actually Kale forcing him out. Actually, it was Bochi who went out.
So Bochi felt confident. He felt like a muscle man. Okay? He had like all these packs, right? Like all these muscles here. Getting ready to lift up the whole team whenever he can. But sadly, Delphox was able to call him out, right? But anyway, sadly, he got caught out here. That means he is currently out of the picture with a Unite move at the same time. So we're going to be fast-forwarding this, as we all know what was the result for this. Dear friend Bochi, instantly the rest of the team just converged upon him. Everyone was just on the way to get this guy. And
yeah, that's 3-man from Onyx.
But now look at the positioning for the rest of the team on the minimap, right? So now everyone was very confident. Without the Blastoise, it's a 5v4, a fight and opportunity they were waiting for the
especially with the enemy not having a big Unite move, which is
exactly. So he dives into the mix as well, and I'm gonna quickly rewind this back slightly. Hopefully I can get it in time. Now this is the part where they was able to find Calamity. Okay, see, Calamity really tried. Like Calamity, he understands the fact that only 4 more seconds. 4 more seconds was left on the clock. He wanted to try to delay them to hit that Rayquaza because you notice from the bar, already as it is, they were doing a lot of damage even without the Mimikyu being present here.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
I mean, if you look at them from the side, I think Mimikyu is on the other end right here, but they do have things like Leafeon.
Correct.
Yeah, they also have the Delphox.
So what happens was, like, now we see the Pikachu behind. His game plan is very simple. Jarl is to find the Delphox. Try to keep the Delphox, try to buy some time. Sadly, Calamity, just like this name, it was utterly a calamity. Because completely bullied, massacred by these two people.
Yeah, I think so it's not a good position to be in as well.
It definitely is not. And then once he fell, now the rest of the team starts panicking because now Blastoise is about to come back. Bochi is about to come back, and at the same time, they don't have Calamity, so no sense of safety for them to really turn back this fight. But regardless of the situation, they still need to take this fight head on as much as possible. You see Jarl, everyone starts going in full disarray. Our poor friend Jarl, just like the target, I didn't even get to draw that one, but a Unite move was committed for our dear friend
Yeah,
here.
from Buzzwole.
And everyone was completely isolated. Mochi is currently still at base. Jarl is currently at the back line alongside Mimikyu being targeted. Even the Glacier coming in from Lilac, everyone was completely out of place. And this is exactly the chaos that Team Onyx was trying to overwhelm them. And of course, then again, the rest is history. And we all know how the ending of that story really turned out for them.
Yeah, of course, congratulations to Onyx for... I think that was one of the mistakes that I think Rototop regret happening. I think it would have been a different outcome. Of course, all of this is what ifs. If Blastoise, instead of trying to actually go in for the scoring, he would actually commit to that 5v5 engagement at the Rayquaza pit itself.
Yep, of course. But with that being said, that's going to be the ending of our drawing session. Sadly, we're not the best of drawers here.
Yes, mostly me over here. I try not to draw too much as well because I don't want to show off that was very horrible at it. And so yeah, so I didn't want to show off too much, I guess. Between us three, so I think Danelie draws the best.
Yeah, she
'cause
draws the best.
She draws the best. Yeah, I think we've seen her drawing before, and hopefully we get to see more of her drawings later. Yeah, and of course, we have the opportunity to actually have an interview segment together with a representative from Team Onyx being the winners of that match itself. So let's see who we're going to be joined with.
Oh, Dragots.
Yeah, Dragots. Hey!
Hey, Dragots, how are you doing, buddy?
Still cannot say anything. Very confused.
Oh, very confused. I mean, what happened? How is the team doing after that very intense match against your opponents, Team Rototop?
I think we draft with our game plan on the third game, but it didn't work very well. So we kinda shaky at the early stage, and
right.
I don't know when at the Rayquaza War, yeah, we suddenly won.
Yeah,
Suddenly what?
Wait, Dragos, I'm very curious, right? Because we didn't get to see like firsthand, but we were speculating, we have some theories, but I just want to confirm with you, right? At the bottom when you guys found the Blastoise, at that very third game, right?
Yeah.
Right before the Rayquaza with that Blastoise, did you guys face check him out, like face check the bush to find him there, or did he walk out by himself?
I think he walked by himself.
Yeah, he walked out. No, he walked out because there was an animation of him trying to score. Because if he got caught, there's no way he was going to go in for score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that really confirmed things, right?
Yeah.
That means he walked out to try to get that dunk, and then instantly, ultimately, a lot of people just came. Everyone was just somewhat in the vicinity to really punish him for it. But of course, unfortunately. Anyway, thank you so much, Dragots, for your time. You're back.
Yeah, I think
Dragots, you're back, buddy. Hello? Give us a sign.
Give us a sign.
A
yeah, but
all right.
Yeah, but thank you so much, Dragos, for joining us here at the studio. Congratulations again to you and your team for that win against your opponent, Team Rototop.
That was so unfortunate.
But it was clear.
We couldn't get any more intel out of their minds, but you know, at least we got at least we had one of our curiosity answered here, which was Mochi did really went out to try to go for that additional 50 points down.
Yeah, he was trying to get you go offer as well. That's why I said if there's an animation, there's no way for him to actually try to actually score a point if he was sniffed out.
Right.
Like he has to go out and go in as well. But he didn't expect that it was going to be 3 members of that. If there's still one, I think still able to actually handle him.
Right.
But nevertheless, I think we really want to get more information, but we hope that we can actually have more interviews together with them in the next one.
Definitely, for sure. But of course, anyway, with our 4th best of 3 out of the way, that just means it's time to update that group stage brackets here. And with that being said, we had a very hard-earned win, a very surprising one for Team Onyx, and definitely for the last one. But of course, they still earned that 3-pointer for themselves. But of course, since the scoreline was 2-1, that also means Road to the Top still was able to secure 1 point for themselves here. So not a real massive loss, but definitely something to think about for sure. But of course, with that being said, now with the fourth match out of the way, now we slowly transition to our second last series of today here. Possibly one of the most exciting one too here, because it is going to be Team Loading versus Team Rise once again, if I'm not mistaken for sure. But regardless, with that being said, I think that will just officially means that we have officially seen majority of the teams of the day, or going to see most of those teams here. But of course, with that being said, let's quickly welcome back the one and only, and of course the most knowledgeable person in this cast is Danelie.
Too many expectations. Okay, I'm scared.
Expectation brings out the best in
No,
people,
it makes
right?
me nervous and I do worse. I got one player mental, so. Okay,
But of course, Danelie, welcome back to the cast. It's always great to have you grace us here.
It's good to be back. And yeah, we do have an exciting series because it is Loading versus Rise. This is the first time we're going to see Loading as well.
Yes.
So it will be a debut on the stream for them. But for Rise, we've seen them play literally the first game of the day. So we kind of know what to expect for Team Rise. But Loading, I want to know what these guys actually are going to give us. But to kick things off, we do have our intro video for the team. So let's see what they had to say during their interview sessions.
คิดว่าทีมตัวแทนของทีมคือการที่ทีมเล่นกันเป็นทีมและมีความเชื่อใจกันครับ
I think our strength is our team unity because we play like a lot with each other like since 2022.
I think I'm the strength of my team because I think attacker for supporting team well, like my skill.
I guess I'll start. I'm going to answer Glaceon for me. It's because it is one of the most versatile attacker. And with Glaceon, when my team gives me the resources and they are able to set up the fight for me, I feel like I'm able to do anything that the team needs when I'm using Glaceon.
Lucario, because you can dash infinitely.
My favorite Pokemon is Lapras. I can do something, not just standing and then wait. Like I can do anything using Lapras.
Wow, that was really great stuff coming from getting a little bit of insights of their favorite Pokemon.
Yes.
Especially to use here in Pokemon Unite. I'm really excited to see Dev with the all-rounder Pokemon because Lucario was actually not only his top pick, but he also came from a very offensive Pokemon background. However, ever since he's joining us for this team in this year's ACL, he's been pairing a lot alongside with Iluna as the double defender.
He has been, but one thing I want to see from Dev, because I remember seeing this last season. Sorry, it was last year.
Right.
Dev played Charizard.
Yeah.
And I will never ever forget that because nobody plays Charizard. So that's why I remember
it wasn't because of the fact that you doubted or anything, no?
Oh no, because I'm trying to remember, did they win that game or lose? I kind of feel like they lost that game. But yes. So anyways, we do have stats for Rise. Unfortunately, because Loading hasn't played, we don't have stats for them. So we'll just have a quick look here at Rise's stats. These stats are based off of their one game from today as well. So it's not going to give us a clear picture of what Rise is currently in terms of form, but it does show that they do dish out quite a lot of damage. This is pretty typical for this team. They do love to team fight, they love to play around those objectives. They do get pretty aggressive during that mid game. So yeah, this is just a very Rise thing.
I mean, of course, and at the same time, we didn't really, although yes, we're going to be seeing a lot more Alola Ninetales if Inteleon still gets banned out, because the fact that I believe that wasn't actually in the hands of one of their players called AXQ here, who is actually one of their main range attackers at the backline here. But since Inteleon so far has been banned out, he wasn't really given that opportunity here. So now the real question is, do we still see the Alola Ninetales? Are they still going to stick with it even if Inteleon hasn't been banned yet?
Well, okay, one thing I can say for sure with AXQ is that last time I spoke to him, Ninetales is his favorite Pokemon. Like it's one of his specialties.
Right.
So, and I think a lot of teams, if you played against Rise, you would understand that AXQ has a small pool of Pokemon that he does specialize in. Ninetales is one of them. Inteleon, I think he only really practiced that at Worlds because something I found out from the Southeast Asian teams is a lot of them didn't practice Inteleon at Worlds because they thought Inteleon was bad. And they only found out that Inteleon was viable once they played against the international team. So for Southeast Asia, we took a while to really integrate Inteleon into our compositions. I do believe the draft is ready, so we'll hop over to that if it is ready. Otherwise, we'll just continue speaking. I want to talk about loading because like we talk all about Rise. Everyone knows who Rise is. Like who the hell is loading? I like this kitty guy. Remember the question? It's like
my strength is me.
The strength is no. His answer was the strength is me because I'm the attacker of the team and I can support my team, which is so contradictory for an attacker because it's just like you're an attacker but you support your team.
You know,
question mark?
By the way,
it's okay. He's a very funny dude. I like him.
By the way, I love the idea they actually went for the Urshifu ban. I know he hasn't really been out there for the past few days, but there is a reason why they actually banned out the Urshifu. Of all the Pokemons that come in from the side of Yololee or Blue Sky in particular, he mains Urshifu. He only has been spamming Urshifu. So now the fact that I think the logic is, if we get rid of one of the team captain's top Pokemon, then he will be forced to play other Pokemon, which is something that's more viable for them to deal with. Because without Urshifu, he can only play either the Lucario or defender Pokemon, which is Blastoise or Lapras.
Ooh, so Axew's thinking of the Inteleon, but he is also flicking at a couple of other Pokemon. I also remember Axew playing quite a lot of Espeon when that was also quite popular last year, but quite outdated. So Inteleon, makes sense here. Dev going to be picking up that Blastoise, so we are looking at that all-rounder style Blastoise. And Luna has got the Umbreon locked in. Zoe hasn't picked his Pokemon yet either, so we're still looking for a support here and a mid laner on the side of Eeyore. Blue Sky's actually going to pick up Blaziken, so we finally have the Kung Fu Chicken on stream. I'm really excited for this. Although I've heard a lot of mixed feelings about Blaziken. This Pokemon takes a little bit of time to ramp up, but if he can get there at a reasonable timing, he can turn into an issue. He can snowball. But, there's a big but here. I want you to look at the composition this Blaziken is going up against.
Alright.
This is a very, very fast tempo lineup. Eeyore is incredibly aggressive when he has Glaceon. He will come out into these lanes out the gate looking to kick some butt. And Loading have got two Pokemon that are going to have to ramp up here. Sensor on the Aegislash and Blue Sky on the Blaziken. They're not going to be able to do anything to support the team, especially if the Glaceon is showing face.
It's definitely a lot of responsibility that's going to be falling the rest of the team to try to like really turtle it out.
They're relying on late game here for Loading, but I'm a bit worried that they're just going to get completely trashed in that early game, and they'll reach that point of no return. Because once you get bullied to the point of no return, there's no way you win any fight near Rayquaza. There's no way that you're going to get those back caps in. So for Loading, I'm really keen to see how they're going to make this lineup work, because this wasn't a case of Rise picking up a very slow tempo draft. Like, this is a draft that wants to get at you.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's like there are a lot of responsibility does befall on the rest of especially some of the defenders to really just try to really just turtle it out until they really get to that late game, that late stage to get enough sufficient farm and XP, and just don't allow Team Rise to just really snowball upon them, right? Because like you said, a lot of early game aggression with both the Glacier, and don't forget they also have the Umbreon also to pair alongside with them too.
We gotta believe in two people here for Loading, okay? We gotta believe in the gold ribbon Blaziken and Kitty. Well, Kitty's playing Mew, so Mew is actually going to be pretty useful for the team early on, but I'm not sure how much Kitty by himself is going to be able to carry the team. So,
you know, for a second there, I thought Komo, because of the fact that seeing how the drafting was usually going for them, I thought Komo might actually go with his own specialty support, which is usually Mr. Mime.
Oh gosh.
Because like at the rate of things, right? So I thought like maybe is that the flow of things? Is that the goal here?
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal on that race.
So Blue Sky's doing the best he can. Unfortunately, he's gonna get bullied out here by Dev because Squirtle is a better starter than Torchic, unfortunately. So he's gonna get a free KO here. I mean, Blue Sky's doing the best that he can.
Yeah.
It's not an easy lane. He has to deal with the Squirtle, and Dev, understanding how Blaziken functions, he's going to try and stop him from getting those free stacks off.
A bit different, right?
Yeah.
And the water gun also is a little bit of a nuisance for him as well, since he does have that somewhat of a range and a better secureable compared to the Torchic here.
Dewblade is here, so we could see a bit of a jump, but no, they're just going to guarantee the Swablu and Altaria. They want to guarantee that experience for those top laners. So I like the respect given here by Looting, trying to ensure that Blue Sky gets those levels. He's going to dunk though, but if you lose the Torchic, I mean, that was a little bit of a misplay if I could say so myself.
And the worst part about it, with the water gun, he displaced him out of the hyperspace portal as well, so he was nowhere in range for him to get out of safety as well.
Yeah. Bit of a questionable play. If anything, it's just good play coming out from Rise. Like they realize what is happening up here, and just again, so much respect, understanding which Pokemon to prioritize. Like they could get rid of the Dewblade, but Dewblade's not the issue here. You slow down the progress of that Blaziken, so then Blaziken ends up being a non-factor for the majority of the game.
That is so much damage. Thank God for hyperspace portals. He's able to get back into it, but that's going to be taking a while for him to reset, especially now for this situation. No hyperspace portal for the escape. A couple of bit more, and it will get back out.
Blue Sky's having such a tough game. He's been KO'd 3 times now.
Right.
He's level 5, so he is doing his best. He's a Combusken now. He's going to slowly work his way up to that Blaziken. But again, he's just not able to really contribute to that team. He's just trying to suck up as much experience as possible. He's even pivoted to the jungle. So Loading is trying to 100% guarantee this evolution. Hopefully, we're going to see something coming out of this Combusken, because if you're funneling all these resources, oh, kitty, gotta be careful. Sniped by
2,000 crits twice in a row, man. Back to back.
And again, Blue Sky is getting caught this time by the mean look. Will be able to get on out of there, but the moment this Combusken appears in a team fight, he is instantly targeted. This is such a hard game.
There's just so much Poke potential, right? There's so much ways for them to really bully them out of the lane, and even if they still stay in the lane, they will fully commit for this fight. They're just that confident. Popping in the moonlight, they want to try to get a couple of more here. Blaster is all alone, surfs the dual blade all the way to the back line. Back camera to the red steel side here. 2 chaos has been set here. That's all for the curtains, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for the round.
Yeah.
Well, lovely, well done.
Curtains for Loading, and I mean, you were going up against a level 9 Glaceon in that fight. Rise was tied with all of Loading's Pokemon,
Why?
so the fact that Eeyore is just being left untouched, they need the Aegislash to actually come to that fight in that bottom lane, because if it's not for the Aegislash, who is actually going to be able to dive onto Eeyore? There is nobody that can cut into the back line aside from that Aegislash. So to participate in that bottom lane fight, I'm a little bit confused from this decision coming out from Loading. But they decided to insist anyway. Blaziken's trying to do what he can, but again, this Pokemon is just being absolutely shredded by everything that Rise throws at it. They don't care anymore. They say this Pokemon is redundant. We're just going to eliminate everybody else and take your goal zones. And still, we aren't seeing Aegislash in these fights. And even though he's not in these fights, you would think, okay, is he getting levels? Is he taking goal zones? That is also not happening for this team.
Which is very interesting, right? Because of the fact that since you're getting a lot into visual intel that everyone's being present, especially when team members or Team Rise is currently at the bottom lane, I'm surprised that he wasn't really taking that option to try to get into that central area. Just trying to get that solely experience once.
I mean, the team clearly at this point in time is trying to prioritize the Aegislash. Like, the fact that Blue Sky is fighting with the team, I mean, this is the functionality behind Blaziken. He is supposed to be a mid-game brawler, but if he's behind in levels against who he's supposed to be brawling against, he's never going to win those team fights. He's not supported by a Comfey. And again, we're just seeing Rise, time after time, demolishing everything that Loading throws at them, because they are so far behind in resources and levels. They don't have the damage output, because if you look at the Pokemon on Loading, the 3 candidates to do any kind of damage, firstly, Mew's supposed to be doing the most, followed by Blaziken, and then Aegislash. Even then, Aegislash is negligible when it comes to damage. It should be your Mew and Blaziken is a non-factor.
And the worst part about it is that I have never seen them able to really get on top of that Inteleon, and even the Glaceon properly in the first place. Like the only time I've ever seen that got really close was mainly because of the fact that they were pretty deep into like the opponent's purpose here. And once again, diving into the mix of it, they have no worries about this at all. Snipe shots are critting, they are hurting. Unite moves also being committed as well. They are not falling any time of the week, ladies and gentlemen. They're still going strong. Regieleki also has been secured. Hoopa currently unbound, but I think he's gonna be sealed completely again.
Kitty
There's too much damage here.
Kitty's
and Combo can't sustain.
Come on, Kitty. If Kitty can land some solar beams to save his team, he might actually be the MVP to save this game. But again, it's just so much to ask for from a Mew.
I don't even think he can even use solar beams to save his life at this point here. But look at that. 5 KO streaks in a row. He pretty much aced the whole squad.
Yeah, I mean, Rise is just completely blown out of proportion this game. They won all of their lanes. Eeyore is left unchecked. He's not afraid. Even if the Aegis Slash gets into the back line now, I don't think there is any way that Loading would be able to burst Eeyore down in time to get a guaranteed KO. It would actually be a coin flip to see whether or not they actually can do that damage.
I can say this. Eeyore is just absolutely smiling. He's very sad.
And it's not just Eeyore, it's XQ. This man is just being... he's allowed to throw any snipe shot that he wants. And we've seen snipe shots actually delete health from this Slowbro. We are seeing a big Hydro Typhoon, and actually we lost XQ thanks to Blue Sky. So that was it was actually the Blastoise that got that KO. So there was one KO going in favor of Loading, but they're going to be losing a lot more Pokemon after this as well, because Mean Look is going to be locking in that central lane Aegis Slash, and he will be going down in just a second. That Surf almost connecting onto Kitty and the Hooper. I mean, Blaziken, he's got balls of steel to try and go anywhere near Rise, but even then, they really struggle to find any kind of opening that's going to be favorable for them.
That's a little bit bold coming from Blue Sky. What?
Oh, gosh.
What?
I mean, I think
was there some kind of a sacrificial ritual that we missed out here? You know, it's like, we'll just take one and leave us alone.
Look, if you sit there and if we're allowed to interview Blue Sky now, I think he would just say it's fine. It's part of the job description for this game, because he has been KO'd so many times this game.
Yeah, it's so difficult.
And a lot of it stemming from that early game, the fact that he was crippled so much during the early game, like so much respect was given by Rise to that Blaziken pick. They did not want to let that Pokemon snowball at all. So those early KOs just really hindering what Blue Sky can do. And this level discrepancy is huge. I mean, you've got level 13, not only 2 Pokemon for Loading. Yeah, and Glaceon, Eeyore is maxed out. This guy's capped out. He's hitting at max damage, max capacity. And he's just going to be able to blow through some of these Pokemon. Now, Blue Sky did manage to pressure away the Blastoise.
But that wouldn't last for too long. And let's be honest, the Blastoise is more functioning as just more like a wall towards that goal post here. But Teen Zuck is sniped there for the snipe shot, instantly has to be recalled back. That was just a little bit too much damage. But well positioned, anticipating them will be coming back here. Couldn't get the majority of the team members, but they're still totally fine. Remove one player, one at a time here. One down for the count here. They try to sustain as much as possible. Kitty comes in to try to sustain. Dev on the other hand, a little bit isolated from the rest of the fight, but that's totally fine. He still has his Unite move, by the way. Hasn't even used it until the most optimum moment. But I don't think there will be such a moment, because everyone was just falling down like flies.
Yeah, this is just not the ideal game for Loading. It was tough from the get-go. They weren't able to really find those openings throughout that mid-game to try and make that comeback happen. It was just them taking a lot of damage from Rise. I think that's just to put it lightly. They got Rised.
They absolutely got Rised.
If I would, I'm not going to offer advice to these players because they're all better than me, but if there's one thing I like to see, even if a team like Loading is having a terrible game like this, and maybe they're sitting there thinking like, yeah, we definitely deserved it, or we were definitely going to lose this game, I hope they're thinking about game number 2 right now. I hope they're thinking, okay, what do we do next, guys? Yes, we're being pummeled right now, but we've got to consider, what are we going to have to ban next game? Who is the issue? What have we got to fix? Are there any Pokemon that we feel are going to be incredibly good against what Rise has currently picked? What are we got to fix? Let's talk about some of the issues that we saw Loading face this game. Their early game. How are they going to fix that? I think they have to pick Pokemon that are not going to struggle in the laning stage. Either you pick fast evolving Pokemon or you go for a fast tempo lineup.
I think that's totally right. I mean, you pretty much sit like the whole thing, right? But like, seriously, plain and simple, just like you said, a lot of this case, you need to try to counteract it with the kind of pick that was being output out by Team Rise. Right? When you see the Glacier, I guess you could say you can somewhat anticipate the kind of Pokemon from what they have been playing for at least throughout the beginning of this day as well, right? So if you want to look for an all-rounder, there's a lot better option like Baswell or Mimikyu, for example. That's definitely a lot more better toward the Blaziken, where he has a little bit too much restriction or limitation for himself. However, I'm a little bit concerned because this is where we're slowly coming back to what I was mentioning earlier, right? Where he mains this Urshifu, right? But other than that, like any other picks, it's more like that's only because Urshifu gets banned now. The rest of the team will need to somewhat pick up to what he currently doesn't really have or what he might be lacking. So we might fall back to what you said earlier, like way early towards the beginning of this day, where there could be a limit to the Pokemon pool that Blue Sky currently has for himself here in this case.
And he's a top laner as well, so you don't really have too many options to pivot to, assuming that he's very accustomed to that Urshifu playstyle. Because if you want an Urshifu-esque style of Pokemon, you only really have two options. The closest actually being Lucario. But if you want to add Blaziken to the list, you can. But the biggest difference is, unfortunately, Blaziken's early game is worse than both Urshifu and Lucario. I'd say it has the weakest early game out of those two Pokemon, meaning you have to somehow guarantee those first initial levels to get it up to that Combusken and then eventually to that Blaziken. Whereas if Blue Sky really wanted this Blaziken, if he plays Lucario, I'd rather he play Lucario because at least he'd have some level of scaling, he'd have a much easier time,
There's a lot
hopefully.
more options.
Yeah, you would have more options. Like, you wouldn't be so, I guess, handicapped in the early game by your base stats.
The demand is very taxing, especially when you pick like an all-rounder or even an attack that has multiple attack forms here. That requires a lot more fun than usual when you're going up against a team whose early game's who's definitely going to be engaging a lot more earlier, and especially at a more fast-paced tempo here. I think this is something they will realize from the first game. I believe they will slowly try to prep for that second game. However, what if the same thing happens again here? That's my main concern here.
Well, I would only assume the same thing would happen if they pick the exact same draft. Or they pick something that has, like a draft that has a similar issue, which is a weak laning stage. One of the ways to fix a weak laning stage, if you want to keep a weak laner, is that you pick a strong central laner and you provide support to that top lane. But the issue is, Rise also had a very strong mid laner. They had Glaceon, and Glaceon is one of Eeyore's signature Pokemon. This man knows how to play Glaceon left, right, up and down, all around. He knows every mechanic under the moon with this Pokemon. So to know that Eeyore is going to be playing a Glaceon, can you pick anything that might be faster tempo, that's going to be able to function quicker than the Glaceon? The only way I think you could be able to combat that is if you have someone invade his central area.
Right. But of course, quickly checking out the quick replay for this case here, I believe this is just one of the few areas where they really have a hard time, especially to the fight where we were saying that the dual blade was really needed towards that bottom lane because someone really needed to go towards that back line. Someone needed to try to trim down the amount of damage, to which by the way, had a very early advantage as it is here. But I think the cause of concern, maybe the reason why they didn't want to shift that dual blade down was mainly because of the fact that they just didn't want them to not allowed to get a free empty lane to just dunk more points for themselves.
Yeah, I don't think Blastoise would have just completely rolled over Blaziken if Blaziken was up there too. So they didn't have a choice, but I think at some point you just have to realize, like, okay, we had a terrible early game, Blastoise is up top, can we compensate by fighting as 5 down bottom and hopefully winning? Maybe that could have been the equalizer that they could look for. Again, a lot of the stuff is theory crafting. It's a lot of what ifs and what could have, but we will never know what the result would have been because it never happened. But hopefully just thinking about all these different scenarios, especially for a team like Loading, I hope they're really thinking about this because next game, if they lose this up against Rise, they're going to have no points on the board. And again, the points right now that you score, you always want to bring it to a game 3 because you always want that 1 point. We have seen last year what's happened where teams, whether it's a case of them not taking it seriously, like the group stage seriously or whatnot, we've seen cases where 1 point matters.
Correct. And definitely with the new scoring system, it's also been quite favorable for those who want to try to turn things around, right? But I am curious, right? Just like, what was their initial ban for this? Like, I know Urshifu was the ban for coming from Team Riot, but what was the ban that was coming out from?
I think I saw it. Was it Clefable? No, Clefable was played.
Clefable
I
was
don't remember
played.
anymore. I saw it just now and then it was
I'm trying to figure out like what was that ban, but regardless, right? Like, I don't think like.
Oh, it was Ninetales because of Axe Q. I remember now.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the interesting thing, right? Like, I feel like Ninetales, like if you're gonna ban Intellon, it can be somewhat understandable here. But if you want to try to ban other heroes, other Pokemon, it will be discussed. But of course, let's quickly check out through the questionnaire coming in for some of these players here. Zoe.
Oh my gosh! All right, I'm gonna cut straight to the chase here, guys. So Zoe's been pretty generous with himself when it comes to his stats. He is the support player on the side of Rise. He's got 5 stars aggressiveness, 4 stars goal defense, 5 stars combination, 5 stars strategy, 5 stars mental strength, and 4 stars movie watcher. Oh my gosh, what? Okay, how would you rate yourself as a movie watcher? Is it like the less you move and the more attention you pay to the movie, the better movie watching you?
I'm trying to think of every movie stereotypes that you can ever think of, like a person who always go to the toilet a lot, those kind of stereotypes here, brings food to the cinema.
Okay, maybe it could be a combination of watching the movie, but also the variety of movies that you watch. So I would be a terrible movie watcher because I only watch a few movies because it's just really difficult for me to watch movies.
That's actually very surprising, actually, hearing that from you as well.
No, I play games. I rather play games.
I mean, yeah, but I do love a whole set of movies, especially like Star Wars, for example.
Yeah.
Star Wars is great. Lord of the Rings. Are you telling me Lord of the Rings is bad?
Yeah, no thanks.
So I feel we're gonna have a really massive problem here. I'm fine if you don't like Star Wars because we can somewhat get around that. Not many people
Moving
like
on to the next player introduction.
All right, moving on to the next one. Of course, Komoot. By the way, they're sole supporter. They're sole supporter for the side for team loading. By the way, comment, of course, my goal is to play, and of course, that's pretty much everyone's goal for now, to be champions or not. But his stats, I think this is the first time we see a player's stats where everything was maxed out here.
Yeah, I actually think it is.
Like I've never seen like anyone actually checked out all 5, but particularly
the bottom
Hanson.
one. He's put Hanson as his custom
I mean, he has his
stat.
picture there. I mean, he's a pretty dang good guy.
Look, I mean, it's good to have a lot of self-confidence, so... I'm not saying it that way. I mean, like, if you're happy with yourself, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course.
It's tough being an esports player.
I don't know, man, but
See this? Okay, I'm not saying anything. Leonard's the one that's laughing. Okay, so he's misinterpreted everything. So here's the thing. Your custom skill would be listening, and I probably put it as a 3-star. Jeez.
I mean, like, it's like, I mean, it's great. I'm happy though. I mean, he's a dang good-looking guy.
So he's qualified for the Asia Champions League. I think everyone that's here deserves like 5 everything.
Exactly, but that's why this kind of questionnaire form is really interesting to see because like it does get you. I guess you could get to see some of the players like true intentions, right? But of course, jokes aside, let's quickly bring us some of that player stat that we've been seeing so far. And of course, it's going to be XQ here, who's been quite phenomenal with both the Inteleon and even the Alolan Ninetales.
I think he's only played Ninetales and Inteleon today, right? He played 2 games of Ninetales this morning, and then he's played the 1 game of Inteleon. So if he Inteleons again, we could be looking at a 50-50 ratio for this player.
Sure, and the thing is like, you don't fix what's broken, right? What is not broken. So I think so far he's been quite great. I think his positioning, his timing, engagement alongside with the team, really great follow-ups as well when his defender starts setting up those fights. I think he's definitely got all those boxes checked out for sure.
Yeah.
So I don't think like there's any other issue. However, I am very curious to see how would he play other attackers. Though I don't think we'll be able to see him play Glaceon since EO will usually take that role.
I'm trying to think. Did he play Glaceon last year? Because I do remember we saw a lot of Glaceon. I know EO piloted the Glaceon last year. Or was it Delphox? It might have been Delphox for Axeq back then.
Right.
Because I know he does play Delphox as well. Yeah, I don't think he plays Glaceon at all, unfortunately.
Because so far, by record, I do have the fact that match records and the fact that he has played Espeons and Mew during some of his tournament matches as well.
Yes, I remember definitely playing Espeon during the ACL finals. I don't 100% recall Mew, but it's also not a Pokemon that Eeyore really reaches out to for Axeq.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Axeq's been pretty vocal about his love for Alolan Ninetales. So, I mean, if you don't know that Alolan Ninetales is kind of like the Mew for Axeq as Mew is for Foxy, then yeah, players are going to have their favorite picks. I mean, I think one of the biggest reasons as well that I've witnessed while watching Axeq because I see some people when they watch Axq, they kind of criticize him, wondering like, hey, why is he holding his combo? And this is normally around the Rayquaza pit fight.
Right.
And it's actually because Axq, he is so well practiced at actually getting the Rayquaza snipes with his Alola Ninetales. Like his timing is impeccable. He will never throw his combo early. He is so on point when he's around that Rayquaza pit. He is so patient. Like, I love the way that he plays that Ninetales. Some people would just sort of throw it for that chip damage. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to basic attack this thing. I'm saving my combo because I trust that I'm actually going to get that last hit.
And what's even better, when you have such a precision player like Axq, right? Paired alongside with really strong defenders that really knows how to set up those situations for him to get the most out of those situations. I think Eeyore and Axq is having a really hell of a time with Ilona and Def at the same time. I think both of those defenders has been really great at setting up those opportunities for both of their attackers here. But of course, let's quickly move on, right, to our next stage of our second match here. Is going to be the second drafting here.
And it looks like we're going to be looking at a very different ban here from Loading. So Rise will continue with the Urshifu ban, so Blue Sky's not going to get his favorite Pokemon. But for Loading, they're getting rid of that Clefable, which means Axq will get access to his Alola Ninetales if he so wishes to play it.
Yep.
And also if Eeyore picks it, it depends if his captain's like, yeah, okay, fine, you can play your Ninetales. Or it could just be like, yeah, you need more practice on Inteleon, you have to play Inteleon again. I don't know how.
But that's the thing, right? Sometimes we see certain team captains being banning certain Pokemon, not mainly because of like it's a specialty of that person, that specific player. Most of the fact that like that specific Pokemon will do the most amount of damage. Like it's the most nuisance Pokemon that we have to deal with. Like any other things we can somewhat fight against, but with like for example Inteleon, like what we see most teams has been banning against Team Rise, which is Inteleon, for example, was one of the few examples.
Yeah. I'm actually just quite surprised that I'm not seeing as much Inteleon actually in the Southeast Asian scene, because we saw in East Asia yesterday for sure. We saw a lot of Inteleon. The Japanese teams really loving that Pokemon alongside Mew. But we are looking at some changes here. So Kitty is going to be pivoting over to the Gardevoir here. So we are going to look at some very big, very singularities, lots of AoE damage. Axq is picking between the Alola Ninetales or the Espeon, and we are going to get some variety here. So Axq Espeon is on the menu today, ladies and gentlemen. And the question here for Loading, what is going to be their final two Pokemon? What is Blue Sky going to play? And he's actually hovering over the Aegis Slash this game. So pretty interesting choice. I do like Tinza getting access to this Leafeon though, because they do give themselves an option for that early game. And Lapras for Blue Sky. So we are going to see the return of the all-rounder style Lapras for that top lane.
I believe it's been a while, right? Like, especially since the whole Lapras shenanigans from yesterday, right?
Only for Southeast Asia, I feel. East Asia still embracing the top lane Lapras, but yeah, Southeast Asia, it seems like it's definitely fallen off in terms of favor.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's very fresh for us today, right? Because this was the first Lapras like after yesterday's shenanigans, right?
I'm just gonna say that this early game for Rise is still just so heckin' scary. Like you've got an Espeon and a Glaceon.
I know, but then again,
they're all so fast evolving.
I know, but then again, if you think about it as well, at least now it seems a little bit more viable. You have Leafeon, who's, by the way, the ranges of the Solar Blade is a lot more further compared to the Glaceon here, at least. At least there is still some competitiveness between both sides. It's definitely the drafting that's a lot more better than our first game. Now this side, at least you have options, you have variety, you have ways to play around the game, even if your early game wasn't as successful. And plus, even team fight wise, with the mean look on top of the Gardevoir's Unite move, I still think that's also quite a menace to deal with here.
It could be a menace. I'm just wondering what the build's going to be here for Dev, because Dev now knows that he doesn't have to deal with a Buzzwole. So he's actually free to go for either moveset, if he wants to go for the Rapid Spin or the Surf route for that Blastoise. I know for a fact if he decides to go for that Rapid Spin, he's just going to literally sit all over Kitty, and there's nothing Kitty's going to be able to do about that.
I believe Rapid Spin will be the better call here, I think, because like you go Surf, you're able to displace someone, or maybe allow you to give yourself like a get out of jail free card. But I feel that's like that's something you shouldn't be trying to utilize, especially when you're ahead. You might as well just like hit the iron while it's hot as well with the Rapid Spin, and since everyone likes to be pretty close contact, have that contact play, might as well just stick with it and just pile up the damage as well.
Yeah, I mean Surf is also pretty helpful too, so we'll let Dev make that decision. I also want to know what Luna wants to do on this Crustle. Are we just going to see the standard build here, the X-Scissor Rock Tomb build, or?
I mean, we've seen a couple, right? We saw Shell Smash so far, we also see a couple of Rock Tombs as well, depending on those situations. But
Yeah.
I think maybe they want to try to utilize the rock tomb mainly because of the fact that at least with that area denial, you can lock someone down, allowing both the Glaceon and even the Espeon to at least get nice and close.
By the way, I want to say I do enjoy the change in these lanes. It does look pretty good. Axeq is still stuck at that level 3, so the longer they can keep him at that level 3, the longer Axeq's not going to be an issue. But no, he gets the final hit. So Espeon is now online. I want to know, is it going to be a stored power? Okay, so stored power Espeon. No Psyshock. I'm still waiting for Psyshock to come back, but yeah, stored power is more popular.
Yeah, but store power, I also did notice as well because I know you talked this about with me before, like off stream, right? Like now, but nowadays I see a lot of places just utilizing that store power.
Well, okay, so back then when Psyshock was the preferred moveset, it was actually because Psyshock was a incredible nuke, especially if you're able to land all of the balls. I don't know if you want to call them that, but yeah, the psychic balls. If you manage to land all of them on the target, did a chunk of damage, was considered the best Rayquaza stealing move in the game for a very long time up until it got nerfed. And I think stored power also got a bit of a buff as well because the benefit of stored power is not only the little movement speed bonus that you get, but if you get hit by the stored power, if you get hit by stored power, you get slowed down as well. So it's actually really good at helping to set up for your team. You don't have to get close as well. The AoE is pretty large. So there's a lot of utility that's also given if you go for stored power for your team. So yeah, until we get some changes, I'm not sure if it's going to be like, I don't know, another power boost to Psyshock or something, or maybe they make it so that you can throw Psyshock while you're moving. I'm not sure what the devs will want to do, but yeah, I think that kind of needs a buff, or maybe someone has to rediscover the ability. I don't know. Stored power is good though. I prefer stored power myself.
But of course, speaking of which, Danelie has been, I guess you can say a little bit more passive than usual here. Nothing too crazy happening since both of them are just trying to find that window of opportunity, especially for our dear friend War Turtle, trying to get that blasters out. But good intel did manage to spot out the Espeon while he was doing that face checking here. Barely gets out of it, but still, at least as long as he stays alive, that's still totally fine. Rest of the group's getting a lot of into that slide. Currently four trains running that top lane. Everyone's getting ready for that rotation to regress. But what about the bottom side? They saw an opportunity to try to get this gun on top with this Crustle here and probably prep for that first Reggie spawn.
Yeah, they're thinking about it, but we do have Eo rotating towards that bottom lane, and remember, the Hooper is on the side of Rise, so if they need reinforcements, they do have Pokemon coming, but luckily that mean look preventing Illuna from cutting off loading. So now we are looking at a fresh fight here at that Regice in the bottom lane. And look at this X-Scissor just pushing back the Lapras as well as that Blissey, preventing loading from getting in there a little bit sooner. And look at this Umbreon about to go down just a little bit more, and they do finish off the Umbreon. So it's going to be a 3 versus 3 situation. Regice goes down. Oh, it's the Blissey to get the steal off the Regice. So that experience going in the way of loading. Rise is going to continue to fight though. They are still pretty healthy. They do have the resets available. Crustle is all alone. Illuna going to be the first Pokemon to go down on Rise. Loading is all here. Rise is all here, but it looks like we are going to look at a peace treaty being signed by both of these teams for now.
Really great. Like they didn't expect the fact that they could have tried to secure that Reggie, especially the fact that since Leafeon was also picked up earlier by the hands of the Blasters as well. A little bit of a man advantage, but they managed to bring it back.
Ooh, so
quick
the Typhoon
rotation coming with the Hydro Typhoon was able to keep them all up into the air. They're just trying to find another option to try to get back to the fight. However, the Hyperspace Portal did send some players back for some little bit of safety to reset the fight, but they won't come back in because they're a little bit short of some manpower here.
Loading is starting to pick up tempo, so not only did that experience boost really help out loading, but it also is powering up those Pokemon. So Guardy, one of the benefits of Gardevoir is that this Pokemon can dish out incredible amounts of special attack. This Pokemon hurts if left unchecked, and we did see Dev actually try to just breakdance on top of her, but yeah, it wasn't enough to finish her off. She actually turned around and blew the Blastoise up. So if you aren't able to deal with that Guardy in a reasonable amount of time, she's just going to turn around and blow you up herself. And you also have to remember, you are also pairing up the Gardevoir with a Leafeon. So if they really wanted to burst somebody down, a coordinated timed double attack by these two Pokemon can get rid of them. Mean Look is a great setup for this, and look at that. They just delete Dev. You have to respect the Gardevoir, and now you have to respect that Mean Look, because we already saw what happens if you let that setup happen.
This is what I was saying right during the drafting. This is what
Psychic Solar! Oh, the steal!
Beautiful up. Beautiful.
It was actually the Hooper that got the steal too, so Zoe ensuring the Regieleki going in Rise's way.
This is really great. as well. Like, and the thing is like you mentioned as well, and what we discussed during drafting, great time with the Meatloaf to lock it down along with the Gardevoir. And don't forget, Gardevoir's ultimate is currently at an all-time low, so you can actually get that Unite move a lot more faster than usual here. More burst, more nuke. Last time it felt very punishing when you missed it. Now even if you miss it or don't, it doesn't feel too bad because just a couple of seconds you actually can get it back up.
Yeah, Lapras is coming around with the Lapras Express trying to find that opening to smash into somebody, and actually they have managed to find Eeyore, I believe, and that's going to be an instant KO. Lapras and Umbreon, amazing tag team, but we do have an X-Scissor coming in trying to get rid of that Lapras, and Blue Sky goes down and Gardevoir goes down as well. Big damage dealer out of the picture here for loading. Their Leafeon is up top, so it's now just the two utility Pokemon left here on the side of loading. Umbreon and Blissey. Between the two of them, there's not much you're going to be able to do up against an Espeon and a Crustle.
And the worst part about it with the Rock Tomb as well to somewhat seal most of their fates as well. No way for them to run. But big damage though, but then again, you gotta give credit for the where it's due, right? When you're able to get the pick of the Glaceon though. But the Espeon just didn't have anyone else to really keep her in check. Remember, there's not just one attacker in this game, there's actually two massive damage dealers in this round here. So really gotta juggle between those two. I mean, it's great that the fact that priorities is being set, being placed as well, but also you need to remember there's still one more left on that checklist that you need to check out.
Yeah, you really have to watch them together. Although in that bottom fight, because Leafeon was there, I kind of feel like that might have been not a misplay, but a missed opportunity for loading to potentially have gotten all those KOs, because you need your two powerhouses to really dish out that damage. Because if Lapras is out of the picture, Blissey and Umbreon are not going to do anything for you in the damage department. They're great for sustain, they're great for disables, but that's really it. And Blue Sky, unfortunately, his Lapras alone is not going to be able to do too much up against Rise. If anything, he's just slowly being whittled down. Umbreon is here. We do see a Fairy Singularity being popped, and we do get a KO there. Crustle is out of the picture. Axew going to have to run through the bushes as his teammate goes down. Eeyore sent back to base.
That was a very good defense as well. They weren't able to get any points into it, as much points as they were trying to hope for as well. It was a much needed punishment. And they're not, and remember, this is one of those few times where they can't really back off or just like shudder or jitter in this case here. They know they have the chance, they have the damage, they have the capability, they have the potential to really turn this round around. Don't fall back to the past for sure from the first game. This is the second one, a fresh new start. Keep that damage on, keep the pressure on here. The minute they show a sign of weakness, let me tell you for sure, Team Rise, their players are very easy to able to pick up any form of passiveness or any form of fear. The minute they get that opportunity, that's pretty much game over.
Yeah. Loading isn't ready to fight here though. They still need to get the Fairy Singularity back up on Kitty, which is just going to pop up now, and they're also missing a Lapras Express on Blue Sky. So ideally, they don't want to start any fights up until they have all of their cooldowns ready to go. As for Rise, though, this team is rearing to go. They also understand that they are in the lead, so their job here is to either eliminate loading when they try to take that Rayquaza, or just to stall the game for as long as possible, make them run out of time, because the aggressors here have to be loading.
Which is totally fine for that. Just a quick peek, just a quick check here. Just want to know. He knows he can get out of that situation. Not much CC on that side in that situation. But they did manage to get a gun onto Luna, and we'll be able to try to lock that down. If he can pick that up, that'll be pretty great. But the nice timing with the portal, able to secure it, and the Unbound comes in at the same time. Not be able to connect with that Singularity. But guess what? Dev's at the back line, spotted, and now everyone is currently on the run. They want to try to zone him out as much as possible, but because of Dev zoning majority of the team in a way, all that's left is the front line defenders with no follow-up attackers. All will fall to their presence here. But nice opportunity. Solar Blade does manage to snipe it at the back. What a beautiful opportunity.
Beautiful opportunity, but this is an awkward spot here for loading, because even though Leafeon is a big damage dealer, this is not the ideal Pokemon if you're trying to shred a Rayquaza. It's great for team fights, but it does need a lot of support to take down the legendary dragon. So we are now at another stalemate here for both teams, because again, loading have to shred this Rayquaza and either score a point or maybe someone goes up top. And Rise, again, all they have to do is delay. They're still trying to shred, but between this Umbreon and Leafeon, there's just no way they can do the damage. They don't even have a Lapras Express available. It's just going to take too long. Unless the Blissey can score up top. They got the score. I think they might be able to do it. 90 points from the Blissey, but a counter score from the Blastoise. Did that count?
Was it a little bit too late? That's why I'm a little bit worried as well. We'll just have to see.
The animation played. Normally, if the animation plays, I might get it, but I think they didn't.
Oh,
Rise did. Oh my goodness, Dev coming in clutch with that last second score, that 100 dunk, saving the game.
But then again, even that 100 dunk, it would still be the 246, right?
I think there was another dunk actually.
Was there another dunk? I
It
thought
looks
I
like there was
saw
more
one.
points.
Right.
I don't know. I can't count.
But regardless, it was definitely a lot more of a closer round compared to the first one. This one, there's definitely a lot more life into this round when Team Loading was going up against Team Rise. I think that first game was just more like a wake-up call for them, or I guess you could say a rite of passage.
A rite of passage.
A rite of passage, right? Because you don't get to fight with a lot of these top teams in the first place, right? You don't get that many opportunities, right? So since you're here, might as well get enough experience, soak up what you can learn personally, then try to see what you can improve upon in the next few games. Because this is not the end of our Team Loading. I believe they still have another 2 more series to go.
Yeah, so this was their debut game for the entire tournament.
Exactly.
And that means they've got the rest of their games next week because we've only got one more set after this and it's not loading this game.
But then again, if you're just looking in terms of if we had to compare man of the hour, I mean, we already know who's the man of the hour for Team Rise. But I think Kitty did a really good job with that Garden Ball. Like the timing, the placement of that ultimate, except that one time. But other than that, I think he's been pretty on point alongside with the Plurality at least.
Yeah, I'd also lean towards Teenza. I feel like Teenza's movements in this game did actually contribute quite a lot to loading as well because we did see opportunities for kiddies to be that guy to hold down the fort, but we really didn't see them achieve what they wanted until it was Teenza and Kitties tag teaming in those team fights.
Right.
It's also the nature of their draft as well because unfortunately for Blue Skies, he's playing the new version of Lapras and that Lapras is not as strong as it used to be. It did get a little bit of a nerf again, so the damage output for Lapras it's not too high, but it still functions.
But the East Asian team just make it feels like like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, look, it's East Asia magic. I don't know what they do over there.
I know, right? It's like, no, I think that's just like one of the few, like, although every region have their own style of handling things, but I think that's just like it's one of its few beauties, right? Because if everyone had very similar mindset there, I feel like everything was just gonna be pretty stale, pretty simple, pretty same thing. But I love the fact that every region has their own priorities, right? Like they have their own like logic for these things. They're like, people say Lapras is bad, but I think we still think it's pretty great.
Speaking of pretty great, who do you nominate as your man of the match?
For Rise?
For anyone, who do you think you performed quite outstandingly for their team?
I think I really had to give it to Illuna. I think Illuna or either Illuna or Def. I feel like they created a little bit too much opportunity for themselves. Because let's be honest, yes, being an attacker is I'm not being biased. I'm not being salty either, okay? But as a defender, sometimes it's a little bit too easy for attacker to be the MVP here, right? Yes.
That tastes very salty.
But then, okay, I do admit there are times where the attackers or all-rounders, they have really nice timings, right? Really great positioning that really that someone decided the round. That's what I admit.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But I guess for at least these 2 games, at least for this series, I felt Illuna and Dev just made this a lot more easier for both Eeyore and XQ here. I feel like they just had too much opportunities. The best setup, the best pressure, enough for them to get into those positioning.
Yeah, so I guess we're going to nominate Illuna as our MVP.
Yep, I'm
our
totally fine
man
with
of the match.
Totally fine with it.
I mean, I'm happy to give man of the match to a player that's not a all-rounder or attacker.
Now who's the salty one?
I'm not salty. I'm just stating facts. Like it's much. I feel it's much harder for the supports and defenders to receive recognition because what they do impacts their core players, and if their core players are doing well, it's generally because the setup is doing pretty good.
Right. But by the way, like if we talk about supporters for today, I know we already passed their game, but I think Yang for TMOS with his Hoopa should have been the man of the match. I think he was really crazy.
Yeah, I don't envy anyone that has to play against that in their pub games. Just watching that, it just felt very annoying. But I mean, as a supporter in a competitive match, okay, you can do that. Just don't do it against me in my pubs.
Like it hurts so much, right? When you commit so much to try to get that pickup, but suddenly out of the blue, it's just like sight.
Actually, no, it was Yang and Ice.
I mean, yeah, of course, both of them are back to back. But we can only give one, right?
It's
but
okay.
Of course, coming back to our current series, which is Team Loading and Team Rise, this is pretty much the stats, right? A lot of control. Then we see a little bit life coming back, right? I think just a lot more better of a tug of war. But sadly, I think that one last fight right after that Reggie Rock, they just couldn't find a way to just bring it back.
let's go into replays as well, just so we can give our viewers a quick glimpse into what happened in our previous game after Rise managed to secure a 2-0 victory over their opponent. So Loading, I kind of felt like this was the game where Loading actually had a really good chance, or at least the best chance to potentially take a game off of Rise. But again, ultimately coming down into that late game, they couldn't finish off their primary targets. I kind of felt like that was the issue with this team. Like they did a good job. I think in particular, Teenza really tried to carry his team on his shoulders as that Leafeon. Kitty tried to do his best as well on the Guardi. I think there was one Fairy Singularity, and it was actually maybe his final one as well, but it didn't connect onto anybody. It was actually right on top of the Hooper portal.
Right.
The fact that nobody was connecting to that Fairy Singularity, not only was it wasted, but Rise, when you play against a Fairy Singularity, you're always afraid that the Fairy Singularity is going to come out.
Yes.
That's one of the benefits of playing a Pokemon like Guardi. You're always afraid of that big Unite coming out. Once it's out and it hasn't hit anybody or it doesn't finish anybody on your team, you feel like you're free. It's like you've been set free from jail. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about the Fairy Singularity. You're good to go. And I feel like that's where everything sort of collapsed, because Rise was playing unrestricted after the Fairy Singularity was popped. It's going to be right here. So unfortunately for Kitty, he tried to connect it onto Pokemon that were trying to come in, but nobody came into the portal afterwards.
I think the same can be applied, right, when they were playing against the Blasters, right? Because the entire time they felt like that same restriction, because the entire time he hasn't really been using he hasn't really utilized or activate his Unite move at all. I think there's also the same exact feeling when he finally let it go, right? Like when they finally released it, but I think it's all too late, because by the time we use it, the round's pretty much over.
Yes, sometimes it's like that, unfortunately. So we do have our funny drawing segment, and it's Leonard's last game, so I'm going to let you do the last drawing segment. Hey, your drawing segments are the best. I'll do the next one because I got Flava.
That's not fair.
That's not fair.
Okay, how about this? You do one clip and then I'll do the rest of the clip. Is that fair?
Well, I guess it depends on the clip, so let's go. Alright, so it looks like this one is game number 1. Oh, yes, definitely. So this was... Let's have a look at this clip. So this was game number 1 between Rise and Loading. This was the game where we saw Blaziken on the side of Loading, and I think, to be frank, this was just a really hard game for Loading overall. Like, they were behind before the fight even begins. Like, let's do a quick comparison between these teams in terms of levels already, right? So you take a look at Rise. You've got a 15 Glaceon, 13 12. That is the team average. And then you compare that to Loading. You've got 13, 12, 11. You are looking at a massive level discrepancy. And especially in Pokemon Unite, even 1 to 2 level differences between teams can be very devastating, especially in that late game, because you're fighting against a Glaceon that is working at maximum capacity. Like a Glaceon that's level 15, and you don't have anyone that's going to be able to compete with that. Good luck, good night, we'll see you tomorrow or next week, I don't know. Or we'll have to see you at therapy, but yeah, Eo was an absolute monster in that game. And so, as you see this fight, like no matter what Loading does, they just take so much damage. Like look, Teenza lost half of his health because of a snipe shot. Half of his health. And then the setup as well. Blastoise, this is the risk you run into if you have a Hooper. If you come back from that Hooper hole, you get Pokemon like Dev on that Blastoise. He uses it as setup. He's running Surf. He just surfs the entire team, or at least 2 Pokemon, into his own teammates. He was able to get them finished off. And because you don't have that freedom to move where you want to move, you have to fight on Rise's turn. And unfortunately, the nature of Loading's composition, they are a team that really relies on positioning. Really relies on them picking the fights and where they want it to happen. Whereas for Rise, they're such a good team at forcing these fights to happen in certain situations.
And I think they did want to force those fights, right? Because they are somewhat of ahead as well. They want to try to get as much control as much as possible here. But let's quickly move on to clip number 2 here. I guess it's my turn?
Yes. Be my guest.
Oh my lord. Okay, this is, I believe...
Game number 2.
This is game number 2. This is going to be looking on our dear friend, the man of the match. It's going to be Illuna, right? Like, wow, where is he? Very massive into the fire, but okay, this is the most important thing, right? Like, so far, I think this game has been so far been great for them, and I think this is also something Danny also pointed out, where they took the portal back, but when they dropped down, when the God of War actually dropped the ultimate, they weren't really present, right? But also at the same time, I do want everyone to take an eye on both Illuna and Def, which, by the way, Illuna was playing the Crustle, and Def was playing the Blasters, right? Illuna is definitely somewhere in there, okay? There's so much action, man. There's so much light show, right? He's definitely in there. I'm completely blind, by the way, like completely blind. Just smiling weakly, right? He's completely somewhere in there. But at the same time, look at where Def is, right? Once again, as we have seen a lot of these top teams, whether it's from East Asia or Southeast Asia, right? There's always going to be that one player that's always going to be covering either the top hemisphere of the map or at the bottom in terms of intel, right? And the best part about it, while we did say that this match was a little bit closer than usual here, but they are still very confident in the fact that their teammate will be able to hold on the line, mainly because of the existence of the Hoopa. As long as the Hoopa is still around, a lot of these fights can be heavily engaged on, and they can still get out of it scot-free. So now quickly moving on to the next one, we'll be fast forwarding here. Instantly the rest of the squad, Hoopa brings all the way the team of the way back, and instantly Crustle gone. Big ultimates, big powerhouses, okay, lightning storms happening all across the map here. And guess what? Everyone was brought back. Everyone was safe and sound. Happy boy. Very happy. Everyone was pretty much safe, and the rest of the squad was pretty much very sad. Very sad. Everyone was very sad about this because they were saying that they worked so hard. This is why Hoopa was such a nuisance to deal with, mainly because of the fact that he can at any time save his teammate at any point. But quickly moving forward, now we're just going to constantly look at the rest of the match, because now a lot of Unite move is currently out of the picture here, and Def finds an opportunity to dive into the back line. I feel Def was really trying to find the perfect moment to use that Unite move, because everyone was in the complete disarray. He literally just walked from the top to the bottom without using that Unite move. He did commit the rapid spin just to try to get a little bit closer with that bonus movement speed, but nothing ever happened for him, poor boy. But that just shows that his team really did their job, especially for Illuna. Illuna has been such a menace with the Aero Deny, with the Rock Tomb, still trying to look for a couple of more. I think the best thing I could say coming out for this entire fight was the fact that we see one last hurrah coming in from the Leaf Young as he snipes away that Espeon.
Alright, so I think that's going to be it, for our drawing teleshow. I'm not sure what we call this segment anymore.
Let's just call it art show, right?
The art show. It's only an art show when you're doing it, but back to the desk.
I mean, it's fun, right? You gotta give a little bit, enjoy some reactions, you know?
Okay.
Because I can barely show any expressions here. I'm terrible with this. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, after such a fantastic game, we have actually Eeyore on the line here for him to tell us about how that game went out. Eeyore, my friend, looking good, looking sharp. How are you doing?
Hi, doing great. Obviously very happy about our performance today. Although a little shaky, we managed to win the first match 2-0 as well as our second match.
So you guys are already off to a great start. You've got 6 points.
That's a lot.
Is there anybody in the group that you're worried about?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I don't really want to say worried, because no matter what happens, we will give our best to fight Team MYS next week.
Of course.
But remembering the format again, no matter who will be the first place team from Group A, whether it be MYS or us, even if we will end up at second place in our group, we still have the third week, the playoff week, that we need to prepare for. So obviously, being first in Group A will be great. But even if we get second place, we will be happy enough and we'll prepare for the playoff.
Right, so speaking of MYS, I'm just out of curiosity, have you guys actually scrimmed with the new version of MYS before ACL started, or have you run into each other on pub ladders?
Yeah, we scrimmed them before, but not recently, because both teams are obviously preparing for this tournament. Up to December, we still practice against them.
Right, how did you feel in those games in December? Like, were you feeling pretty confident in Rise's performance in the team, or did MYS seem different? Like, how are those games for you?
I think we might be evenly matched, Rise against MYS right now. And I also think that both teams have had an upgrade since the WCS, because MYS changed 2 players, as well as Rise, we changed our top laner. So yeah, I think it'll be a very exciting match next week.
All right. Although, okay, I do have one curious question, right? Because as you know, and all the viewers knows as well, this week Metagross is actually not really viable for most teams for this weekend at least. However, next weekend he will come back into the pool here. So I'm really curious to the fact that since you guys seems very stable, your lineup composition has already been somewhat set in stone. You guys have your policy set, but now with Metagross coming into the limelight, will there be any change to any of your lineup composition, or is it just going to be something where you guys will just try to avoid entirely?
I think Metagross is in a really strong place right now. But it is banned this week in ACL because its Unite move has some bug around it. But if Metagross will be allowed to be played next week, we will heavily consider that Pokemon because I think it's in a really good place right now.
Actually, speaking of Metagross, because I think a lot of people were hoping to see Metagross this weekend for ACL, what were your thoughts on Metagross before the buffs? Did you guys actually consider it to be a viable Pokemon? Was it something that you guys even practiced?
Not really. I think before the patch, Metagross was
trash.
really bad.
So then,
yeah,
okay.
you can call it trash.
All right, so okay. I do have one last question from my side, right? So with Metagross still on the topic, of course, who will be the one to pick up the Metagross here? That's what I'm really curious about here.
So I think the thing about Rise is that both Dev and I can play an all-rounder type of Pokemon, whether it be in the jungle or in the top lane. So we also would like to keep it a secret. Maybe you guys can expect both in the jungle as well as in the top lane.
I've been trying so hard. I don't think you can see it from here, but I've been like been trying to tell the math like potentially who would be picking up, because you guys have histories as like all-rounder players as well and offensive Pokemon trainers. So I'm like trying to deliberate in my head like, who is gonna pick this up? I don't think they're gonna give it XQ. I think XQ is pretty much happy with his Alolan Ninetales, and of course it's Inteleon. But I was thinking about either you or Dev. For this, I'm throwing out the question. But of course, you wanna keep it a secret, I'm totally fine. But you can, DM me. You can just drop me a DM. Tell me.
We'll do.
All right, so I guess I'll throw the last question before we'll let you guys go for the evening. Did you manage to tune into the East Asia games yesterday? I think you co-streamed it, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
watch a couple of games.
Oh, good. So I want to hear your thoughts. Who are the big teams that Rise are looking at for East Asia? Because assuming you guys qualify for the finals, you're going to have to play against some of these teams from East Asia. Who are the big ones that you're looking at for right now?
That's a really tough question, because East Asia, we feel like there are like 6 really strong teams and 2 strong teams. So there's really not a weak team in East Asia. And out of the 8 teams, I think, all 8 of them, if any of them manage to qualify to the final stage, I won't be surprised. So I'm just very happy and excited to tune into the matches, maybe analyze and learn some things from them as well. And yeah, I think East Asia is a really chaotic league this year, and it will show as a really entertaining show for everyone who tune in as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, thank you so much, Eeyore, for sitting down and having this interview with us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will see you next week for your matches. But enjoy your 6 points. You're feeling pretty happy so far.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you,
All
guys.
right.
See you.
Thanks, Eeyore. See you next week. All right, so
that's a lot.
Man.
We got a lot of good intels out of this. I was
look,
really happy.
I know you were trying to squeeze in for some Metagross information, okay? You're going a little bit too far with that, but
I mean, come on. Like, have you not seen this book? How many Pokemon just trying to like theory craft potentially what could come out?
You can go home and you can do your theory crafting. But while that's happening, though, let's have a look at the Group A table. So this is going to be the completed table for this week. Group A have completed all of their matches for the first week. We will only see these teams again next week. So if you are mainly sticking around for Group A, we are done. We're about to wrap up the day with Group B. But just a quick rundown, we're going to start with MYS, who have won their single series to date, which was against Secret Rare Diamond 2-0. Because of that 2-0, unfortunately for Secret Rare Diamond, they got no points from that set. And speaking of Secret Rare Diamond, they just finished up a set up against Team Rise, and they were also 0-2'd in that series. So no points, unfortunately, for Secret Rare Diamond this week. Their only set of points is possibly going to come from Loading, and that match will be happening next week. Now, speaking of Loading have played their first set of the day, which was against Rise, which Of course, they got 0-2, so no points for this team. So far, it seems like Group A has been the group of death because it's been literally called the group of 2 O's. But speaking of, I'm going to welcome back Professor Flava to the desk because we are about to wrap up the day with our final game of the day, which is also in Group B.
Yeah.
It is Get Together versus Talon PH. We haven't seen Talon play yet.
Yes, it so happens to be one of those teams which has had the maximum amount of opportunity to actually observe how everything has unveiled for these other teams within their group, and this could be an opportunity for them to actually play the best hand they have, as they have the best amount of information on what the other teams has to offer.
Yes. So let's interview, or at least see the interview footage of our 2 teams and get to know them a little bit better.
เกมนินจาครับเพราะว่ามันเป็นโปเกมอนที่ค่อนข้างเท่ครับสำหรับผมแล้วก็เป็นตัวที่คิดว่าสำหรับตัวผมเองน่าจะเล่นได้ค่อนข้างดีครับ
ปิกาจูครับเพราะว่าเหมือนคล้ายๆเกิดมาก็เห็นปิกาจูตัวแรกดูตั้งแต่แอนิเมชันจนมาเล่นเกม Pokémon Unite ก็ปิกาจูครับ
I like Baskin. It can be trained in many ways. It can be or other tanks, speeder to kill attacker. It can play all.
Our team strength is teamwork and communication, which makes us win team fights, also games.
The team strength is probably reading our opponents and playing each other's strength. My strength of my teammate is teamwork, and we play together every night. And polishing the rotations.
Alrighty, so we have a team Get Together versus Talon PH for our final game of the day and the final game for Group B. So starting with Get Together, we have seen them today. We've got Daisy, Paddy, Melob, Xerxes, and Bommy. Flava, take it away here with Talon PH.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be doing a little bit introduction on the champions of the Philippines Open, Talon PH. They comprise of team members. We have RBX, we have Sync1, we have Dylan, KYY, and Lab. And something to highlight about Talon PH because we didn't have the opportunity to highlight anything in regards to them. Now, they are a champion for a reason. They have not dropped a single series during their Philippines Open themselves. Basically, they have been very dominant, so they've not tasted defeat at all since then. And we'll see if they're able to actually open up their entry here into the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League regional stage, Southeast Asia, with a convincing win here in this best of 3 series, and so happens to be their only best of 3 series for today.
Yes. Now, one thing as well I want to quickly mention, or a few things actually with Talon PH. So for people that have not been following the Filipino scene for Pokemon Unite, this iteration of Talon is vastly different compared to the Talon that was the Talon roster for last year, because it's a different roster. So there are a couple names here that are going to be pretty familiar if you did follow the World Championship Series. So RBX and Sync1 are actually from Old Guys. Now at the World Series, they played under the name of Kumi, which was their sponsor. So now they have joined forces with KY, who was from the original roster of Talon last year, which was 2023. Now, there is one question I have, and I'm not sure if I'm ever going to get an answer for it. Leb. His name, when I saw it on the list, it was Lebi. Now, one thing I remember is that from last year's roster, I also saw a player there called LeBron, and I'm kind of wondering if it's,
the same person.
Yeah, if it's the same person, because if it is, then that means that KY and LeBron would have remained on the Talon roster. RBX and Sync1 came on. I couldn't find who Dylan was. I have a feeling this is someone that's changed their name again, so please stop changing your names. But
Don't change.
I don't know who this Dylan is. It could be someone I know, maybe it's someone I don't know.
Probably
I'm not 100%
Probably
sure.
somewhere along the line they got bored of the names. Like, hey, maybe Lab on his own is better, or probably just Dylan on his own is better. But of course, it does get a little bit confusing sometimes. But we do hope we're able to actually get these kind of answers through any means, I would say.
Well, I could probably find that answer because I am best friends with the manager for Talon, because the manager for Talon PH used to be the manager for Old Guys, and he's awesome. His name is Betty. Hopefully he's treating the boys well, looking after them. He's a great manager, actually. So we hung out a lot at the World Championship Series. He was looking after the boys. I was talking to him. Very talkative manager. Very nice as well. But yeah, hi, Betty. How you doing? Hopefully looking after the team.
Maybe get all the good stuff from him, and we have
Birdie, there's something I want to tell you about Birdie. He is extremely knowledgeable about the Pokemon Unite scene in the Philippines. I love talking to him about the stuff that's happening over there because the Filipinos, they're already crazy about esports. Their Pokemon Unite scene is bussin'. Like, it's actually crazy.
Probably we need to actually pay a visit and actually have a look at their Pokemon Unite scene over there.
Yes, let's go. I mean, we're kind of having a little bit of, Filipino fever here on the desk, but I mean, all the teams that are participating, including Talent PH as well, we're looking at the best of the best. And I want to know, how good is Talent PH? Because they've played extremely well in their qualifier, but how are they going to fare against some of these teams within the Southeast Asia region? We're going to find out now because this is their debut match and it's against Get Together
from Thailand.
What does Talent PH have up their sleeve?
Ooh, this is going to be interesting, and everything will unfold in this best of 3 series itself, and this is their opportunity to show what they have to offer here from the Philippines. And being the Filipino champions, they definitely have a lot to prove here, and it does seem that they are trying to think between either the Absol. I think there was one vote on Absol here.
There was one
I'm not
vote
sure
on
how the
Absol.
votes. Was it random between two? Or?
Well, RBX is the captain, so
Yeah,
I'm pretty
exactly.
sure he's like,
It
all right,
don't
guys, you follow my bet.
It don't matter what you think, it should be banned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So priority picks here are going to be Umbreon on the side of Talent PH. I mean, Umbreon has been a first pick for a lot of the teams in Southeast Asia. It just seems to be the flavor of the month. But also Blastoise is first pick material for a lot of these teams. A lot of squads
Great opener.
love opening with it, and it's also just a solid Pokemon, right? I mean, it evolves at level 7, does reasonable damage, is okay at laning. It's not the best, but in a lot of lane matchups, it does reasonably well. And the fact that they banned Buzzwole, they are trying to ensure that Bommy has the best lane possible, because Buzzwole is one of the harder Pokemon to lane against, even as a Squirtle. But look at this though, Talent PH, they're going for the Pikachu and the Eldegoss. So I'm not sure if this is the Dylan tech. I'm not sure if this is the anti-meta tech that we were hearing from Road to the Top. But you know what? If we're going to pick Pikachu, let's do it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Of course, I'm curious about this one. I don't mind so much on the Zora, but a Tyranitar. Now, we did hear that there was a period of time when it's a little bit too hard to handle a Tyranitar.
Yeah, that was actually Road to the Top.
Yeah.
Road to the Top couldn't deal with the Tyranitar. They banned it. I'm quite surprised that Talent PH didn't ban it themselves, but Hooper is a pretty important Pokemon if you're trying to run the Tyranitar, but if this is an actual Meowscarada from Lens...
Hold on.
Hello?
Hold on. Why does this keep happening on the final series of the day? Like, am I missing something here? So they're running the Mascara, Leafeon, Eldegoss, Pikachu, and the Umbreon.
Alright, this is pretty interesting. So I just noticed, so Talent PH today, they're playing with their substitute. Sync 1 is not with the team, so my guess is that Lance is going to be going central area with this Meowscarada, because Sync 1 is generally the mid laner. So that means LeBron is going to be going into that top lane with the Leafeon, and then that should be pushing Dylan down towards that bottom lane.
What kind of team composition are we looking at here when it comes to Talent PH?
Look, the one thing, firstly, there's Absol too, so like we've got double speedsters across the board, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, the drafts today are going all wonky, but play together, have fun together, I don't know. But one thing I do get a little bit concerned about is that, do they have the burst damage to deal with Milo P in that late game? Because that's the one thing you always have to remember when you're going up against a Tyranitar. Tyranitar is a late game monster. But because Get Together are running Xerxes and Daisy on Absol and a Zoroark, they're looking to hit hard and fast in that early game and hopefully create the space for Milo to either be fed these KOs so he can get the Tyranitar quicker, or give him space. But the thing is, they're also dealing with a Leafeon and a Meowscarada. Maybe these two, Lance and LeBron,
will be the answers to it.
Could be the answers to him or the answers to the speedsters, so that they don't actually give that space to the Tyranitar. We'll have to see. It's going to come down to execution, but you know, I wanted an exciting last game, and I didn't expect to be double speedsters versus double speedsters.
Yeah, there's just something about the final games. I realized this after observing Southeast Asia. And also, I just want to question this on Talent PH. There's not really anyone who can actually sustain and actually absorb and soak in all that damage coming on from Team Get Together. So the thing is, Talent PH, they have to be extra careful in how they execute things. Got to remember because they're quite soft coming from their end.
Not quite soft, they're very soft.
Very soft, yes.
But maybe the goal for the team is just run and gun. Like, they go in there, they blow up all their skills, and hopefully by the time it ends, they've eliminated whoever they need to get rid of.
Yeah. And of course, they're giving extra attention to that Tyranitar, or they're going to ignore him altogether and pay attention to the other speedsters and attackers move side of Get Together. But all this will be answered once we get to the middle as well as the late game segment of the game. Meanwhile, looking at things are getting heated off here at the top lane here. Rotation coming up from Absol from that side. But instead of giving attention to his enemy Pokemon, he's actually giving attention to his Amal Pokemon on inside clearance. We do see a little bit jumping from the top side. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, we see scoring after scoring here on the side from Talent BH. Meanwhile, Get Together gets the scores on their end at the top lane.
Yeah, I have to say, great rotation coming in from the Absol because they also got the KO on that Leafeon. So unfortunately for Talent, they weren't able to fully reap the rewards of that Leafeon pressure, which is okay. Meowscarada did attempt to help that bottom lane and actually KOing the Absol here. This is going to leave that top lane wide open. But while that's happened though, it looks like Absol might be permanently stuck in this top lane because you can see the Pupitar has taken occupancy in his own central area. But look at this though, Leafeon, he steals it!
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
That hurts.
Yeah, giving a little bit of space and also holding back Pupitar before actually going on to the final.
And look at how many Pokemon are there in the central area as well. There are 3 Pokemon camped out in the central area for Get Together. Talent, they're also
3 to 4 from Talent's side.
Yeah. And the fact that Leafeon is also showing himself to that Pupitar. Pupitar does not feel safe in that central area. So I love the constant pressure and the constant speed that's coming out from this Leafeon Meowscarada combination. It just doesn't make the Pupitar feel safe to get those levels. Absol though coming into the fray in that top lane. We're actually seeing some KOs in that bottom lane. 1-for-1 so far. Looks like Meowscarada also getting KO'd in that top lane. Finished off by the Absol. Get Together reacting as quickly to Talent as they are with these attacks.
No, that's not going to be a good place for the Leafeon to actually be as there's 4 men here coming from to Get Together. Meanwhile, we do see the Umbreon coming on from the downside, coming on to the top side for engaging on Talent for Talent PH over here. It's cleaning out on the Absol. Meanwhile, things are not over yet. Look at the Leaf Bait hitting off on 2. They managed to get on the Zoroark. Will the it be sufficient to get another? Yes, it will be. Leafeon gets on 2, gets a Pupitar as well, and leaving more room for them to actually do more scoring here and clearing out the first goal post on the top lane from Team Get Together. An opportunity for them to actually continue with this engagement on the Regieleki. Meanwhile, there is a Reggie here on the bottom side as well. It does seem that Regieleki has been cleared on by the side of Talent BH. So the Absol together with Pupitar will be screening that Regieleki out from pushing into their goal post. Meanwhile, the bottom lane is definitely going to be taking up most of our attention. It's going to be the Umbreon. It's going to be Eldegoss here together with the Pikachu trying to get this last hit in on the Regirock together with assistance from the Meowscarada as well. Where our team members would Get Together, they're going to allow this to happen. Meowscarada is going to get the last hit in, and they're going to be getting special defense as well as the defense buff.
It is fine. It is fine because Get Together, they prioritize the levels on their core. So they do have Blastoise. Tyranitar has just evolved as well. So they are fully evolved. They're ready to go, although Tyranitar would appreciate an extra level or 2 before they fight. But Talent PH are not giving them any space at all. We already have a KO, and it's on the support too, so there's going to be no more sustain on the side of Get Together. Tyranitar, though, hiding in the bush. Maybe he can run into somebody here. He's not coming out, holding the Ancient Power, wanting to go for the Pikachu, the squishy Pikachu, but the eject button will get that Pokemon out of there. So no follow-up KOs here by Get Together. Talent PH now understanding the situation. They're going to go back, farm up all their wild Pokemon, get their experience, and focus for that next objective.
Yep, they're already snowballing in terms of level. They're way, way ahead when it comes to... Look at this, Leafeon at level 11. Meanwhile, not even any members coming from side to Get Together even at level 10. Tyranitar has just reached level 10. And meanwhile, they still have members on level 8 at minimum, and Talent PH at level 9. Not looking good so far. Now, the idea is, as what Danelie mentioned as well, they get a little bit farm up from there and going to continue on this advantage from their end. Meanwhile, we do see some family gathering going on the top side here from Team Get Together. Umbreon on the bottom side, not making his movement towards the top. Meanwhile, rotation here, Zoroark towards the Umbreon. He's going to be going in for the catch. Umbreon pushing forward to the top side instead. Blastoise in the back position here. Charging through Meowscarada. He's going to be getting that last hit in, no problemo, taking on a defensive Pokemon here, the Blastoise. Meanwhile, on the top side, Tyranitar taking out all this.
Isolated!
Oh, not being able to actually sustain all that damage, being isolated in between 4 Pokemons here from Talent PH. It's Zoroark here, Leaf Blade, oh, look at that huge damage. Leafeon with double kill streak make it that a third, making like a full-on team wipe by Talent PH towards Get Together.
I'm a little bit surprised that Get Together actually tried to fight into that when they didn't even have access to the Hydro Typhoon, because that was one of the big reasons why Get Together, when they ran the Tyranitar against Road to the Top, the biggest reason they won that team fight when they did come in at that power spike was because they had all of their unites. They were able to fully control the team fight because they had the AoE crowd control of the Hydro Typhoon. Because they didn't have it, Blastoise just got shredded in the middle of the lane. Didn't really set anything up for the team, and because Tyranitar actually got isolated, he was all alone, his team wasn't even with him, he had no chance of getting any KOs, having anyone set up for him, or even surviving that onslaught. So yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical about
isolated
this move.
once
and
again.
yeah, again, just this Tyranitar, he's not as big and tanky as he thinks he is because this level gap is just getting bigger and bigger. We do have the Typhoon, but where is the follow-up damage? Zoroark is just not enough by himself. He gets blown up in the middle of the fray. Absol as well. Tyranitar's coming back into the fight, but unfortunately, again, he's all alone against 5 Pokemon.
That jump does
Bye-bye.
nothing. Man, that was insane. Multiple isolations happening here from Talent PH. I don't think it's so much about Talent PH doing the isolation. I do feel that Get Together, when it comes to the Tyranitar, he was actually off position in that manner. There was nothing that Talent PH did in any manner try to separate the Tyranitar away from the team members. It's so he was such in a bad position. He got picked off easily right there, especially when you have multiple Pokemon from Talent PH. And after with a huge pick-off coming off in the top lane, not only they lost every single member from Team Get Together, but they also allowed the goalpost to be destroyed by Team Talent PH from that 5-man movement from their end. Now looking at the scores right here, quite a big gap here from Talent PH, 366 against 99 from Team Get Together. That is going to be 267 points. Different siding towards Team Talent PH, and we are just half a minute away from Rayquaza appearing here. Now, this could be a big opportunity. I want to capitalize on something that you mentioned, that they could actually take advantage of the situation where they actually have the Tyranitar to get the big Hydro Typhoon coming up from the Blastoise as well to create a very optimum situation in the team fight at the Rayquaza pit. But execution-wise, are they able to actually do it?
I don't know if they can, because the thing is, Talon, their composition doesn't require them to just be together. And again,
oh, that is going to be big. And
did he use the Typhoon?
I missed out on that one.
I thought he had it just now. I hope I'm tripping.
No, if he did use the Hydro Typhoon, that's a bad timing to actually be using it over there. But now jumping in 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock. There's no rush here coming out from Talent PH. They don't need to actually do any form of scoring. All they have to do is screen out the team members from Team Get Together for doing any form of goals from their end to the left side or any attempts on the Rayquaza, and they're going to be good to go.
Man, without that AoE control, there's just nothing Talon is afraid of. They are so high level. These Pokemon get deleted. Zoro didn't even get to play the game. They're trying to come in there with the backstabs, but even then, they're just taking so much damage, and Get Together cannot outlast all of this burst damage that Talent PH is throwing at them. There are 3 remaining Pokemon. Now it's down to 2.
They're having different fights here on the map.
I mean, there's nothing that's stopping Talon at this point from just scoring, from winning these fights. I don't even see Get Together being able to shred the Rayquaza to come back. Although if there is going to be a moment to make a mistake, it might be now. Zoro going to try and chase down all of these wounded Pokemon. Actually, Xerxes playing extremely safe. He doesn't want to get punished.
Oh no,
Leafeon. Leafeon scores 80 points. Still, if they can somehow get that Rayquaza and they all score roughly 40 points, they might actually still be able to beat Talent PH. Here we do see the Typhoon being used, but there's no follow-up because the team is focused on shredding that Rayquaza. 27 seconds, it's very low. Who's going to get the Rayquaza? Oh my goodness, Talon have stolen it with the Solar Blade, or it's actually the Pikachu.
No, it's actually Pikachu from the Lightning Bolt over there. So basically, they did not manage to get the last hit in on the Rayquaza. The losing from front, left, right, and center from their end. A very dominating win here from the Philippines champion, Talent PH. A very convincing win here on this final series for game number 1.
I have a theory, and my theory is this Tyranitar got picked too soon. Because Get Together have played this before. They have shown the Tyranitar. This is not the first time they brought it out. So Talent PH, they knew this.
They're ready.
They obviously watched Get Together's games. Once they saw the Tyranitar, they decided, let's ramp it up.
Yeah, let's ramp it up.
Let's ramp it up. Let's go for double speedsters. Let's go for Meowscarada. Let's go for Leafeon as our final 2 picks, because they started with the Umbreon, followed by the Eldegoss and the Pikachu. They kept their cards pretty open. They could do whatever they want for those final 2 picks. But once they saw the Tyranitar, they knew that Get Together was going to play a ramping tempo build, and they just decided, we're going to control the tempo from the get-go. And the fact that they played so fast that they had a 3-level advantage.
Over there.
3-level advantage is
Which is
huge in Unite.
yeah.
3-level advantage over Get Together when Get Together finally had Milo P as a Tyranitar. Even though you've hit your quote-unquote power spike, if the level gap is too big, it doesn't matter if you've hit your power spike.
Yeah, I think the open Pokemon have already reached their power spike and more at the same time as well. So basically, that it's a little bit too much. It's a mix of individual skills. There's also a mix of, I think one of the main things as well is, if you look at the draft coming up from Team Talent PH, they're not required to actually be as a single unit. They can actually take fights at any point and just separate from one another and still be able to actually pick off some of these Pokemons from different parts of the map. So you see the Tyranitar and the Blastoise melted down so easily, which is something that should not happen. Now, if you can melt down those tanky giants, those tanky monsters, what more Pokemon such as Clefable, such as Zoroark, and the Absol, which are literal squishies?
I mean, what could we really expect them to do? I'm just curious, because remember we were saying at Rayquaza, the one moment Get Together could potentially come back is if they have that one big team fight around the Rayquaza pit, right? Have your Typhoon ready. Constantly threaten Talon with that Typhoon.
Yes.
But
they were kind of separated.
It's not just the fact that they were separated. I think Bommy used it early. I actually think he used it when his team wasn't in position. I think he had a panic unite. It happens sometimes, but I swear we didn't see it on screen.
We saw like a glimpse of it.
We saw a glimpse of him getting KO'd, but I swear he actually used that unite, because I don't know if maybe I haven't had enough coffee, but I swear I saw he had his unite ready, and I was like, okay, they have their chance at the Rayquaza pit, and then all of a sudden the blip is gone. I'm like, huh? I didn't see a type. Huh? Where?
Yeah, because we only saw at the point where we roughly saw like less than a second where he was about to get taken down. So I guess we missed out on him.
Or I'm blind. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be that too. But I don't
we
think,
both wear glasses.
Yeah, there's no way he would actually make a call to actually utilize his Unite move before the 2-minute mark. I mean, that's
I don't think it was
insane.
before. It was roughly
around that period, which is there's no way for you to use that, especially when you want to save it up for a really good team fight, especially when you're way behind in terms of levels.
I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping it's just me being silly, but I swear I saw that flip and it was almost time for Rayquaza, or it was Rayquaza time, and the team just wasn't in position to actually fight into Talent PH. Like, it was very bizarre, because we didn't really see Get Together be able to play the game that they wanted, because Talent PH did so well during that early game.
They were punishing so hard. They leave no room to breathe here for Team Get Together. They were not hasty. They were not greedy. They understood the time when they should not be too pushy when it comes to their pushing attempts as well. So they know when a good time to actually go back as well. So, and yeah, it was very fruitful for them for this game. But of course, this is only the game number 1 in this best of 3 series. We're still going to be witnessing game number 2. We'll get to see on whether or not Team Get Together will be able to actually grab a game here in the series and force a game number 3, or will Talent PH be winning it all 2-0 against Team Get Together?
Look, if there's going to be one change, it's got to be the Tyranitar. I don't think you can play Tyranitar against Talon, especially with how fast this team plays. Their tempo is unreal. And Get Together, their signature style seems to be ramp. You can't play ramp against that.
Yeah, you can't. And the thing is, if you place a Tyranitar somewhere in the middle, like, there's ample amount of time for your enemy to actually plan on how to handle it. It could come as a surprise pick at the end, knowing that the enemy doesn't really have an answer to you. But I guess it's not working for them this time, so they have to understand the enemy knows what's coming. They know what you're going to be bringing to the table as well. So that is Talent PH bringing their A game here into this final series of the day itself. Great opening for them, knowing that that was the first game of the day here in Group B itself, and definitely showing a very strong presence here in the competition. Definitely a team to be on the lookout for. I mean, besides them being the Filipino champions.
Yeah, the Filipino champions. And I think also just the shock that Entity 7, I think a lot of people expected Entity 7 to also qualify for the Asia Champions Leagues, but
yes,
yeah, they fell short in that lower bracket game against Secret Rare Diamond, which was, again, for a lot of people, quite a shocker. But for Secret Rare Diamond to win against them, I mean, if you beat them, you beat them.
Yes.
There's no doubting that.
I believe that was a 2-0 win. It wasn't just.
It was 2-0.
It wasn't even like a 2-1 win. It was a very convincing 2-0 win.
Yeah.
Against Secret Rare Diamond.
But I think this was the fight, and we're saying the tail end of it here, but this was really the only fight where both teams really went 5v5. That was the only time we also saw the connection of that Hydro Typhoon. They lost that fight because, again, that 3-level difference. This was the last hurrah, really, for Get Together, and unfortunately, because, again, this level gap is just so big, they just didn't have the damage, they didn't have the mobility to catch out and eliminate all of these really small, squishy glass cannons on the side of Talent PH, and the fact that they even tried to go for this Rayquaza rip, like the composition for this team, it rips Rayquaza reasonably well, but when it comes to the last hitting department, it's going to be in favor of Talon if Talon is uncontested.
Yep, that's definitely true. Of course, especially when you have a very good security ability like the Electro Ball here in the hands of Pikachu, so it makes it way as well. Leaf Blade, which is high damage as well. So it's tough. But the thing is, they didn't have a choice. It was the most obvious move that they need to do for the enemy team was to force that Rayquaza fight. Even though that you did see that from the sidelines that Talon PH was putting a lot of pressure on them, they don't have a choice. But anyway, okay.
Oh,
So Talent PH lands, my good sir. So this is as just like before. Now they did fill this in on their own. Now he's being very, very humble in the way that he actually filled in. But except for that one last part, we're gonna go through it one by one. Aggressiveness tree, goal defense tree, combinations tree, strategy tree, mental strategy. I can take that. But the final one, handsome Danny.
Handsome.
5. It's a
Max.
5. Oh man, my goal is to finish school. Yep. Will he be able to achieve that here in ACL?
Why not? You can play Pokemon Unite in your free time.
I mean, by being here in ACL, will he be able to? Okay, never mind. I'm not sure whether he's going to achieve that by here.
Anything is possible if you want it to happen. So, there we go.
But then, Cersei from Get Together, Danny.
Yes, we've got Cersei here. He has actually put 4 stars into aggressiveness, 3 points into goal, defense, combination, strategy, mental strength, and his self-improvement is 4. This is a pretty interesting stat that he's decided to put for himself. I think it's the only one we've seen so far that's been pretty unique, and I do like this, right? Because one of the key factors on whether someone is a good player or not is how self-aware they are of themselves in the game.
Yes.
How much are they benefiting themselves? How much are they benefiting their team? How do you become a good teammate? And sometimes it requires you to allow yourself to accept the criticism. Because I think that for a lot of us, it's tough to receive criticism, especially from teammates that say like, hey, we need you to tone down the aggressiveness, we need to do this. Because some people take that as an attack.
Yes,
but ultimately, you're trying to be a good team, trying to be good teammates, you have to listen to each other. And for him, for Cersei to see himself to be like a person that's willing to take that criticism, fair on him.
Yep, fair on him. Definitely deserve him round of applause for that. Now, I do have to agree, there's a lot of truth behind what you mentioned as well, because not many people are able to accept, especially when you're being surrounded by all these master players, a lot of experiences, and you yourself are experienced. It's not that easy for people to tell you off that you're not good in certain areas, and you know it could be a attack towards you on a personal level as well. And of course, we also want to say that this is going to be one of our main ones here from Team Get Together, which is Patty. Most frequently used Pokemon, Blastoise 75% and Clefable 25%.
Yep, so putting out some pretty decent stats for the team. I mean, so Patty has managed to put out quite a lot of recovery for the team, especially considering that they've been playing quite a bit of Clefable. The damage taken, I mean, if you're playing Blastoise and you are one of the defenders or supporters of the team, your job is to absorb that damage, provide the stuns, not really there to do the damage. So, I mean, so far from when it comes to performance, I think Paddy has been performing their role as well as they can, considering some of the circumstances that they've been given. Like, I don't think we've had any games where Get Together have really just popped off. They've had some tough games, they've had some even games, and I think all the players, not just Paddy, but all the players in Get Together, they've done the best they can considering their circumstances. Like, way better than the average person, I'll say that.
Oh, most definitely. I believe so as well. And I believe they have a lot more to offer here, and they definitely want to show their level best. And also, we do hope they're able to actually translate all that into a victory for themselves as well in the games. But at the current moment, they're a bit behind as they have just lost the first game here in this series. There is still room for them to actually not just improve, but also make it a win for themselves here in the series by winning game number 2 and game number 3 for the series.
I will have to say, though, it's going to be a very big ask, because after seeing game number 1 and what Talon was able to put forth, game number 2, you're going to have to ask for a complete overhaul of the drafting style for Get Together. Because, again, Get Together's signature style, it's a little bit of ramp. It's not as fast as Talon. I don't think we've seen this team play as fast as Talon.
Sure.
So if they can somehow match that energy, or they can draft something that just essentially stops that early game aggression, then maybe that could solve their issue. But, again, we don't know what their level of confidence is when it comes to having a big or small pool of Pokemon or strategies. The draft is ready though, so let's see what's going to be on the table for both of these teams. Are we going to see double speedsters again? Because I didn't expect double speedsters for our game 1 of our last set today.
Okay, we do expect a big overhaul coming from Get Together, but Talon behaves. Now they're comfy. They've run the draft as is for game number 1. It worked out well for them. Now they do have an option. They could actually continue on with that route, or they want to actually go with something different. It's a little bit more of an optional for them, but Get Together, definitely an overhaul is very much needed. Now the ban is going to be on the Buzzwole as well.
Is that
as
a first pick Blastoise? It seems like it, because that's like the most logical conclusion. I've seen people ban Blastoise, pick Blastoise because they banned Buzzwole.
Yeah, I mean,
But
the
who-
main ones are like Koopa, and then
Okay.
the enemy gets a Blastoise or a Clefable. I mean, it's pretty standard throughout what we've seen here in the Southeast Asia draft. Blastoise again, and this time the response, and they're going to be also securing the Slowbro.
Wow, okay.
Quite
so-
solid. I think no problem with getting those as an early pick for any form of situation as well. It's still room for
Sure,
you to
but
actually pair them with
I'm
them.
just trying to think, what else does Buzzwole essentially counter? Because you ban the Buzzwole, most teams that ban Buzzwole pick up Blastoise because they want to have that easier lane. Maybe it's to make the top lane easier?
You can also ban Buzzwole to also prevent him from actually being a nuisance towards
He is a
your main
nuisance,
attacker
yeah.
cores and all this. So it could be other reasons as well. So Talon goes with Espeon and the Clefable. They have a lot of stuffs here on their end when it comes to sustainability. They have the Blastoise, they have the Slowbro, and you pair that up with the Clefable support from behind with a little bit of regeneration. Now also a little bit shielding for them. And Get Together matches this up by having a Snorlax and a Trevenant on the back end. For a little bit damage as well, they have the Leafeon and the Glaceon.
Alright, so I do like the damage output that's going to come out from Get Together. This is also a very quick tempo team as well, because you've got the evolutions, level 4 EVs, going to be able to get in there quick and fast. But Urshifu, we have not seen this Pokemon in such a long time,
Long
and
time.
Lance is going to be taking this Urshifu.
It's almost long forgotten. It used to be one of the top picks in the previous ACL 2023. And then we have not seen any Urshifus being played out yesterday in East Asia, together with today in Southeast Asia, except for this game. And we're going to be seeing how Lance play this out together with the draft they have from their end. And of course, we have the Hoopa, Glaceon, Snorlax, Trevenant together with the Leafeon going up against the Clefable, Blastoise, Slowbro, Espeon, and the Urshifu from the side of Talon PH. Now it's going to be a Thailand versus Philippines matchup over here. Game number 2. Talon looking for one more game win to make them champion in series. Meanwhile, Get Together has no room for any form of errors, as they need to win the next remaining games, which is this game and the next one, game number 3, to win the series away from the Filipino champions.
I am curious to know, is this the Dark Urshifu or Water Urshifu? Because Water Urshifu was the one that recently got nerfed. Because Water Urshifu was just dealing too much damage. So I'm wondering, are they pivoting to the Dark Urshifu instead for that Wicked Blow to guarantee that they have a Pokemon that can actually last hit these objectives? Because if we look at actually what's available here for Talent PH, like they have an okay draft, I suppose. Like it's okay, but they don't have anyone aside Urshifu if it's a Dark Urshifu that is going to give them that last hit, because Espeon, stored power is not the best when it comes to last hitting. Blastoise, not a great last hitter as well. Slowbro and Clef, yeah, I mean, if they get the last hit, like somebody's making a mistake. So, yeah. By the way, we do want to apologize for the pause. I do believe we are running into a bit of a technical error here, so we do want to apologize. We're going to try and get this fixed as quick as we can, but let's just sort of theory craft about what we're going to be seeing in this matchup here, because I do like the change of pace here for Team Get Together, right? Like they do have, oh, we're good to go. Let's jump back into the game here. But I do love the change of pace here for our team from Thailand, because they did have a very slow composition going into game number 1. So game number 2, much faster, hoping to match that energy with Talon, but are they going to be able to keep up? Because Talon has proven to be a very slick team.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think when we're talking a bit about Urshifu, I think personally, despite the nerf coming in, it's probably going to be the Water Bear, because you're going to have what Snorlax has to offer from the end together with the Trevenant. Yeah, you do want to get the last hits in. Probably just want to focus on just winning team fights when they get to get last hits in attempts, like for example, like the Reggies, Regieleki and the Reggie brothers on the bottom lane, or even the Rayquaza as well. So just team fight base, you win that, then you don't have to worry so much about trying to compete to get that last hit in. Meanwhile, top looking in quite hot here from both sides. Squirtle trying to make an escape over here. That is a 3-man movement come from Team Get Together. A little bit too late here for Urshifu to actually come to the top lane to actually do anything about it.
Yeah, so it looks like Lance has pivoted to the Dark Urshifu, so we're going to be looking at some Wicked Blows here. This could be pretty scary for Get Together if any of those squishy evolutions and even the Hooper stands a little bit too close here to Lance. Those Wicked Blows are going to be pretty painful. But if they do keep their distance, Lance shouldn't be an issue. Zoning is going to be pretty important for Get Together if they don't want to get caught here. But laning-wise, though, Talon are doing pretty well. They still, oh no, the Phantom going to be caught out there.
Quite early on into the game as well, but of course a little bit too much to handle as well, especially all this pressure coming on from the side of Talon PH on the bottom. Meanwhile, the top side, look at this War Total together with Clefable here up against the Snorlax, managed to do a little bit scoring in front of his face. Not a really good idea as Glaceon tried to put a little bit of pressure. Here comes the jump from Snorlax, missed out on that one as managed to actually go in for eject to the right side of the map.
Really great plays there from Talon PH. I love the fact that they body blocked with the Clefable so that they didn't allow the Ice Shards to stack in terms of damage onto that War Turtle. And now because they're turning around here onto the Snorlax. Oh, very nice quick charge Wicked Blow. The damage a little bit too much there for Snorlax. Great rotation coming in from Talon PH.
Yeah, look at that amazing combo. Wicked Blow plus Throat Chop coming on from this Dark Urshifu gameplay over here. So we're going to see how well this is going to excel for them with this particular draft. I do see both sides bringing a little bit something different for this particular matchup, and Get Together is most definitely looking for a win over here. Meanwhile, we see all this damage coming from Glaceon. Clefable has to make an escape for it. The right side get a little bit shields for themselves from that goal post instead. Meanwhile, Snorlax try to tank things up on the top end. Meanwhile, Espeon also making his way towards the bottom line, probably putting a little bit of pressure on this Hooper, who is currently alone right here together with this Slowbro. This could be a big opportunity for Team Talon PH.
Yeah, so as long as the game continues as it is, I think Get Together are not in a bad spot to potentially contest for Talon PH to actually win this game. But they are behind in levels. That is the one concerning thing here. And they have given away the bottom objective for free, so that's free experience to Talon PH. But Get Together, their priority is going to be a little bit different. They decided to go for that Regieleki up top to try and break the goal zone, get as many points as they can. But still, I'm a bit skeptical until we see something happen here. If they maybe can try and go for a KO onto Lance, who's just leaving their central area. The team is all grouped together, but we could also be seeing a Talon sandwich.
Oh yeah, that is true over here. It looks like they are sandwiching over to the team members from Team Get Together. All that. Oh, the eject is over there, but Slowbro was waiting from behind. Here comes the jump, hitting off in two, but not enough to do anything. Throw jump, missing out of here. Here, riding off on the surf. Is going to be Blast Boys. Snorlax still surviving through, jumping into the bottom side. Trying to screen the team members. Oh, he does have a little bit shield, but that's not going to be enough to stop this Urshifu to actually take and clear him out. Riding on the surf into the mid area, but there's no one in there. Glaceon hitting on damage. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. They have 3 members here going up against 5.
The Moonlight coming out from this Clefable is doing so much work for Talon PH. It's healing up all the damage that Get Together is dishing out to this enemy team. They've only lost 1 Pokemon so far in that Blastoise, but it could have been much worse if they hadn't have picked up Clefable as their support pick. So
I agree.
Oh god, KYY is laughing this game.
That he was just sticking around. I mean, that's what he should be doing. I mean, that's what Clefable should be doing, and he's doing it really, really well. Trust in the team and trust in him.
Trust in me.
Trust in me, trust in you, everything, all kinds of trust is going on right now. Of course,
up top.
Up top, that's where all the action is about to happen. We do see a little bit of family gathering from the village members of Team Talon PH and Get Together. Of course, trying to clear out where from the Altera family at the top side.
Oh,
they got the Leafeon.
Yep, caught out by the Blastoise as well as that Dark Urshifu.
Oh, the jump!
We do have a defense coming in from Get Together. They have the Hooper Hyperspace Hole in case anyone is in that bottom lane, but they basically relocated everybody in that top lane there for Get Together. Hydro Typhoon connecting onto the majority of Get Together. They are off the goal zone. They don't have that healing anymore. They're trying to break this goal zone with that Blastoise. 5 points to go. They're trying to delay this as much as they can, and I think Talon, they've stuck around for a little bit too long. If they lose Lance here, that will be a pretty big KO. Lots of experience given away.
Yep, that's true. But even with all that, Talon PH is still in the lead when it comes to level over here. 11 on the hands of Urshifu and Aspeon. We're looking Slowbro at 10 to get the Blastoise and 9 on the Clefable. Meanwhile, the only one level 11 at the current moment is going to be the Leafeon on the side of Team Get Together. Still behind on levels in this game, number 2 for them. And are they able to actually maintain this small gap, or is it going to be widening up even more in the next course of few minutes? And there we see Glaceon getting on that last hit in on the Regirock at the bottom lane, top side. We do see some team members coming up from Team Talon PH trying to get the last hit in on this Regieleki, and Urshifu is going to be the one getting the last hit, of course utilizing the Surging Strikes from the Dark Urshifu here. Single strike and he's riding on Race, hitting off on the Snorlax by his body blocking here. Big axe in front of his face, but trying to make an escape with his true Pokemon. Oh, holding on with the U9, holding everybody in place. It's going to be the Aspeon here, but still trying to escape is the Snorlax.
Oh my goodness. Amazing plays coming in from Talon PH, especially the Wicked Blow. This is the big reason I believe that they've actually picked up this Urshifu, is to secure these objectives. That Wicked Blow is very, very difficult to contest, especially if you're looking at getting those objectives, and that's just a great example as we saw in that top lane. Not just grabbing objectives, also just catching out those very small, tiny squishies. You catch them out with that Wicked Blow, they lose so much health. Your team comes in to clean up. Game is easy, KOs are easy, you're rolling in money. This should be your game. But it's not over yet, because you still have 2.5 minutes to go. And Get Together, this game isn't over until that Rayquaza is out, the clock is at 0, and the game is set. They are behind though.
They are behind.
But we've seen in the past, earlier today, and even yesterday, that sometimes a little bit of creativity can win you the game.
Yep, I do agree on that. It's never over till it's really over. Of course, everyone's eager to see what will happen here after this Rayquaza appears in the next 9 more seconds in the middle of the stadium itself. Would there be an opening for Get Together to actually clear out this Rayquaza, or are they going to be a little bit sneaky, try to do a little bit scoring on the top or the bottom side goalpost? Meanwhile, we do see a little bit screening here coming on from the side of Talon PH. They are in position. We have the Aspeon on the other end. We have the Urshifu in place as well, just in case. And of course, we have the Blastoise on the front side trying to spam out.
Oh, the Glaceon!
Oh, that's going to be huge. Losing out a Glaceon at this point into the game. One of the main damage dealers coming from the side from Team Get Together.
And that was because Get Together did not scout that upper bush with one of their defenders. They have 2 defenders they could have checked it. They have a Trevenant, they have a Snorlax. They're so busy at this choke that Glaceon may be looking to try and go for that wraparound. because they walked past that bush, because we saw Blastoise and Urshifu in that bush.
Yeah.
Instant KO, Wicked Blow, 100%. I think that's what's happened. And because of that, now Get Together, they are so afraid to try and go for this flank now because they already saw what happened.
They're going to find the Urshifu here.
Milo P.
Leafeon, he's all alone. Nobody realized it.
He's
Guys,
gone.
go back. Your team member's in trouble. Oh, they're going to get him. They lost the
might be
Leafeon.
it.
20 seconds on the clock. Uses up the Hydro Typhoon as well. And they're going to be losing all 4 members from Team Get Together. The only one left out is going to be the Unbound Hooper over here. But what can he do all alone? And he's been screened out all the way down to the lower levels over here by the Slowbro. And meanwhile, opportunity for Talent PH to secure the Rayquaza, and they're marching, making their way to the goalpost on the Get-Togethers goalpost side and scoring and dunking in their faces, Danny. And I believe that there's no return for this at the current moment. 637 points here for Team Talent PH, and add out yet another from the Clefable and the Blastoise.
Get Together were just not prepared for this Dark Urshifu pick, although Talent PH are getting a little bit excited here, but with 10 seconds to go, I mean, there's no way you can counter score and catch up to Talent PH. So congratulations to Talent PH, our Filipino champions, for securing a 2-0 in their first matchup of the day. 3 points to this team. They're going to be feeling so happy with themselves, but unfortunately for Get Together, they're not going to get any points after this matchup, so they will only finish the day with a single point because they did manage to get a 3-game series with Road to the Top.
Yeah, so I'm guessing they're going to be ending run here for day number 1 with only 1 point for them. Talent PH brutal, not leaving any room for Team Get Together to get any form of points from this best of 3 series itself. Now, this is going to be insane playstyles. Now, I do want to highlight this. Danny has mentioned this before on the final game before, that knowledge is power.
I'm also going to say Lance's power because I'm just going to say this man of the match. Easy. He made so many plays this game, and I feel like he was a big factor as to why Talent PH won this game.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's very easy for him to actually get in position. He does have the throat chop, and then you follow up with the surging strikes to make it easy for us to secure those takedowns on the opponents over here. And there's not much they can actually do. They ignore totally the Snorlax, went straight up for the Glaceon, went straight up for the Leafeon, even towards the Hooper as well. After all that is done and dusted, there's lots of room in them for actually to 10 onto these frontliners, the Trevenant, as well as the Snorlax. Even so, the damage output is not that high, people argue on it, but that's not really the main case.
It was the circumstances that
exactly.
He dished the damage.
It's all about the circumstances that he actually went through to actually dish out all the damage. Because the thing is, it's all about priority. It's not about dishing out a lot of damage, what Espeon can actually offer.
Yeah, I mean, Espeon's a consistent form of damage, whereas for Lance, he's an opportunist. You're either trying to lock down those objectives, or you're looking for those squishies like Xerxes or Milo P, which we saw in that last game. You find them, you catch them, you punch them, they're gone.
Yeah.
And that's going to give you a huge advantage in those late game team fights. I also want to mention, Lance is the substitute for Talent PH. He is actually not the main player. So to see Lance play like this, I want Sync 1 to come back. I want to see what Sync 1 does because he's on the main roster.
Yeah, you're going to stay in the main roster. We'll see. Yeah, I guess
it's
so.
Okay, Lance has he gets a little bit of spotlight today. He gets to play Dark Energy.
He gets a little bit of something for him over here, and very much deserving, I would say. But yeah, look at this. Of course, we do see a lot of work from his teammates as well. We see the Clefable over there. 101,000 recovery in this game. That's insane.
Look, KY was allowed to do his job.
Yes.
We always saw in those big team pushes, KY was there, popping off Moonlight, he consistently had between 3 to 4 Pokemon within his Moonlight, so he was always healing somebody. So he was able to rack up those damage numbers. He was never in front, he was never the tank, he does have Follow Me, so he was there for emergencies in case someone was being chased, so pop that Follow Me. But otherwise,
attention,
but otherwise, KY just did a great job of babysitting his team wherever necessary. Because remember, the frontlining job, that was RBX's and LeBron's job. Those two were the ones that would always initiate the fights. Lance would come in later. Dylan was hanging back with KY. I don't know if they were holding hands or anything, but they had fun together. So.
Oh yeah, they're having quite an enjoyable time. But those 3-man movement, the Clefable, the Blastoise together with the Slowbro, that was just magical because they ensured that they were able to sustain throughout the whole team fight they actually have as much as they can. But look at this, there was no room for Team Get Together to get back up on their feet at any point in the game. Basically, Talent PH was leading early, mid, into late game.
Absolutely. So congratulations to Talent PH. This is their first game. I'm actually excited to see these guys play next week because we only saw one game for Talent PH this week. So next week they'll have the rest of their matches, 2 more matches, and then we'll go into the playoffs. But I want to see how they fare up against, I guess, our top teams within the region. Right?
I wanted to say that, but then but that has to hold on first because they're currently in Group B,
I
meaning they're
know.
away from the Giants and currently in Group A.
For now.
For now.
For now.
That sounds like for now.
Well, it really is a for now situation because they will have to play against somebody later on.
Yeah,
So.
you can't run away forever because once we conclude the group stage round robin segment, we'll be jumping into the main bracket itself and see how these teams go up against one another from different groups. And of course, let's have a look at the highlights, shall we, on what has happened in that recent game in between these two amazing teams, Team Talent BH against Team Get Together. And of course, this is some of the main highlights. So look at that throat chop straight up to the Snorlax, no problem, despite having a little bit of shields for himself. And you know here,
oh, the reaction.
Okay, this is where Cleefable shines, despite them being in front of the goalpost on the enemy side.
You're just healing so quickly.
Just healing, yeah. Just healing everyone at the same time as well. Hydro Typhoon hitting up, but
I like how far forward Clefable is as well, just zoning out the enemy, actually having block because they used the Unite.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Crazy plays across the board here for Talent. I mean, they really pushed it to the limit in this matchup up against Get Together. And yeah, we just saw in that moment, Urshifu, classic Urshifu things, grabbing the Regieleki, and you know, even though they got caught in all this AoE, they're so tanky. They are so tanky. They were able to absorb everything.
I didn't see much happening even from a Leaf Blade from a Leafeon, and that is insane. He actually landed it in a very nice straight line, hitting off on 4 Pokemons from Team Talent BH and still doesn't do much.
Yeah, and this was also, we saw before, right? This was where Lance caught out the Leafeon. 26 seconds out of that team fight, was not going to be present at all, and the rest of the team just completely crumbled.
And that's actually the second time he got taken out. The first time was before all this happened, make a 5v4 situation, and then after return he got cleared out once again. And of course, we don't want to stress this out even more. I believe that we're up for a treat here in Group Me as Talent PH. They still have 2 more series to play, and they have secured themselves 3 points here by winning 2-0 here in this series. And of course, before we go any further, and we're not done yet, we're going to be showing you guys some of the main highlights from our end. I'm going to be pointing out to you in high definition from a little bit drawing from Danelie.
My drawings. Should be your. You haven't done any drawings. So
I did. Yeah,
once.
It was horrible.
Once, okay. So we're gonna be seeing our first clip here. This was Milo P. As you can see off the screen. Okay, we're gonna let's rewind again. Okay, off the screen, you see the moment.
Oh yeah,
Xerxes realizes
I remember this.
He
I remember
made a mistake.
No, he was. There was like,
and the best part, Milo did not hesitate. He kept running. He was like, yeah, no, thank you. I'm not dealing with
and
this.
I was like, guys, turn back. Like, your Leafeon's in danger. No, Urshifu was charging, and he was like, yes.
Yes.
I mean, he could have grabbed anyone. It's either he grabs out the Glaceon or Leafeon. It's still a big win for him. I thought, and I assumed that they didn't realize that Leafeon was in trouble. I mean, like...
Well, no one realized until he walked into the bush. And then he saw Lance charging. He was like,
it could have been
oh, damn.
Daddy, he could have stumbled upon anyone here in that.
Anybody, but it had to be Lance.
It had to be Lance, man.
Right, so we're going to keep playing this. I mean,
look at this. Look at this.
That look is just like, oh, his teammates like, yeah, no thanks, bye.
I think they have not realized it. I mean, like, all this happened in the span of few seconds.
It was a fraction of a second.
It was a fraction of a second, yeah. So I think there was a point where they didn't realize that Leafeon was up in the air and getting beaten up by this Urshifu.
And at the same time, actually, I wonder if there would have been an opportunity for Daisy to potentially use the hyperspace hold, but Daisy actually used the hold here. So I wonder, because it took a while actually for the Leafeon to get KO'd, if Daisy actually focused this hyperspace hold here, where the Leafeon is, could Leafeon have actually been saved?
I believe so. I think it could be saved, but...
Let's start from the beginning. Because I just want to see how long it took. Because I remember watching the health bar, and it took a while.
Look at that. That was
So we saw the final hit. And it did take it took a while. It would have, I think it would not have been able to save them with the hyperspace hold. But
Glaceon just went straight on. Meanwhile, Hoopa did U-turn back. try to do something about it, but
Yeah, so it was a bit of a disaster going into that final team fight. Because we also have to remember how important that Leafeon was for the composition as well. Because the Leafeon was level 13, like the two level 13 Pokemon on the side to get together was the Leafeon and the Glaceon. So to lose one of your major damage dealers, that was going to put you so far back in the team fight overall. Even though Talon didn't have Lance, Lance wasn't their sustained damage. The sustained damage on the side of Talon, came from these two.
Espeon, together with Blastoise.
Yeah, so let's move on to the next clip here, shall we? So clip number 4, I believe we are going to be looking at a couple of clips of Lance here. And we're going to interview Lance after this. Ooh,
that's going to be exciting.
So we're going to be seeing a montage, I suppose, of Lance just doing his Lance things on this Urshifu. And he was so annoying. I actually want to go back and pause because this was a really amazing play here. And this is also a testament to how great Talon is as a team. So we're going to actually watch the Slowbro. So watch the positioning of that Slowbro because as you can see, he was actually quite far from his team. Leafeon tried to jump on the Espeon. Now Espeon actually used a Psychic Select to try and protect themselves. Unfortunately, unstoppable because Leafeon, mid-animation, you can't stop. But watch this man. This man, fastest fingers I have seen in the Philippines.
Damn.
Look, slow beams him. Saves his teammate.
Saves his teammate, yeah. Because the thing about slow beam is that you cannot do anything already. It's holding you in position, and you are away from your teammates. There's no one behind who can actually save you. It's just a Glaceon who's dishing out damage.
Yeah. And as you can see, we have a Lance here ready to just go bonk.
Hey.
Send him back to base.
Oh
bonk.
man, this is like worst case scenario. Look at this. You have a Leafeon on one end, you have a Glaceon on the other end. Meanwhile, in between, you have 5 team members from Team Talon PH.
Yeah. And again, same thing with Get Together. Because the Leafeon is gone, this puts a lot of pressure on that Glaceon to have to be that sole damage dealer because of the way Get Together drafted their draft, right? Because you've got Hooper, who's your support healer, can do a little bit of damage, but only when you have Rings Unbound available. You've got Snorlax, pure utility, and then you have a Trevenant, who is a utility top laner. It's not something you're relying on to deal consistent damage, which means both of the evolutions, they have to work overtime to dish out the damage, and especially if one gets KO'd, the other one has to do some heavy lifting, and especially with how tanky, and you're going up against a Clefable, I just don't see a Glaceon being able to single-handedly take down an entire team.
Especially when it's actually a focus fire Glaceon, and I think Leafeon, as he does it better, he can actually hit multiple units at the same time as well. But the thing about Glaceon, if it's a focus fire one, you can dish out more damage if you focus towards one Pokemon rather than hitting on multiple. Damage is going to be divided. And even after all that, they are able to stand still looking healthy. There was one point where they was really low on HP, but Clefable being there, solving all their problems with Talon and PH.
Yeah, that's going to conclude my drawing segment. Thank you so much for visiting my TED Talk.
Yeah, that was something else.
It was something else. Well, you know what something else we're going to be doing right now? We're going to be talking to Lance, who is on the line with us right now. We're going to have an opportunity to ask him questions. Hopefully we can see him in just a second. If he's there, we're still waiting. And there we go. Hey, Lance, how are you?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. So I want to know how you're feeling after that win today, because I know a lot of Filipino fans are waiting for you guys to play. Everyone was asking, like, when's Talon PH playing? When's Talon PH playing? How do you feel in your first game at ACL?
I'm a bit confident because of our performance in scrims. That's why I execute that game.
Any teams in particular that you scrim against? Was it within the Philippines region, or did you manage to actually scrim with teams within the Southeast Asia region to have a good feel of these other nations within the region?
Oh, I can't share it. It's a secret
info.
Secret info. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay,
I understand.
Lance, I'm going to ask you a question. This is probably not secret info. So, LeB on the team, is that LeBron from Talon last year?
Yes, that is LeBron.
It is LeBron. Okay,
okay.
see, I told you it was LeBron, but I was like, this man's changed his name.
So he changed his name. So his name was actually different in the previous season itself.
Yeah. See, he said he wants short name.
Oh, okay. I was like, LeBron, too long.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah,
If you want to make it shorter, it's easier for us too as casters.
Don't make it any short. Could you just pass a message to him? Don't make it any shorter. I mean, like, you can't go no more from Len, you know?
Okay, Lance, I want to ask you a
Okay,
question
yes,
about being in Talon PH. How are you actually feeling playing with this roster? Because I believe, so from my research, the roster was that RBX and Sync1 came in from old guys, and then it was you and KY that stayed from Talon. How are you feeling about the team? Like, is the synergies very good? How's the atmosphere in Talon?
No, that's false. I'm from Old Guys too.
You're from old guys too? Oh yeah,
Yeah, I play
you're also from
Worlds.
old guys. Oh my gosh. I was like, wait a minute, what am I doing? Yeah, so how's the atmosphere playing with Talon?
It's okay because they are my former teammate also. That's why it's too easy
I
to,
see.
So
you
it's
know.
easy, like easy to adapt
Easy to
into
adapt,
the
yeah.
team.
Yeah, it's so easy to adapt.
So
And we have some chemistry, that's why.
yeah. Okay, I have another question for you as well. So you're labeled as the substitute for Talon PH. For Talon, is it pretty common for you guys to swap players around, or is it actually normally the main roster that's playing? Because I know some teams, they have one solid roster and then they only swap the sub when they're sick, but what's the case with you guys?
It's a secret also, we can't tell you guys.
Oh, lots of things here.
Okay.
Okay. Now, of course, now we've had the opportunity to actually see you guys in action here. You guys featured on the last series of the day, and quite an opening, a 2-0 convincing win over here. Now, of course, we want to hear from yourself. Anything you want to say to all your fans in the Philippines who's supporting you guys in the ACL regionals here for Southeast Asia?
Keep supporting guys even if I don't play or if I play. And shout out to my friends and my family. Shout out to Boss Nate for watching us from Talent Page, and my manager Boss Bertie, and my teammate Sink who I sub, and my friends and manager, shout out then, and dito sa amin sa Bugoy, shout out. That's all.
Oh,
yeah.
super sweet.
Wow, that was sweet. That was
That was
amazing.
like a whole village.
He had a whole list. I'd like to shout out to my friend. He said multiple times his friends, his families. He made sure he wanted to address everyone and not miss out on anyone.
Okay, so I think I'm going to ask one more question and then I'm going to let you guys go and celebrate your win for today. So, Lance, Meowscarada, how is this Pokemon feeling for you? A lot of people have been waiting to see Meowscarada, and you guys put on a masterclass.
I think no one is using Masquerada than me. I don't know. I think I just good at that Pokemon.
Oh, so you just think you're good at it. Okay, interesting. All right.
Very simple. Very simple.
Very simple. All right, Lance, I'm going to let you go. You can go celebrate with your team and do whatever you need to. We'll see you next week, but congratulations on your victory, and thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you. Thank you also.
That was a very pleasant interview from him. Now, a few secrets as he keeping from us. He can't tell us all the juices, but hopefully
Well,
we're
okay,
able to.
if you're a pro team, you can't tell everyone
That's
the
true.
secrets because
That's true. We tried.
It's the secret recipe. You don't tell people what's the
Exactly, but we tried. I tried to poke a little bit. And of
You-
course, you got.
I know Leonard did with the
Yeah,
Metagross
exactly.
question.
Exactly. But of course, I believe that all the Filipinos out there are very happy with their performance over there. Rosalba is the Filipino champions for the Philippines Open itself. Now, you're going to see more of them in the following week itself, because they're going to be having 2 best of 3 series, as they only had 1 for today.
Right, so I do believe we're going to show the updated bracket in just a second, just so you guys know where the teams are currently standing in their groups, because we do have 2 groups. So let's kick things off here, Flava, with Group A. In Group A, we have Team MYS, Loading, Secret Red Diamond, and Rise. And at the moment, Rise is currently leading the group with 2-0 victories, 6 points. They've got 1 series left to go, and it's going to be a hot one. It's against MYS next week. Don't miss that game next week, because if you do, too bad, so sad. I'm not going to feel sorry for you at all.
It's not going to be the same watching a replay of the match. You need to watch it live. Oh man, that is going to be an insane match, and that's going to decide on whether will Rise be able to actually gain up the maximum amount of points here from Group A by adding on 3 more points by winning against Team RS, or will Team RS be stopping them in their tracks and also changing the whole landscape of this group from 2-0 or possibly into a 2-1 there in the mix?
Yes. Now, the other matchups that's going to happen for Group A is that Team MYS have 2 games to play. So aside Rise, they're also going to have to go up against Loading to secure their points. And then after that, we have Secret, Rare, Diamond. Their last chance to get points on the board, and it's going to have to be up against Loading.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically just from the looks of here, it is quite obvious that Team Rise has placed themselves minimum to actually be in the second ranking, the second placement here in Group A, just by normal calculations. And we're going to see how things will look around in day number 2 for next week. Meanwhile, Danny, we're also looking at Group B number here. If you guys missed out on this, Group B comprised of teams from Get Together, Talent Page, Road to the Top, and Onyx. And currently, Road to the Top has 4 points after winning 2-1 against Team Get Together. And they also got 1 point. Even though they lost against Onyx, they were able to actually win 1 game for them. Meanwhile, Talent PH have had 1 match today, and they won that match. They got 3 points for themselves. And Team Onyx, they did get themselves a win for their match for the day, and so got themselves 3 points. This is the group that every single team at least has a minimum of 1 point.
Yeah, it seems much more evenly distributed in Group B compared to Group
Group
A,
A,
because
yeah.
let's be real, I don't think anyone wants to be in Group A, but someone had to be Group A.
Someone had. Sacrifices has to be made.
Yeah, although we might see a lot more changes next week, because I do feel like a lot of the lopsided matchups happened for Group A this week, whereas for Group B, maybe we're going to be looking at more of the lopsided matches next week, because
Yeah.
I feel like the matchups we had for Group B this week pretty even for some of these games, because we saw, I think in Group A it was all 2-0s. We didn't see
Yeah.
anyone get a 3-game series.
This is the only one that actually has a mix. The only one that was not, the only one that was 2-0 was only in between Talent Page against Team Get Together. But beyond all that, all of them are a full best of 3 series.
Exactly. So Group B, Group A, regardless of which one you're following, these teams, they're all aiming for the same thing, to get the most points in their group, because they want to have the shortest, the sweetest path to the World Championships. And that means playing less games in the playoffs, because, yeah, unfortunately, if you're last, you have to play 4 series in a day.
If you place last, or should I say 3rd and 4th, seeding in either Group A or Group B, you have to go through the longest route to make your way to the finals, or even making your way to the top 3 here in the Southeast Asia region, together with East Asia region. So most definitely you would not want that to actually happen. Get the best seeding, get the shortest route, the sweetest route, or should I say, from what Danny mentioned as well. And all the best to the teams in the next remaining match for day number 2.
Yeah, so to everyone that is still stuck around with us, thank you so much for tuning in to this week of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. We are done with East Asia Day 1, we're done with Southeast Asia Day 1. Make sure you come back next week on both Saturday and Sunday as we kick Day 2 for East Asia on Saturday and Day 2 for Southeast Asia on Sunday. We're going to be back at the exact same time, so if you don't know when to come back, just come back now. Honestly, I'd say come back like, what time is it now? It's
GMT plus 8, 7.
So 7 hours earlier. Actually, 8. Yes, it's been 8 hours, hasn't it? It's been a long time. It's a long day.
It's been a long day. But hopefully you guys are entertained with all the Pokemon Unite action that's happened yesterday. And today we do hope to see you guys next week for day number 2 for East Asia as well as Southeast Asia here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. Till then, get well rested everyone, and we'll see you next week and in the next one. Good day. By the Hooper, great imagine creating a little bit of space, trying to go
Arms length. They're just saying like, nope, back off. No.
in for a little bit of scoring.
No
But getting
way.
pushed out here by team members with Secret Rare Diamond. Are they able to actually do it with Travel and then tagging out, soaking up into all this. Here comes the Gun Muzzle. It's going to Hydro Typhoon utilized as well, but for providing us with that particular information. Meanwhile, it does seem that Rise is going to be the first one to actually initiate on the Rayquaza. But will they be the ones which are able to actually secure the last hit on this, as we are only 45 seconds away? And it does seem that Team Rise was able to do a little bit of scoring by the Blastoise here at the top lane.
Diving in, now we're panicking. Everyone is just running in full disarray. Everyone is just like pretty much like, ah.
Putting them at 304 points right now, Leonard.
It's this is really hectic right now for them as well. Now just so small part of the differential jumps in, Hydro Typhoon, Unite move is goes to control.
Back to base, and the rest of their team is actually fighting Leonard.
Then it right back into the things as well. Pops in the Hydro Typhoon, was able to get a nice pickup as well. However, Lala is still alive and it's still a danger at large. He does manage to get on top of the hoop and still remove them from play. The timing wasn't that great.
Yeah, oh wait, Blastoise. Oh, they spotted him out.
Mochi was hidden here.
Yeah, he was hidden here all the time. He was just waiting for it.
He was a ninja. Okay, he was a ninja in this bush, right? He had a game plan.
He's in terrible position over here. He's in between 3 Pokemon.
This is not great.
There was no... 5 seconds, and it's been jumping it into the whole team fight, and this time Nicola not yet. And with Hooper, 7 seconds on the clock as well.
Zhao?
More opportunities here. They're trying to, I say, clear out on Pikachu, but not able to do so, and they will be able...
Man of the match is going to be Illuna, right? Like, wow, where is he? But they did manage to get a gun onto Illuna, and we'll be able to try to give the rain back. And instantly, Crustle gone. Big ultimates. Big powerhouses, okay, lightning storms happening all across the map here. Now, if he picked up, that would be pretty great. But the nice timing with the portal, able to secure it, and the Unbound comes in at the same time. Not be able to connect with that singularity, but guess what? Devs at the back line, spotted, and now everyone is currently on the run. They want to try to zone him out as much as possible, but because of Dev zoning majority of the team in a way, all that's left is the frontline defenders with no follow-up attackers. All will fall to their presence here, but nice opportunity. Solo up, like
try and go for this flank now because they
anyone here in that
anybody, but it has to be Lance.
It had to be Lance, man.
Right, so gonna keep playing this. I mean,
look at this. Look at this.
That look is just like, oh, his teammates like, yeah, no thanks, bye.
Urshipper here.
Milo P,
Leafeon, he's all alone. Nobody realized it.
He's
Guys,
gone.
Go back. Your team members in trouble. Oh, they're gonna get him. They lost Leafeon. 20 seconds on the clock. Uses up the Hydro Typhoon as well, and they're gonna be losing.